Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the main event, the final day, the World Series of Poker circuit events. In seat 1, we have Dorian Melhers. Seat 2, Natalia Allegra. Seat 3, Wojtek Uszeka. Seat 4, Biko. And seat 5, Alireza Kivar. Good afternoon to the Action Army. On the Twitch chat. My name is Action Dan. I will be your host and commentator for the duration of this event and final table until we crown a champion. And I have a real special treat for you guys today. I am going to be joined in the booth by a very good friend of mine, fellow poker pro, Cash Beast, Alan Finn. Well, there was a few asking who was going to be the co-commentator, Alan, and they were asking, was it going to be Fintan Gavin? Fintan Gavin's very busy at the moment. We got someone from the same county. You were tuning in last night, so you're up to speed on who's left in this tournament and how the action has been playing out so far. They're calling you Big Al already. You've got a nickname.
So we have 500 and there is another 500 stick over there, right?
Yeah. He's a little bit smaller.
Action Dan and Alan the man, yeah.
Is there a
I
big
like it.
jump? No, probably not.
We'll
right?
go with that for now. So you tell the viewers tuning in for this final table a little bit about yourself. I chose to get someone like yourself in, so we'd have someone with a cash background, an expert on deep stack poker. We could clash the two styles together between MCT and cash and get more analysis on different variations of the game. Yeah. It's a tough grind out there trying to make an honest living. Hard way to make an easy living these days online. I think live could be the way to go if you're playing in the likes of the King's Resort. You see this man in front of you. I don't know how familiar you are with him, Alan. His name is Dorian Melhers. I think he basically lives in Kings now. He's the Kings regular, he's the king of Kings at the moment this year. If you look at his results over the last month, I believe this is his 4th final table. It's the 3rd final table I've had the honor of commentating on this man's play. His results in the last month are somewhere in the region of 200 grand. It's his 4th final table. It's his 4th final table this series. And Wojtek, obviously a November 9er from 2016, I believe. Yeah, there is a star-studded lineup as you would expect. There's a couple of short stacks, and there's a few players who, I'm not going to say they're out of their depth, but this is by a landslide their biggest opportunity to have a huge result. And it's the players like Wojtek and Melhers who have this experience behind their belt, who won't be fazed by these maximum pressure situations. But here we have the guts of a million in the pot. 4-3 deuce 2 club board. Turn coming to deuce of clubs. Alan Melhers with the over pair still. Wojtek, no club in his hand. Just getting up to speed with the chat here as well, Alan. Do you remember, if you were tuning in last night, there was a hand where Melhers had aces last night. Wojtek had ace 4, ran out 4, 5, 6, 5, and deuce of hearts hit the river, completing the flush and an inside straight draw. A 3 would have made it straight, and Melhers was asked would he call an all in if he was jammed on the river. He said he really doesn't know. Well, it's a tough spot at any stage in the tournament when you're playing for €189,650 up top. But in this particular situation, there was 13 players remaining with 12 10K tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. But Melhers, I think, has 3 tickets already, so the ticket didn't impress him much. I'd say he would have called on that river with aces, honestly. And look, back to the action anyway. We see a small bet of 220K on this river. Yeah. That is a team I see a lot from these, the better players, shall we say. They play with a lot of small blocker-ish block / value bet sizing. Yeah. in a lot of situations he's going to get paid off there with his nines. From the 3 final tables I've had the privilege of commentating on this man's play, he's really good at navigating stack sizes. I've seen him come back a scrappy underdog at 1 or 2 of these final tables, and then on one of the final tables he just steamrolled.
Race.
Winning every hand, and this man has been a character. This is the 3rd day I've been commentating on Allegra's play. He's got the kings of kings here, the Space Cowboys in the small blind, and this lad doesn't mess around with cards. He's making 3 and 4 times the big blind pre-flop raises.
2 raise, 500. 3 4.
Yeah, this is something where the format does differ a wee bit in regards to like stack sizes and open raise sizes from the out of position and all that, or sorry, from in position, but just what we use or what they use is a 3-bet size and versus what I would use. It's 24 effective is what it was, and he's made it 500. So something different for me than from what I normally see, basically.
Yeah, well, this is quite a small sizing he's choosing. I actually expected him to even go bigger with kings from what I've seen him do yesterday and Sunday.
Maybe a tell potentially in regards to the strength of the hand that he wants value.
I think that's a good. I think you're on the nose there, Alan. That's a good analysis. It's not going to get much to fold from this man on the button.
Yeah, position.
So this is what Allegra wants. 1.2 million in the middle as we see the flop.
Yeah. Probably smiling inside at the moment. Probably go even smaller on this board, but yeah, just with the range, I suppose out of position is going to have a better range advantage there on that board specifically, but it's fine either way.
Yeah, he's just going to take that one down. There was a hand that was really interesting last night. I'm not sure if you remember it. Melhers opened the button with ace queen off suit, and Allegra 5x 3-bet from the big blind. So it was at 100k on the button from Melhers, 500k 3-bet with pocket 10s from the big blind from Allegra. And Melhers has about 1.2 million behind, I do believe. And Allegra has him covered. And they started talking to each other. And Allegra just was giving off very strong vibes with his hand, really indicating that he's not folding to a jam is what I was getting from it. And therefore, under so many circumstances online and indeed live, you will just see the money going in with ace queen. Melhers has studied his opponent, realized he's most likely in a coin flip situation, and decides to just let the ace queen go.
Yeah, interesting in the live environment that these things are taken into account, where you can make these I suppose exploitable folds, or like you said, it's going to be a coin flip at best, and maybe there's ICM involved at that point too. You said what, there's 13 left at that time?
No, that when there was 13 left, it was in the hand against Wojtek, but
okay,
it was a similar situation. I think there was maybe a few more players remaining at that time, 15 or 16. But meanwhile, we have this man Biko folded in very bizarre situations yesterday, trying to ladder and guarantee himself that ticket, and it really has worked out in his favor until now. But he keeps letting the blinds and antes hit him and devouring his stack, so he's constantly playing under 10 big blinds. But the man has got, honestly, 3, 4, maybe 5 pay jumps that he wouldn't have got if he was a different player, would have played it differently, in my opinion. And therefore, he's secured his ticket. But he's all in and called now. All in the fella, call the other fella. 5, 3, deuce, 2 hearts. The king 7 needing help. The 5 of Wojtek hitting this flop. The turn coming to jack of clubs. Biko needing serious help as we hit this river, or he will be our 10th place finisher. And he cannot get the job done. Wojtek knocks out another player. Our final 9 is set, ladies and gentlemen. Biko, good game, sir. You navigated your short stack through 4, 5, maybe 6 pay jumps, secured yourself a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, and well played. I'm sure we'll see you on the felt again soon.
I mean, the ticket is worth something there, isn't it? Quite a bit.
Well, yeah, I seen someone getting eliminated, got €9,990 for coming 13th, and I was like, the ticket is worth more than you coming 13th place.
For sure.
And you play for 3 long, hard days on the felt, and you're exhausted, but you're running on adrenaline. You do not want to get knocked out before getting that ticket. But at some point, Alan, you have to be like, okay, I want the glory, I want the title, and I want the guts of €200,000. Like, even though that is a €10,000 ticket, you're playing for nearly 20 times that amount.
Yeah. Oh no, for sure, makes sense. I mean, depends what I suppose it means to you. You know, obviously 10K ticket is a 10K ticket, but you know, the end goal is obviously worth more, as you said. So, you know, nice to get both, but yeah, it's one of those things that I would be inclined to go for glory, but I haven't been in a situation where a 10K ticket has been at my opportunity either. So hard to say. It depends what it means to you, I suppose.
Well, from a psychological perspective, I always talk about on this channel is the decision fatigue. You will see even the best players I have commentated on at King's Resort make weird decisions and things happen. You can only make so many good decisions in a day, even if you are Phil Ivey. It doesn't matter. There are times where you cannot make your brain work in the way you want it to. And that is why fitness is so important. Something that you advocate strongly about your daily routine. Something I am learning as I am now in my 30s. I wasn't so good at this part in my 20s, that's for sure. But that is how you can give yourself the maximum chance to make the best amount of decisions in one day possible. But you see it time and time again, these blow ups, and people just. I seen a guy raise fold to 6 big blinds. I think it might have been Biko yesterday or someone else who was short stacked, raise fold with 6, 4, 5 of hearts on the button to Melhers jam. And it's these moments that is part of your run good. It's like you could just be called and suddenly you have no risk of elimination because your opponent is folded.
Yeah.
That is all part of running good also. And you can see in the top right hand corner of our screen, we're going to have a short 15-minute break as we redraw, but please stay tuned. This is an action-packed day, and I'm delighted to have my friend in the commentary booth with me. We'll be back for the final table in a few moments, guys. Stay tuned.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr. from the Czech Republic is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Welcome to our final table of the WSOP circuit main event. We had 748 entries. First place is 189,650 euros and a 10K WSOP Europe main event ticket. We're down to our final 9. Our chip leader, Dennis Grocic from Switzerland, has 8.1 million. Continue the action with 9 players. Good luck, everyone.
So hello, I am Dennis Gergots from Switzerland, and I'm going to win this tournament.
My name is Natalia Allegra. I'm from Italy. Good luck. Sono contento di essere al tavolo finale in italiano.
Hello, I'm Frans van Staalduinen from the Netherlands. I'm the oldest one on the final table and I've short stack, so I hope the players will be friendly for me. Thank you.
My name is Wojciech Ružička. I am from Prague, Czech Republic. That's it, right?
Hello, my name is Ali Reza Kevar from Germany, Leipzig. And yeah, it's enough.
I'm Las Campus from Germany, and I'm looking forward to be winning my 3rd WSOP circuit ring tonight.
Hello, I am Alessandro Paluo from Italy, and I want to imitate Giuliano Bendinelli. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dorian. I'm from France, and I have 22 years old. Let's go.
I'm Samir Boudeliou. I'm from France.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The final table is set. You've just heard the men. Seat 1, Dennis. Seat 2, Natalia Allegra. Seat 3, Franz Staldulin. Seat 4, Wojtek Rušeka. Seat 5, Alireza Kevar. Seat 6, Lars Campuz. Seat 7, Alessandro Paluo. Seat 8, Dorian Melhers. And Seat 9, Samir Bundelio. It's my favorite thing to do on this stream is to butcher the pronunciations, Alan.
Yeah.
Are you back?
Better. Yeah, I'm back. Better you than me in that situation. Put it that way.
We are Irish. Pronunciations is not the strong point for our pidgin English. But we
To
make
put it
up
lightly,
for it
yeah.
in other ways, I assure you. And we're just going to get a look at the final table chip counts. Dennis is our chip leader with 81 bigs. And Dennis had quite the rise in his stack last night. He was 1 foot out the door with less than 200k, if I recall correctly. And he has 8.1 million. Our shortest stack is Samir with 5 bigs, so he's got some work to do. Franz with 8. Every other player healthy-ish with well over 20 big blinds. You've got Alessandro with 27. Allegra with 31. Then we've got Kivar with 36. Dorian the Explorer with 50. Wojtek Ruszeka with 58. And second in chips is Lars. So we have quite the final table. Exciting stuff, Alan.
Yeah, this is where the fun begins, really, isn't it? Final 9 here. Obviously, we had the bubble, final table bubble there just before the break. So yeah, I think this is where the fun really begins. It's curious how the bigger stacks are, I suppose, going to push the pressure on the smaller ones and just see how that unfolds. I think you mentioned two of the guys that are, two of the main chip leaders, two quality players. So yeah, we'll see how it pans out anyways. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, all players are now guaranteed €16,465. And of course, that ticket that I'm always mentioning, €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe. Main event ticket is in the pocket for all the final 9 players, so they don't have that to worry about. But with a stack of 5 big blinds and a stack of 8 big blinds, there's a lot of ICM pressure. No one wants to go out before a 5 big blind and an 8 big blind stack, and that is going to allow the likes of Lars and Wojtek to really apply maximum pressure on certain opponents at the table. The seat draw so important as well. Last night, Melhers didn't have position. To his immediate left was Wojtek, so he had to be quite careful navigating. But I tell you, I always say a shy baby don't get no sweets, and he certainly wasn't shy, staring Wojtek down in 1 or 2 spots and taking down small pots, but they all added up. So the final table is underway, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you are brought all the action by myself, Action Dan, and I have my co-host in the booth with me today, Mr. Alan the Man Finn.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
Allegra getting the FT underway with a raise to 250k. What do you think of those new graphics, Alan? New mic for me, new graphics. You can see how many is left in the top right hand corner of your screen. 9 players remaining from a starting field of 748. And in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you can see the blinds every hand and how many hands you've had the pleasure of hearing us commentate on. The small blind is... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I like the graphics itself. I like the big blinds in the brackets. It's makes it a lot easier to I suppose have some assumption of what's the correct play with a certain stack size against another stack size. So yeah, that makes it a lot easier versus dividing whatever the big blind is into the total amount the player may have. Although it's 100k big blind, so it shouldn't be too difficult, but still.
I said, yeah, it's one of my favorite blinds. It's so easy to know exactly how many blinds people have. No calculators needed on this one, Alan. 50k is the small blind, 100k is the big blind, with 100k running big blind ante.
Nice.
Franz picking up the pocket rockets. Will move his last 8.3 big blinds across the line. Great starting hand for such a short stack. Mr. State the obvious here.
850. Thank you.
Was Franz on any previous streams that you covered then?
I've seen no hands from this man Franz, but what I was going to say, do you see every time he takes down the blinds and antes, adding 250,000 to your stack. So he has essentially just added over 25% to his stack just by taking down the blinds and antes. Granted, he wanted a call when you're sitting there with 2 black aces, but a nice pickup with any hand. You can take down the blinds and antes with 9 players remaining at such a prestigious final table.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dennis had, I wouldn't say a blow up, but he bet over half his stack on the river with just king, jack high. He raised under the gun. There was a defend in the big blind. It became like ace, rag, rag. And, oh, sorry, he c-bet and his opponent flatted with ace 10, and then it became ace ace. I'm butchering this hand now, but the turn was an ace, the river was an ace, and he just continued to barrel. He bet like 300k of his 600k on the river. So I seen that man, he was down to less than 250,000 chips, and now he is the chip leader at this table, playing a stack of over 8 million. He just went on a crazy spin. There was one hand in particular I can remember, Alan, where he hit runner full house with king queen against a flop set of 7s of his opponent, and he just skyrocketed from there. So that is a player to watch out. Momentum, so important. But I mean, they've all had significant run good of momentum to get this far. So it's just a matter of who can stay composed the most at this FT.
Yeah, it's pretty much MTTs in a nutshell, isn't it? Can just like change in either direction very swiftly, but yeah.
Well,
interesting.
I mean,
yeah.
Wojtek will be the person at the table with the most experience, even though Melhers' results over the last one. I'm pretty sure he just lives in Kings now. Hopefully I can just go live there someday myself. But just amazing results. So, but I've been watching Wojtek from the get-go now. This is my 3rd day commentating on him, and he's just a beast. He's so composed. Doesn't let anything affect him. He lost a couple of pots towards the very end of last night. He seemed to be getting a little bit frustrated, but I'm sure that's just fatigue. These players hopefully are well rested. Very hard to unwind when you are coming into a final table on day 4, though. It's hard to get that minimum requirement of sleep. You just keep waking up.
Yeah, the
so important.
excitement.
One of my moderators, Apocalypse UK, said he's feeling good this morning and ready for a big day. Thank you for that update. Hope you're well, Apocalypse UK, and to you as well, Johan. My 2 Twitch mods, very helpful anytime I am commentating, Alan. I'm sure you will get to know them.
Defo.
Around to Lars on the button with a very pretty looking Jack 10 of diamonds. What I love about the new graphics as well, you've got the stack size and then in brackets how many big blinds. Makes my job a hell of a lot easier.
I think this is a pretty standard call, I'd say, on Dorian.
The bigger ones.
Yeah, he's not afraid to mix it up with 3-betting from the big blind as well, even from early position opens. But in this particular spot, I think we just want to see a flop most times instead of 3-betting with such a nice king 8 suited. Maybe a weaker king would elect to 3-bet.
Now you will play the main event Europe.
For sure.
It's must play, right? You can't even slate if you want.
That's my only chance to win a ticket. Otherwise, I don't pay 10,000.
Yeah.
This sort of hand in cash might be a bit of a one we might check back more sometimes than bet, simply because if we get check raised, it's a bit of a disaster. But obviously betting it's going to be fine as well, I'd say. Standard called in from Dorian.
Well, the guts of 50 bigs is the effective stack before the start of the hand, right?
Yeah.
We're from Italy.
Yeah, both betting and checking are fine from Lars on the flop.
I'd imagine maybe against the shorter stack size, it may be better to check back, but maybe you can put more pressure on too against that kind of situation as well.
Well, all these players at the final table are going to be very familiar with each other, especially the regs. And you're going to see a lot of pot controlling with a 5 big blind stack at the final table and an 8 big blind stack at the final table. It is an absolute ICM disaster if you have a big stack busting before those two players.
Bit of a tricky spot here for Dorian. Could face a lot of tough river decisions here. I mean, it's tough.
So he's checked back the flop and now betting full pot on the turn.
No, he c-bet the flop, I think.
Sorry, he c-bet small.
Yeah.
And now he's coming for full pot, pretty much.
Yeah. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, the problem for Melhers' hand, knowing the opponent he's against, who is super aggressive, is if he calls the turn, oftentimes he's going to be facing a huge river barrel.
Yeah, that's the situation. Wow, nice river.
This is the first hand in about 10 hands I have seen go the opposite way for Dorian. He's been steamrolling his stack upwards late last night. Got to take the rough with the smooth. Not a good river for him indeed. You could make an argument for perhaps checking or check raising if you're a Melhers hand, but not a final table of this magnitude. You really want to be keeping pots small.
Yeah, against the pot size on the turn, I don't think much raising happens there usually.
We meant on the flop.
On the flop, apologies. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But then you're facing if you get called, you're playing out of position against a really tough opponent in a large pot where we want to try avoid these situations. $2 million is the bet.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably targeting some Queen X at least with this sizing. You know, 8X here. It's kind of maybe not a call. It's I don't know. It's really dependent on the dynamics between the two players.
Big ball.
Yeah, I think this is a good play.
Not much he can do there to a $2 million bet.
Would have been interesting if the river, I mean, obviously if the river wasn't a 9, if it was maybe a blank or something along those lines, it would say a non-flush completing river, would Lars have fired, would have been interesting after the pot size on the turn to see what would have happened in something like that sort of situation.
Yeah, agreed. He's not afraid of making huge calls. That's for sure. Also, what I've seen a couple of times with more expert players left, when they are getting close to that ticket, some of the other players at the table are getting annoyed with how much they're being steamrolled, and they're three betting off weird stacks. And a couple of times now I've seen it, like they've just 4-bet ripped light the likes of Melhers. I've seen him do it with ace-6 of hearts on the stone bubble for the ticket. It's like, is your opponent really going to be 3-bet calling when the ticket's at stake? And when you really break it down, they're not. So therefore we can shove, I won't say any two, but a very wide range, knowing that the chances we're getting called are slim to none.
Yeah, it's just that pressure you can do in that situation. It's pretty unique, and you can just really push it to the limits because of that, obviously. Yeah.
Of that song "Push It to the Limit" playing in my head now. Thanks for that one, Alan. Great song.
Great song.
Now is not the time for singing. That comes later.
It's a long stretch ahead of us yet, by the sounds of it.
Well, it's a testament to the structures in King's Resort. You know, a lot of the times we commentate on smaller buy-ins and 40-minute clocks. This is a deeper stacked event, as you would expect for a €1,700 buy-in. 60-minute clocks. Okay, all in and call. Action.
Good luck.
Every pot so significant here. Melhers 37% with his Queen-7 offsuit. Samir making the correct good call for the last of his biscuits with King-4 of diamonds. Guts of $1 million in this pot. Samir the favorite here, but needing to hold. Four in the window. Ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Good flop for Samir. Turn seals the deal. The double up for Samir.
He's on 18 big blinds now. That's not a bad stack, to be fair, is it?
I believe he only had 4 big blinds to start the hand.
Oh, maybe it was 9, so yeah.
Yeah.
9 in total.
Yeah, he will have the guts of 10 bigs. But you really, especially when we were short-handed, I see it all the time. Players need to make big adjustments, because those blinds and antes start devouring, destroying your stack. Even if you have 10 bigs, they don't belong coming around. You're posting your ante, your big blind, and then the small blind on top of it. You're looking at 25% of your stack each time if you have 10 big blinds.
Yeah, you see that in 6 max as well, cash games versus full ring, that you just have to fight for the blinds more often for the same reason. It just comes around more quicker. So yeah, you just have to fight for them blinds more frequently than you would if it was full ring. Yeah, this is 9-handed now, so some more breathing room, but for sure still feel the pinch of the antes and the blinds coming around the way they do.
Indeed, you're happy to be away from the virtual felt for a day, sir.
Defo. It's not something different, no?
Something different, yeah. So, Lars in the hijack, ace jack off suit. Coming in for the minimum raise.
Do you have any background information on Dennis then? Or anything
He's
past?
he's just took the words out of my mouth. He's a very stubborn player, is our Dennis.
Okay.
I don't. He's very focused and concentrated at the table. I've had this said about myself loads of times. I almost look scary and angry when I'm in hands. It's just a very. It's just in the zone, like thinking about what you're doing. He doesn't like to be. He doesn't like people taking chips off and put it that way.
Yeah.
Expect to see him play some. He's got balls and he's not afraid to put his chips to work. Like, he didn't just get from 200k all the way up to the chip leader, well, over 8 million by folding, you know.
For sure.
Now, he did have a tremendous run of cards, but you need the luck. And when luck and skill meets each other, it can just be an unstoppable force sometimes. But you've got that going on for Melhers at this table. Wojtek was running exceptionally well towards the later parts of last night, and Dennis on an incredible run. So they're the three that would stick out to me as running shit hot at the moment. But there can only be one winner. This is Squid Games to a certain extent.
He does look like he's sharp, focused, like you said. So I was curious in case you know, does look like one of those players that may not want to be pushed around for sure.
I believe the board he barreled off on was he raised under a gun with King Jack offsuit. I already explained this hand, but I remembered a little bit more now. It was 7-4-3. The big blind defended with ace 10. King Jack C bet. The turn came an ace. He bet again, and the river came an ace. He tried to barrel his opponent off a 7 or a 4, perhaps. I think it was 7-4-2. It was that kind of a raggy flop, and unfortunately for him, on that occasion, his opponent had an ace. And I like the bluff, I do, but he put in, it was like 300k bet on the river, leaving himself with like 275 behind, and he was very disgruntled after he lost that hand. And that's what I talk about. You really have to stay composed in them moments, and he really did. He doubled up twice as far as I can remember, and then he had that massive hand, as I described. His opponent flopped to say he flopped top pair with king queen, and the turn came a queen and the river came a king to house up. So that is how I believe he got most of his chips. He got moved to the outer table then, and then I hadn't not seen him since. So I'm really interested to see how the dynamic unfolds at this final table. But I don't believe you're going to see too much crazy play until the smaller stacks have been eliminated. So that is my analysis of the final table so far, Alan.
No, that's fair. I was just going to say there, the Italian player, I'm not sure the correct pronunciation of the name, but he made a bit of a tight fold there with ace-8, blind v blind against the c-bet from Dennis. He had the ace of clubs on a 6-7-7 2-club board and folded to quite a small c-bet. So it you know, kind of more says, I don't know, maybe not understanding what's the better play there to an extent, but a bit passive, I would say.
I love some of the older players. I always talk about the camaraderie of Kings. You'll see them laughing and joking even when they're playing for hundreds of thousands of euro. There's so much friendliness at these tables, which is a joy, because one of the things that put me off playing live poker for years, as I predominantly played professionally online, was just found it too serious at the table, especially when I was living in the likes of Berlin and other places around Europe. I went to no one talking to each other, and as Irish men, we love the crack and we love talking to people. Now, I understand they speak different languages than us, but it's great to see them talking. And Alessandro is talking a lot during hands. So although you see him playing very passively there, he will try to get his chips from different spots, and we'll just see that he doesn't need to get involved there. Although we would see that from this perspective of he's got a good hand there to continue and see a turn with. He will try pick a different situation that another player at the table, even a more experienced player, won't take.
Maybe factor in as well that Dennis is exploiting that opening 10-3 off there in the small blind and just c-betting. So yeah, could be looking in that vicinity too to exploit Alessandro for the reasons you mentioned.
You'll see a lot of people trying to exploit the shorter stacks here. A 2.5x raise from the button with the Jeffries for Franz in the big blind here. The pocket jacks. He will get the rejam in for 985k.
Bit unfortunate he hasn't picked up, or else, you know, whoever raised originally picked up a hand to call against his jams, or yeah, whatever. Twice
Yeah,
now, jacks and aces.
Any less than that, like, and Dennis might have to just call it off. Like, it's only 7
Yeah.
big blinds more. If that was 5 or 4 big blinds more, I believe we would have to see a call.
Even with something like that hand, I suppose, isn't it? The price is there potentially. Although
So
whatever Franz
yeah.
might be rejamming there, mightn't be too wide to justify it. But either way,
So both of our short stacks now, Alan, have doubled up essentially. Well, Samir did indeed, of course, but even getting that rejam through is adding, what, 40%, nearly 50% to Fran's stack. So we don't have a 5 big blind stack anymore, and we don't have an 8 big blind stack anymore. That is important to note going forward. But they are still our 2 shortest stacks at the table. Dennis still playing a cool 8 million.
he's quite aggressive as well. From what we saw the first couple of hands here from Dennis. But that's what I was kind of mentioning before we started, was how the bigger stacks were going to put pressure on, you know, the smaller ones. Dennis just seems to be doing that pretty frequently.
Yeah, he's got kicker problems here with his king, but it didn't deter him from opening in the cutoff to 2.5x.
Is this from your perspective, Dan, ever a reshove here against the likes of what Dennis could be opening here? I mean, it's probably higher variance play, but you know, given how wide Dennis could be opening, I think Ace-4 could be at least taken into consideration, or is that too wide?
I think when we're one of the shortest stacks, the ICM is not as important to us, and if Franz had seen some of the hands we're seeing Dennis open, I think it definitely is a rejam. But when you're sitting in that chair and you can't see the cards, it might... I've often just folded that Ace-4 there, going to find a better spot, 1 hour blind.
For sure.
I mean, if it's suited, I'm definitely jamming. Have I been watching Dennis for a day or two and had that additional information, I would be rejamming that hand for sure. But if sitting in that chair and the big stack opening, we are basically last in chips, I think I would rejam in that particular situation, but it is close.
Yeah,
we don't have much ICM to worry about, so therefore I think our hand becomes a good rejam. But meanwhile,
Yeah, that's what
Jack 7-6. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's what I kind of felt like. It might be a bit close, you know, maybe a bit too wide, but yeah, still worth considering, I suppose.
If there was still a 5 big blind stack at the FT, we could just fold the Ace-4 for sure. But having watched our shortest stack at the final table double up, I think that that's a good opportunity to take down the pot there with a rejam and add those extra few big blinds to our stack. We'd be playing nearly 15 big blinds, maybe even a little bit more, and that's a far more workable stack than when we had less than an hour ago. 1 million in this pot now, Alan, as we hit the turn. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Wojtek eyeing up his opponent. Dennis will stare back at him, that's for sure. Looks like he's reaching with the king deuce.
This is
I would I would be careful bluffing this man. You're messing with the wrong marine.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. This is where it gets a little bit dicey when you open this sort of stuff in the cutoff, and you're never going to pick up that many strong hands with it. So, like, you're kind of in a situation a lot of the times to just, you know, be super, super aggressive, which works out sometimes, then, you know, other times it may not. This time it works, though.
Well, that will do for Dennis, and that will get the job done. That's a nice bluff. I would be giving up on that turn more times than not. It doesn't really do much for our hand. It just smacks the big blind perceived defending range. So an unorthodox bluff in that respect.
Yeah, it just gets it's dicey post flop when you're opening that wide. I myself would check that back on the turn, but at the same time, I can understand the barrel, because what do you really expect to hit when you open king 2 off in the cutoff?
I actually expected Wojtek to call and see a river, but he probably thinks he's going to be facing a river barrel, and therefore he's just going to get away from it now and save himself the chips. Doesn't really need to put himself in these sticky situations with the dynamic at this final table. Meanwhile, Dorian, king queen of diamonds, under the gun +2, min raising. Franz with a great candidate for a jam. He does.
Is this close then? With a call?
That. Let's just see what Dorian wants to do. It's a beautiful hand, but it is 13.3 big blinds. He has 2 out there, so be 11 more back to him. Problem is with ICM here, calls and loses, he will have 20 big blinds, give or take, left in his stack after starting the final table with about 45 big blinds. That would be a big hit.
What is it, please?
This is a very difficult spot because king queen of diamonds is such a good hand to gamble with, but I say the word gamble. This is a final table, there's 9 players left. This could be a moment to edge pass a hand as strong as king queen of diamonds. The odds are decent, but they're not amazing for us. You can see the pot is 1.8 million. We have to put in 1.1 million more to call.
1.1.
The caveat being, obviously, under a normal circumstance, we would call this one. But we've raised from early position. The rejam has come from Franz on the button. It's not going to be king jack off suit or something to that effect. A lot of the time we are going to be looking at a fair fight here at best.
That's a tricky one.
I believe we would see him call maybe at a different FT, but I think edge passing here is important.
Yeah, I can get behind the fold there as well. I think more so because of maybe what Fran is going to be, 3-bet jamming versus what he should be, and how maybe tighter it is, that king queen probably doesn't play that well against it as well.
It's great analysis, Alan. Couldn't have put it better myself, sir. If he has even 1 or 2 big blinds less, I think we're just compelled to call. But 13.3 is just enough. I mean, even if Melhers is looking at 8 or 9 big blinds more, I think we see him call. Those couple of big blinds make a huge difference in the price we are getting to gamble. But on the flip side of that, we are still flipping against jacks. But we don't want to be flipping. You want to be getting your money in good at these final tables. He can work with those 11 big blinds more than the average bear. Therefore, he decides to edge pass. And Franz now up to 18 bigs. Franz opening to 225k.
Good hand.
Do that.
I don't like decent.
No, serious.
Are you running this table, man? Like you're winning every hand.
And now Fran playing 20 big blinds. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. No short stacks at this table anymore. Samir still having 10. But those blinds are coming around fast.
That was when he had 850. Would be nice, eh?
It's okay for now, though. You know they're 9-handed. Samir moving all in for 8.7 bigs under the gun +1. That will do. Gets the job done.
Probably prefer folds there with the ace-10 than never getting called.
Yeah, most certainly. We don't want to be, anytime we can get our hand through without going to showdown is a win. I know that sounds really obvious, but even with a hand stronger than ace-10, we don't want to be flipping. Don't even want to be in these 60-40 situations. But at the same time, look at who you're playing against at this final table. You're going to need a stack to take down the likes of this animal, Wojtek, in the hijack. Dorian Melhers also, and Dennis is no slouch either. And not forgetting Lars. Lars played great yesterday. Can't forget anyone at this final table. Kivar played very well also.
5.1.
It's just a star-studded FT. So at some stage, if I got a page jump or two, I'd be willing to try gamble if the right spot comes my way to have a stack to play against these big boys. You can't bark like a big dog when you pee like a puppy. You can wait in the traps, Alan. The early bird catches the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese.
For sure. I was just thinking there maybe this ace-4 could be a nice flat call as well, but again, I'm not really sure how the call calling range looks like in this kind of situation.
I think both options are fine.
Therefore.
But we are the bigger stack here, 8.3 million behind. Like, this man is approaching 10 million. Maybe if he had a shorter stack, he could just call, but I think 3-betting is the optimal play in this scenario.
Yeah, I like it too.
If he was 3-betting the offsuit combos, that's fine. I would much rather he was 3-betting with all the offsuit combos than flatting. With the suited variety, he could obviously flat, but I think in this scenario it's just better to apply the pressure. Put in, we can certainly afford it.
Always nice when you get the better hand to fold, that's for sure.
That's why if Lars had have opened and had that king queen of diamonds, I believe we would see him call for 11 bigs more. Maybe not, but when you've 80 or 90 bigs, it's a bit different than Melhers 30.
Defo. Fran with the aces again.
Wow, they're the exact same aces as well.
I can't remember, but aces are aces in my eyes.
Aces are aces in anyone's eyes, yeah. AA. Great starting hand to have.
For sure. Not going to get any action, I don't think, is I?
No.
And can't really with Samir with the short stack, unfortunately.
I think making a 2.5x is a little bit too much as well, because we want to really price in the blinds.
Is 9-7 a defender versus min, but
I'm splitting hairs maybe, but because I've seen the big blinds cards, but he might defend something like that for a minimum. But when we make a 2.5x, we price out these hands.
Yes, it's a big difference, isn't it, between min and 2.5 in regards to what you do and don't defend.
Yeah, it really is, especially on an FT like this.
Yeah.
Ace King is back in town. Kivar had a huge stack yesterday. It was far bigger than 3 million if I recall correctly. Anyway, the amount of times Ace King was popping off 2 nights ago, Alan, was insane. It was every 3 or 4 hands, I swear. I've never seen it that many times in succession. Not since I started commentating anyway. And look at this, we've got action.
Good luck, Samir.
Samir, all in the fella, all in the other fella. It is Kivar calling with the Ace King. The 2 ladies of Samir way out in front and set to double up. Must have been an ace or a king folded, because the Ace King just having 39%. Samir 61. Just over 2 million in this pot. Big moment for both players.
I'm feeling the ace king. I don't know why I'm not. Don't want to put Samir down.
Jack 6-6. We're allowed to feel that one hand is going to beat the other. That's okay, Alan. The queen's way out in front here. The ace king needing help. The turn card, crushing blow to Samir. And now it's Samir going to have to find one of the remaining lucky ladies in the deck, or he is going to be out of here in 9th place. The river, 7 of hearts, cannot get that done. I was not feeling an ace or a king coming out there either, but there's always a surprise around the corner at kings. We have
I'm not sure why, but
finisher.
it feels worse when it comes on the turn. I don't know why.
Yeah, Lex Veldhouse calls it being J-baited. It's like, if you're going to make me lose, why can't I lose on the flop instead of flopping the world and losing on the turn or the river? Okay, updated chip counts here. Now Alessandro our short stack with 22, Franz the same, Dorian with 28 bigs, Allegra 30, Kivar 43, Wojtek 48, Dennis 83, and Lars fast approaching 100 big blinds, 94 big blinds, 9.42 million. Good game, Samir. Well done, sir. Sure we will see you again on the felt soon. Congratulations on taking home €16,465. And of course, that infamous World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. That means, Alan, all players are now guaranteed over €20,000. €20,850 minimum.
It's not bad.
But including first prize and the ticket, the winner tonight will take home the title, the glory, and €200,000. We discussed yesterday that won't get you even a house anywhere in Europe anymore. Definitely not Ireland anyway.
No.
But you could buy a lot of other nice things.
Ale hodiny běží už 3 minuty bez hry.
Technik.
Tak dejte ty standard clock.
19X io. Una macchina quello. 19X. Ma 19X, cioè, ma... Sì.
You got panties in the chat, Dan.
Franz under the gun. Ace Jack off suit, 19 big blinds, 8-handed now. Blinds are up also. Price of poker has gone up. The small blind 60k. Big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. Very playable hand here, Alan, for Lars. Decides to let this one go. It's because of the player and the under the gun raise. I think that's actually a great fold. Need discipline to fold a hand that looks that pretty in the hijack. But look at the stack size it's raising into, look at what player it is, and look at the position. Queen Jack suited, not going to do that well against that range. They've got panties in the chat for us and everything, Alan.
Yeah, I
Twitch
noticed.
chat. We've got the fans. Get the pom-poms out for the pig. Flop going check, check here. Turn the king of hearts. Now, Franz betting. Terrible flop for him to bet. Just smacks the big blind's perceived defending range. Franz navigating a few small pots in his direction. Now he's playing a stack of over 2 million.
He's done well. He's done very well, actually. I mean, he picked up a few hands, but, you know, even the smaller pots, like you mentioned, he's that one in particular, he's played quite well.
Yeah.
He definitely took some pressure off himself, and he was, from what he came into the final table with, that stack size itself.
Well, you can relax, right? You were,
Okay,
there was two shorter stacks at the table, and you were one of those players. You've got an elimination, you've got a pay jump, and you've basically doubled up, which is great progress for just one level played. Can't ask for much more when you're going in to a final table of this caliber with less than 10 big blinds.
Oh no, for sure, for sure. Alessandro's been quiet as well. He hasn't really played many, if any, hands so far.
Yeah. Like I said,
Dennis,
he's
on the
going to
other
try
hand.
to get his chips in a different way. Franz won't be defending the Queen 2 offsuit, I wouldn't think, for 155k more. 2.5 million now for Franz. Great start for him. We might see Alessandro play a hand here. Sorry, you were on about Alessandro not playing any hands, not Allegra. I thought you meant Allegra.
No, it's Alessandro, yeah, is the guy I was on about previous hand. I think he folded King 10 in the cutoff, which was maybe a little bit on the, I don't know, off 15 or 16 bigs. I'm not quite sure what's correct there.
There's a couple of players at this table who, this is a big moment for anybody's poker career, but I checked out their hand and mobs, done a bit of history, done a bit of digging around, and they haven't had many big scores at all. So naturally enough, you will see them shell up a bit. You won't see Dennis shelling up, as I have aforementioned. Calling here on the cutoff with the walking sticks the pocket sevens. But look at this, Wojtek, pocket eights in the big blind.
I'd imagine it's just a call, isn't it? Hmm.
Thank you.
Well, it means we are going to get action. Three ways to the flop. Almost $1 million in the pot already. King, Jack, Deuce is the flop. Alessandro, second pair, out flopping the eights and the pocket sevens of his opponents. Exactly 2 million in his stack.
Pretty good board for Alessandro there. I mean, I get the check. I might check myself, but yeah, this is after happening here.
Look at what's popped off on the turn. Music to Dennis's ears. Wojtek just with eights though. Alessandro with second pair. Dennis will get paid for one street, I would imagine.
That's what I was thinking as well, yeah. This probably goes check on the turn here, maybe from Alessandro, or maybe Alessandro bets small here. I'm not quite sure. But check call, it's
Both
safe.
players are fine, right?
I would think so.
I would
Unless
go for a small
Dennis
bet
goes
if
really...
I was... Yeah, I'd go for a small bet if I was in Alessandro's shoes now.
Probably better to do that than to check to Dennis again, where he's going to bet bigger than what we would have originally bet if we were in Alessandro's shoes. So can bet fold here if he raises, obviously.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alan. We're saving ourselves paying off a larger bet, or maybe talking ourselves into a fold.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just a fold here now for Alessandro.
I don't know how much I like this raise.
I agree, because what bluffs do you really have here when you do this? You're saying that you maybe cold called some queen 10 of spades or something like that, or 8, 9, 9, 10 of spades, or just like some ace x of spades or something like that, which probably just calls in position anyways,
No problem.
because you have position.
No problem. Happens.
Yeah, I agree. But on the flip side of that, then it looks really bluffy. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It's like if he can't have many hands here, then is he just bluffing? If he had a combo draw, surely he would just call on the turn after checking back the flop three ways.
I don't think he should have a raising range here at all, so that's the thing, you know.
It's either do I. I think that this is just a clear call on the turn. If Alessandro has decided to start bluffing or maybe picked up spades, something along those lines, a hand that he's going to continue with, we want him to continue firing. We are in position. Granted, he's making his hand looks like nuts or air, but I think we just want to call here and give give the opponent a chance to hang themselves on the river.
Yeah, you just maybe make Alessandro's decision here a little bit easier than it needs to be.
So our analysis is in general, we don't really want a raising range here.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Depends as well on what Alessandro checks on the flop. Like maybe if he checks some king x on the flop, then maybe raising here is exploitatively is not that bad. But yeah, I just think in general, when you look at your overall range here for your turn decision, you just don't really want to have many raises.
Whoa,
oh, wow.
whoa.
Wow. That's a big mistake.
Well, how wrong we were. Alessandro moving over the top here with ace-jack. It has to be said, the moment getting to him. talking himself into Dennis's, making his set look like air. As I said, the river coming, the three of hearts, almost 5 million pot. You've got a feel for Alessandro here.
Good luck.
And Alan, he might not have got all those chips had he not raised the turn now.
I mean, in hindsight, yeah, I still stand by what we both more or less said.
We don't like hindsight on this channel. We don't want to have to get the
No.
capes out. Captain Hindsight to the rescue. But that moves Dennis well over 10 mil now. Good game, sir. Well played, Alessandro. 20,850 euro is now yours, as well as that 10,350 euro ticket. I'm sure we will see you on the felt soon. GG.
Alessandro, congratulations for finishing 8th in the final table of the main event. How was your overall feeling about the main event?
I have good feeling because day 1 and day 2 I running very hot, honestly, because I now play tournament. I play only cash game. I win 3 showdown good, and now the final table is card ahead and 6 spot for me. I make mistake, player out.
Can you explain us your decision to move all in on the turn in the last hand?
Because I think only 7-7 he called me on the turn, because only king c-bet, only set bet flop, maybe trapping no, and I think he have a lot of bluff with me. Only combo draw, and I go in if he have 7-7 GG.
Yeah, that's pretty bad to hit a set there. So what is your plan for the WSOP Europe now, because you have won the ticket?
I play cash game, 5 card PLO, and I think to play main event for ticket, but 3-4 tournament big I think I play, because now I start to play tournament, and it's all.
So maybe you can come here to fight for the Omaha bracelet as well.
Yeah. I play every day at the Kings, a lot of action, every day with the channel something. It's the beautiful poker room in Europe.
Perfect, then we see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to the action. Jack 7-7, 2 diamond board, 680k in the pot. Dorian opening ace 10 of hearts from early position. Kivar defending with king queen in the big blind. The turn coming the 9 of spades. Almost $1 million in the pot now. Decision on Melhers with the inside straight draw and his ace high. Check from Kivar. The toppest of pairs now on this river. Bad run out for Dorian. Things not really going his way at this final table so far, but never ever write this man off.
I assume this went bet from Dorian's situation.
There was
here.
an interview taking place. So Dorian opened, Kivar defended. I'm not sure if he checked the flop, but the turn came to 9 of spades. Kivar bet small. Dorian called, and now the river was the king of clubs. Checked over to Dorian. Dorian betting 1.1 million. This is hard to watch. Dorian with the blocker to the straight. I don't imagine Kivar is going to be folding top pair here.
I'd be surprised too. Don't think you get to this
Bad
spot and
run
hit a
out.
king and not call. It's under the gun +1 as well, so like, you know.
Yeah,
Don't know if he
no.
has much 10-8. And like Queen 10 he can have obviously, but shouldn't have that much 7x. But I don't know what the ranges look like. Maybe what 20, 25 BBs effective from UTG
I
+1.
think he checked back the flop, called turn, and now betting 1.14 million on the river is the action.
Okay. So that changes things.
I missed the flop action.
Likewise.
With the interview taking place. I liked your man's thoughts on the interview, but we'll get to that in a moment.
Wow.
Wow.
Really? I don't know about that now.
This is part of running good, you know, like winning hands in others against. I don't think that bet works against Wojtek. It just doesn't.
No, I don't think it works against most guys, to be fair, Dan. I don't know. That's a bit of a lucky one to get through there.
Wow, Melhers fighting away to win that hand. Amazing.
I'm sure if he ever gets to look at the showdowns there or what the cards looked like, he'd be very surprised too that he got a king to fold there.
Absolutely, yeah. It's targeting a jack for sure. Do you think if he's going to bet that size, obviously you want to save some of your chips for the rest of the tournament, but an all-in might be a better bluff size. But that might be just a bit overkill. I think that would be slightly over pot.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I suppose if he shoves there, it's even more polar. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I think missing the flop action there was it's actually a big thing to take into account, because if you see bet, you know, it's I suppose it's somewhat different. But yeah.
I believe can the Twitch chat confirm, did he see bet that flop, the action army? I'm putting E to work here. I'm pretty sure he checked back with the backdoor hearts on the paired board, but I might be wrong, because the pot would have been bigger, Alan.
Yeah. No, I think you're right as well. I think just by the stacks or the pot size, it's a little bit smaller than if the c-bet was on the flop. So maybe you're right when check.
An interesting hand nonetheless. Melhers is getting it done.
Yeah, for sure. If you're getting stuff like that through, it's you know, maybe that's the best size to pick down there. To be honest with you, someone mentioned in chat
just
here,
over
there's
half your stack.
Yeah. Maybe he just felt that he's never going to bluff in that situation there. I don't know. I don't think I would fold king queen there, because I just don't think you can. You need to have some form of a threshold of call there, and obviously king queen is going to be more than good enough. I would assume.
I think you put it spot on there. We also block straights with the king queen, which is really important in this hand.
And we also unblock the bluffs as well with 10x, which is I think somebody mentioned that in chat as well, that having all 10x will bluff there.
Yeah. I just thought that Kivar was posturing. I didn't think we would see him fold.
Yeah. That's what I thought too. Yeah, I mean, if he makes that call, he's sitting on maybe, what, 40, 45 BBs versus the 30, 31 he's on now, so...
Oh, yeah, he's some man. You gotta hand it to him. Here is an update of the chip counts now. Franz are short stack, not so short, 20 blinds. Allegra 21, Dorian now 27, Kivar 32, Wojtek 39, and the two players out in front with above 70 big blinds. Lars out in front with nearly 100. Oh, sorry, Dennis out in front. 5.342 million is the average as 7 players remain. So much action in the 25 hands we've called today so far, Alan.
That's what I was just going to say, man. It's been quite an interesting, you know, opening couple of hours for sure. It's been nice.
Yeah, come on in, the water's lovely. We're going into the deep waters. Deep sea diving today with the sharks.
And like what we kind of discussed earlier as well, man, it's a short-handed table now. Well, shorter-handed, obviously. So again, the blinds are going to be there to be fought for more frequently.
This changes things significantly, yes. Every player that gets eliminated makes it more short-handed. One mistake I continuously make when I'm commentating is even when we're 4 or 5-handed and it comes up under the gun, you have to realise that under the gun is now the hijack.
True.
So say you're playing 5-handed, it's like that's not under the gun they're opening from. It's the hijack, the cut off the button, and the small and the bigger, the only positions left.
Yeah.
This man for me is, if he keeps going like this, he's going to be the man to beat because he's playing 11 million chips. Like I said, he had 200k after that bluff yesterday. And everything going his way so far. Don't know if you were listening to that interview with was it Alessandro, who became our 7th or 8th place finisher. Yeah. He said the only hand that bet him on the turn there after it went check, check, check would be pocket 7s, and that if he had pocket 7s, he would be incredibly unlucky. I could not find much information about him on the Henna Mob, and that is because he is a cash game beast. Something you might relate to. He's playing 50, 100 in Kings. So he said if his opponent had a draw, he was going to get it in on the turn. And therefore decided to go with his hand on the turn rather than having to call it off on the river. Which kind of makes a lot of sense. I just feel like Dennis, he didn't think Dennis could have a king. So therefore it was pocket 7s he thought was the only hand that could beat him, and he had no problem going up against a big draw, something to that effect. So therefore he went all in on the turn. So I think his all in looks worse in live than it is when he breaks it down afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say to that is if it does break on the river and he assigns him that range, then he's just going to bluff catch the river anyways. So he might have still maybe potentially saved his tournament life by just flat calling the turn. I just feel like if somebody's in position like that with a high equity draw, then I think they're a little bit more inclined to just call. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I get where he's coming from, but yeah, it is what it is at this point, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that something that would be, if he's so used to cash games, he's playing very short stack, he's sub 20 there, he probably isn't as accomplished at MTTs, so therefore he just feels like it's grand spot to get the last of his biscuits in the middle. But in theory, if we're thinking from an ICM perspective and the magnitude of the final table he's on, he should perhaps just call the turn and let his opponent bluff off if they are bluffing. And indeed, it's exactly what you said, save his tournament life. At least he would have like 10 to 12 big blinds remaining.
Bit of a...
Like what Melhers was doing with his ace-10, he would have been left with 10 big blinds had he been called, which he is going to find out how lucky he was that he wasn't called pretty soon. And that's another pot for Dennis, and that puts him at 12.3 million now, Alan.
Yeah, he's running it over for sure.
Not
Just
the
getting
greatest call
called
from Lars.
Yeah.
And I am unaware if Dennis Grigok is a cash game player or not, but his best live cash to date is $2,892, and he has a total live earnings of $7,515. But I think that is just astonishing from the way he's been playing. I would have thought it would be far greater than that. Meanwhile, Wojtek with 2 black ladies under the gun +1.
A lot of the pocket pairs that have been out.
What do you think about that?
Which, no, sorry.
Having less than Dennis having less than 10k live earnings ever.
It's impressive. Decent player, man. Just aggressive in the right spots, and also getting called when he has it. It's just been it's a good final table for him so far, obviously.
But if you pick up any tells on him that would indicate he's a cash beast, let me know. It doesn't seem, the way he carries himself, that he is a man that has that kind of earnings.
Interesting flop.
$996 is the flop. Very interesting flop indeed. Action. This is just go all in and call. Not all in and call, but the money going in the middle.
Small bet, piano.
These guys we're talking to should are low. Piano. Oh, you gotta love it. The turn, the Queen of Hearts, giving him more outs. Well, perceived more outs for Allegra, but indeed that both up Wojtek. Now, 30 Wojtek just wants to check back this turn. Very small sizing. Yeah, small size.
Bit of an annoying spot here for Natalia. Kind of forced to call the turn as well with the extra outs. Doesn't get there, so just going to be forced to check fold, obviously.
Yeah, my initial thought was that Wojtek should just check the turn, but that's his time to get more value from a flush draw. Maybe even a tiny bet will call with a 6. It's just gone from bad to worse.
You'd imagine if Natalia had a 9, he would have let Wojtek know as well. So, yeah, can't really bet too big here, can he?
Yeah. He just has to be happy to take the small pot down. Allegra just not having a hand to go against him. Or to call a bet. I mean, he's hoping... What's going to call him, Alan? Like, he has the deck crushed. If Allegra had a 9, I feel like you would know about it by now. Therefore, what's he going to get? A crying call from a 6?
At best.
Your hand there is just too good for Wojtek. It's like when you flop a set of aces, it's like, I didn't want the third ace. I'm not going to get any action now, no matter what I do.
True. I suppose Natalia can be happy as well. He didn't hit his draw. Would have been GG, I'd say.
Yeah. They were talking loads on the first night, as I was saying. They must know each other. Round to the cutoff of Dorian. Pocket trees.
You play 1.6?
To defend in the small from Allegra. With the king, jack of clubs, Dorian perhaps just with a mandatory c-bet here.
I would say so. It's difficult for most hands to continue here on this board.
Yeah. 150k is the bet. That will do. Get the job done. His 4th final table of this series. Just incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd like to put one of those rings on my finger. I'd like a bracelet, but after playing poker professionally, MTTs for 15 years, I've still never won a live trophy. I gotta get over there and win some form of jewelry.
Yeah, I have no ambitions for that at all.
You're
Right
on
now.
your own journey. What you're doing takes a lot of mental fortitude in a different way. It's a different game. The cash realm, I can only imagine. Tell the viewers how many hands you aim to play per month, Alan.
Probably talking 80k plus, anyways, 80 to 100k on average, I'd say. It's been a while since I've done anything less than 80, I think. Definitely this year, anyways. But I know guys that do more, but yeah.
To put that in perspective, when we commentate for a lengthy stream, the average would be less than 200 hands, sometimes hitting 250, and that is in an 8 to 10 hours. And that would be 100,000 hands in a month. It's just an incredible amount of volume. Back to the action for the moment. 215k is the bet from Kivar's Pocket Rockets. Raising under the gun. the
Kind of
defend.
close between a call, isn't it? With the just against the c-bet here, it's kind of difficult.
I like
mean,
a call here.
yeah.
Not much point in raising on King 4 Deuce against an under the gun open, but we could safely see a turn with backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws, backdoor pair outs. But maybe he wants to go for a raise. Looks like he has raising chips in his hand.
I kind of like that because you maybe have the set advantage here and the two pair advantage, and you also have some fold equity against hands that are more or less going to be c-betting potentially more than they should be. So it's difficult to defend against the raise here. Unfortunately, he's ran into a hand, obviously, but
maybe a raise is better, Alan. I just thought with this particular player, he hasn't been out of line at all. Maybe just peel one off, but perhaps the Queen Jack of Hearts works better as a raise.
I think if you had like ace, I mean obviously he has the ace of hearts, but if you had like ace x of hearts, it might be better to check call, like ace jack or ace 10 of hearts or something like that, where you're ahead sometimes. Queen jack, you don't really have the over. At least maybe that's what I'm thinking anyways.
Yeah, I think both are fine, but the way you are describing it, seems better to maybe check raise this particular combination.
I mean, it's a terrible turn card now, unfortunately.
Harder for us to take, just call on that flop and try to take it down from our opponent on a later street out of position facing an under the gun raise. The more I think about it, the fair check raise. I would be going against anything that this man does. He's a wizard, Harry.
This is interesting. I maybe feel this is not that good, if I'm honest. Probably a little bit overly aggressive. I think a lot of the calling range on the flop here is going to hit this turn, or at least always have to continue a lot on the turn here. Like if he has any pocket pairs here, like, I don't know, nines through queens with a diamond, or aces with a diamond, etc., then that's going to always continue here. So I don't think you get that many folds on this turn, except maybe some pocket pairs that that don't have a diamond, for example, are in a more tougher spot. But again, from the Queen Jack's perspective, you just have a lot of better hands that can barrel this turn. You're also blocking folds too with Queen Jack of Hearts if that floated the flop like Ace Jack, Ace Queen of Hearts or something like that, which you want him to have. Probably could have been avoided here by void check. He could have saved himself a few chips on the turn here, I feel.
800.
Oh, he went for it. To be fair, he's playing his hand like it would be if you had like some Queen of Diamonds or Queen X of Diamonds, Jack X of Diamonds or something like that. With the sizing on the river. So maybe if in position here has some King X without a diamond, he's in a tough spot. But yeah, I just think there's better hands to do this with, and Queen Jack should probably just give up on the turn, I feel. Yeah, I'm not too keen on this myself. Just think there's better hands to do this with than the one he's using. Wojciech is human.
Franz now on the button. An interesting hand nonetheless, Alan, there. I was muted there for a moment, my apologies. But he is indeed human, Alan.
Olen.
Wojciech moving all in from the small blind.
Did you catch the hand that happened there, Dan, with Wojciech, no? Or were you gone somewhere?
I did. No, what happened there was I was coughing and my mic was muted just for a moment.
No, that's
so
fair.
I'm not sure how much you heard me talk about when you said he is human after all. I was talking back about a hand last night and I don't think anyone could hear me, so my apologies.
No, I was muted. I was muted. Yeah,
And
no worries.
then I asked you about the hand and you were gone. Oh. It's okay. We're doing our best over here. What I was saying was the way he played that hand was indicative of having the ace high flush himself. And once he check raised the flop, I think his check raise was fine with the queen jack of hearts, but on the turn maybe he should give up. But once he bets the turn, I think the sizing he went with on the river is an okay follow through the way he's playing the hand and what hand he is repping. That was what I was saying when I was muted.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you heard what I said as well. When he does that sizing on the river, maybe looks like Queen X of diamonds or Jack X of diamonds that he's trying to target worse flushes potentially.
Yeah.
Again, you kind of see that in cash games as well, where like the equities potentially shift, where you kind of use a smaller sizing to target worse hands, and then whatever else in that range. So yeah, in regards to ranges and the sizing he used on the river, it made sense. I just think there's better hands to do it. I think the mistake was on the turn. I think flop is absolutely fine. But once the turn decision to bet, I think that's where the blunder happens.
Yeah. I think what the question I would ask you is, what do you think he will call the 800k bet with on the river? He's got serious odds to call without a diamond in his hand, but we have to be like, would Wojtek bet here without a diamond? And what are we beating if he is doing that?
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? That like he really shouldn't have that many bluffs, but at the same time, he doesn't need to have that many when he's value betting thin enough on the river anyways. I don't think Queen Jack works into that range of bluffs, but at the same time, I'm not really sure what bluffs he's going to have on that river itself. It's 4 to a flush. I don't think he can have many. So yeah, it's like even if you have ace king there without a diamond or something like that, it's like it's very, very difficult to find a call there, because I don't even think you're going to be right that often given the price you're getting. So it's just hard to find bluffs in that spot. But yeah, I mean, I just think the turn was the mistake there. I just don't think he should be c-betting or continue barreling the turn.
Yeah, I think the turn bet is a mistake, but once he bets the turn, I think he should probably follow through for that 800k sizing on the river.
I agree with that for sure.
Good stuff. He is human after all, yes.
Yeah.
What I was saying was that he was getting a little bit frustrated towards the very end of last night, but you can only make so many good decisions in a day. You've played 3 long days, you're running on empty. You just want to bag up your chips, go to bed, get a fresh start in the morning, hit the ice bath, get a massage, coffee, whatever you got to do. Go feed your dog at home. I don't know. But I was saying, we've had so much action here in the first 2 hours. This is brilliant. Really, really enjoying this. Buzzing to be here.
And the thing is as well about that hand, man, is like at least he had the I don't know if it's correct to say balls to do it, or the audacity to have a bluff there. I don't think some of the players at the table may not find that and put that pressure on. So he had heart to do that. So credit in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just surely our opponent's range is quite capped. Once we check raise the flop, bet the turn, 4th diamond pops off on the river. He's just trying to get a pair that doesn't contain a diamond to fold at that stage.
Yeah, a lot of them should maybe fold on the turn, except King X with a diamond. That's about it. See, in my opinion, anyways. Maybe some sets as well. But I don't know how many pocket pairs are under the gun. And that's the thing, you block some of the King X ones.
We block our opponent having King Jack and King Queen, which is quite important. They are two of the strongest hands that he can have that will call down.
Yeah,
I don't think a king is going to fold on that river for that sizing. without a diamond, but then you were saying if he is to bet that his opponent has to have a diamond to call.
It's just it's hard to find bluffs from the out of position when he check raises on the flop, bets turn, and then bets river. You know, I can't imagine how often it's going to be the case where it's not a diamond bet in the river there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, but you know, it's as you said, some people are gonna just have to make a mistake every now and again. But you know, he's still well in this with 26 big blinds. I wouldn't say there's anything to worry about just yet.
Absolutely. Still loads and loads of play to come here. It's a very interesting hand to target a range that opened into, like he's opening into Wojtek in that hand, 7-handed into the most dangerous player at the table, in my opinion. So I think that captain's range, whole table, he hasn't been out of line at all, Kivar. So he, in general, is going to have a stronger hand or stronger range in that hand than most players opening into Wojtek, in my opinion.
No, I agree.
So on this flop, 8, 6, deuce, 3 spades. Not much in it for Allegra having the dominating hand pre-flop. And this is why I would have liked to see Allegra re-jam this hand. That's a big mistake in a way because he's getting short. He's after getting 2 pay jumps now. There's not much else to worry about. He's going to need a stack to go against the bigger stacks at this table and try put himself in contention to win this title. And that, with all the juice out there for the taking, is a critical mistake in not rejamming the ace-10 offsuit from a cut-off open in such a loose, aggressive player like Lars.
No, defo. He's going to be opening quite wide there. That's rejam and that makes yeah, it's just going to be plus EV, isn't it? Or just a better play.
Yeah. And like as it's that, okay, the flop came 6-8 deuce and favored Lars, but how often are we going to just flop a 10? Okay, if we flop an ace, we get paid the full amount. But you know, we rejam and we get called. I'm not sure if it's the exact stack, but I think it was 12, maybe 13 big blinds. It's the ideal rejamming stack there.
For sure.
See, now he's going with ace deuce from the small. Granted, he's blind v blind. But you know, had he got his rejam through, he could still shove his ace deuce in the small blind.
Yeah.
But now I know exactly how much he has, so he's playing 2 million. We'll be going for a break in 1 or 2 hands for 15 minutes. Then we'll come back and the blinds will be 80k, 160k. So we'll push additional pressure on the shorter stacks of the table, allowing the bigger stacks to put even more pressure on their opponents. Now, Allegra on the button, so he's playing 1.36 million, not 1.9.
Strange, no? Not jamming.
Yeah, this is strange to raise and not jam. Or did he limp? No, well, sorry, it's a virtual jam, Alan. He's gone for 500k.
Yeah.
So there will be a short break, ladies and gentlemen, after this hand.
This King 10 might be a rejam versus somebody that would who's opening wider, but against.
Like, look how quick Wojtek folded the King 10 of hearts.
Wow.
Didn't even give it a thought. Okay,
I wonder,
guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I wonder if Natalia jammed there, would he have called King 10, but maybe not. But yeah, that's a story for another day.
Yeah, Natalia, I think, is playing one of the tightest at the table, so he's going to struggle to get called light by anyone right now, I think. Well, stay tuned. We're going on a short break. I'm going to brew some coffee. We'll be back in 13 minutes for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to Kings Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com. This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back to the King's Resort, live from Rozvadov, watching the final table of the World Series of Poker main event of the circuit events. Dennis way out in front here, 12.6 million chips. Natalia Allegra in C2 at 1.6 million. Franz C3 1.7. Wojtek, after taking a hit, playing just under 2 million. Kivar with 6.3 million in seat 5. Lars playing 8.5 million. And our man, the King's Reg, the King's Legend, Dorian Melhers in seat 9 with 3.3. Dennis in a commanding position here with 12.6 million. Lars with 8.5. Kivar with 6 and everyone else with 3.5 or less. So there's basically 3 short stacks now, all playing under 2 million chips. As the small blind, when we get the action restarted, it'll be 80,000. The big blind, 160,000, with a 160,000 running big blind. Andy, if you are just tuning in, my name is Action Dan. I am your host and commentator. But today we have a real treat. We've got our co-commentator in the booth, a very good friend of mine, Alan Finn.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Just waiting for the action to get back underway, Alan. Seatbelts and airbags now 7-handed. I didn't realize just how much the dynamic has changed. 3 stacks under 2 million. Dennis running away with it there with his 12.6. Then he's 8.5, second place. But geez, there's a few stacks now in that battle zone between 10 and 15 big blinds. And of course, they will all be wanting to wait each other out.
It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds with them. I was honestly looking at that myself, funnily enough, that there is them 3 stacks around the 15 to 20 big blinds. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out.
Absolutely. The action back underway. Well, now you see with the massive pay jumps, the bottom 3 in chips will be fighting it out the same way. There was a 5 big blind and 8 big blind stack when the final table started. Now there's 3 stacks that are very similar, which is music to Dennis's ears. He could just keep wham, bam, thank you, mamming them around the table. Lars can sit comfy, but he definitely does not want to be tangling with the chip leader. And as I said, Dennis seems to be one of the most fearless players I've seen in a long time from watching him yesterday. Almost just not knowing when to put the brakes on. And he doesn't have that massive threat that he had about an hour ago. The massive threat of Wojtek after diminishing his stack substantially. The raise coming from under the gun of Lars Melhers. Under the gun +1. Ace queen off suit, 20 big blinds. That is a 3-bet to 1.4 million. Interesting sizing to choose. Just covering himself.
I wonder if there was no ICM in play here. Would that just be a direct 3-bet shove?
I think so. It's covering himself in case some mammoth hand wakes up behind him and he can actually get away from it and somehow survive with 2 million. I told you he's a master at navigating through short and big stacks. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be to navigate his way through a big stack, but knowing how to change momentum based on what's going on at the table, who's at his table, and of course the biggest factor, how much chips people have, including himself. Nice pickup for him, puts him in the above the 3 million bracket, so he's now playing 4 million instead of losing a pot, dipping down close to 2. Huge differences, like they're just a couple of big blinds, but they matter so much when you have this ICM dynamic. All players guaranteed 30,100 euro. They can keep the 100 euro. Just give me the 30 grand, that's fine.
prefer round numbers myself.
Yeah, I like rounding up, not rounding down.
For sure.
And then from there, the pay jumps are all 10 grand plus.
Franz,
Oh,
this is
hello,
third time to have
Franz.
these.
Yeah. With a raise in front of him also.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis is going to be wide here again, no? Well, wide-ish, anyways.
Dennis is going to be wide for a while, Alan.
True that.
A wide, wild man is Dennis. Is he going for a flat here? This is going to stink of aces. It just really does.
So what, he had it was 11 effective, is what it was, or 10?
11 big blinds to start the hand, or maybe between 10 and 11. Let's round up, not round down.
Yeah, I mean,
Dennis not looking for an 8-high flop, that's for sure. Jack 9-7. Surely just smacks Franz. Calling range, if we can call it that, from the cutoff with under 10 big blinds facing a raise.
Still bets.
Dennis betting something. I don't know. I don't think he's thought about for long enough of what Fran's range could actually be here before betting 200k. I know it's only 1.5 big blinds, and most likely have to bet something with an inside straight draw. But like, what is the weakest hand we think Franz would call a raise with from an under gun +1? Granted, we are 7-handed in the cutoff, leaving himself with 8 big blinds behind. I struggled to find a hand that he would call with there that doesn't either smack that flop in the face or has an overpair to the board.
Or two overs in general.
Surely ace queen and ace king would just put it in pre.
You'd imagine so. Thinking maybe king queen suited or something like that, but that probably does the same thing potentially.
Maybe he would flat with ace jack, maybe, and that would still have top pair on this board. And after that, I'm struggling to find hands that would flat there.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hand, man. This should never happen, obviously, realistically.
King queen suited is the ultimate candidate for calling here, but that would still have to get in on this flop, surely. 2 overs, inside straight draw.
I think Fran was just a little bit annoyed he didn't get any value the last 2 times, that he just wanted to let somebody spike something this time, hopefully.
Well, hold on, let it not be said, against ace-8 offsuit there, he got maximum value.
I mean, yeah. So, what do we know?
Now an update of the chip counts. Natalia Allegra 10 blinds, Wojtek 11, Franz 16, Dorian 25, Kivar 37, Lars 49, and out in front with 75 big ones is Dennis. But it is all to play for here. Just look at those stunning graphics in the background. They're so cool, aren't they? So colourful and
really
vibrant. Nice. No expense spared at King's. I know you haven't been to King's Resort yet, Alan, but we'll have to put it on the list.
Definitely. I've heard nothing but good things.
Even if you're not an MTT player, there is 1,000,001 cash games to play over there.
For sure.
Kivar on the button. Raising to 330k. Now Lars in the small ace-10 offsuit. And the decision. The 3-bet coming to the tune of 1.1 million, almost 1.2. Great candidate to 3-bet from the small blind here. One of the best combinations we could hope for as a bluff. Not really a bluff, but we're playing our hand for its strength, just wanting to take this one down pre-flop, not really wanting to get called out of position. What do you reckon here, Alan? Just stick it in his eye with the deuces, all in.
Yeah, I was like, even just more. I feel like a fold here is probably best. I don't know if calling twos here is going to be that profitable.
No.
Obviously, if it comes to 2 on the flop, then all good, but that ain't going to happen enough. And yeah, stack sizes probably can't justify it, I doubt. I mean, 3-bet jamming here, or sorry, 4-bet jamming here would be a bit high variance. I'm sure Lars is also 3-betting wide enough here that you could maybe justify it, but yeah, it may be a bit of an overplay potentially to do it.
Yeah, I was initially joking about just jamming over the top here with deuces because I don't think Kivar will. But if there was significant history and there's a guy coming at me from the small, I would find it hard to fold a pair. Maybe not deuces, like, but 4s, 5s, I'm going.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I think that's the correct play, obviously. I don't think calling there is going to be profitable, and yeah. Jamming could be, but still, it's a bit too much potentially.
If the 3-bet is coming from the big blind, then the best pairs we want to jam over the top are 6s, 7s, and 8s, because we want our opponents to be 3-bet. This is a bit, not next level, but when people are 3-betting from the big blind, they want to have hands that contain like stuff like King 5 offsuit, Ace 4 offsuit, maybe even something weaker that contains a 3 or a deuce in it. So therefore, the best pairs we could jam over the top with are 6s, 7s, and 8s, because we unblock them having the 5, the 4, and the 3 and the deuce in their hands.
Makes sense.
Plus, you don't want to you jam all out with deuces and then get called by ace king and you run out a double pair board and you get counterfeited.
Yeah, that'd be horrible. But like, there's 3, if not 4 stacks below. The guy that was in position there, I forget who it was. Oh yeah, the Iranian guy. Kivar, that's who it was. Yeah. So I mean, he has that to take into account if he was ever debating 4-bet jamming 2s in the first place. That there's 3 or 4 stacks below him. So yeah,
no,
no need, obviously.
But there's no need for it. No, he's just too good of a position. But the sentiment was like at some point you don't want to keep giving away your button opens when the small blind, the big blinds are 3-betting.
Well, Lars definitely looks like a guy that's capable of having a good 3-bet range, or the correct one at least, especially at that stack depth. So, yeah, it's definitely something to be aware of for sure.
Dennis defending Queen 6 of hearts in the big blind. Ace, deuce, deuce is the flop. Franz way out in front here. Great flop for his hand.
I don't think he's missed. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say his hand is so strong I wouldn't even mind if he checked here.
I don't
think he's missed the
I don't
flop,
think.
yeah, is what.
Yeah, yeah, more or less what I was going to say. Yeah.
Good man Franz takes another one down. Extends his stack to over 3 million. Wojtek not used to having sub 20 big blinds, just playing 11 bigs, must be feeling a bit alien to him right now.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling that myself, that it might be he would have got through, but I think Queen 2 is really close there, Dan. No.
He could just put more pressure on Allegra. I think Allegra plays quite face up for the most part. I wouldn't be getting, if I was Allegra there, I won't be getting too used to getting walks from Dennis into small, but maybe it's okay to give a walk here and there so you're not pounding on every single opportunity you have to take that down. That could pay dividends in the future.
True.
But Queen Deuce, he could just have elected to 3.5, 4x from the small. I don't hate it. Just keep applying pressure. Why not? If it's going to work, don't stop. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, true.
Now, I was talking to one or two of the pros in Ireland recently at Finton's game in Killarney, and they're just talking about recent EPT they were playing. There was one or two players, it wasn't just one, about they were over in Barcelona recently, and the amount of high-stake regs, MTT players, cash players that are playing really strange off sub 15 blinds, like 3-bet folding off 10 bigs and like squeezing and just doing weird things off that stack depth with weird hands. And this is not saying that this is
Thank you.
a weird spot to raise, but he has just 11 blinds. So the standard play from under the gun 7-handed here would just be to try jam and take down the blinds and antes. However, he is opting for a different strategy, knowing that he is of the highest caliber at this table and he can find other spots. He doesn't just have to jam in 11 bigs here. That is exactly what I'm talking about. So interesting to see him raising off this stack and not just jamming.
Yeah, me personally, I'd be jamming this, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously a different concept that he still maybe has an edge in other parts. You know, if he gets, you know, if he, it just better spots basically, and just exploiting that. Still interesting to see it though.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up is just it was mentioned to me by 2 or 3 different pros throughout the weekend. So I was like, geez, there must be something to this because this is not the norm. And look at this, Dorian sniffing this out, like, because Dorian cannot 3-bet here without committing himself to Wojtek.
Like,
So
what's
to
the
sniff
worst
this
that
out-
Dorian can do here? Like, you know, it's like there isn't many bad hands that he's going to do this with.
This is incredible stuff, Alan. So exactly the topic of conversation that I've brought to your attention about people doing, the higher caliber players doing things off 11, 10, 9 and 8 big blinds. He has sniffed this out knowing what Wojtek is at and coming back with a hand that's very playable against an all-in, but he doesn't have that much chips himself. That's a very interesting hand for me. That goes wrong for him there, Alan. He's put in the 3-bet to 800k. He's going to have to call the guts of 1 million more. And he would be left with 10 big blinds himself if he is wrong in that situation. So he has to really focus and know that Wojtek is using this stack as a min-raise fold.
Yeah, it's cool. It's interesting, alright.
It is really interesting, yeah. Now, he's picked one of the better candidates of a starting hand to do it with in the Queen Jack of Diamonds. But as it stands, he's got a dominating hand to fold, and had Wojtek just played it the standard shove there, he would have just took down the blinds and antes. Instead, he folds a hand that's dominating Melhers' hand. But Dorian's hand looks unbelievably strong there to do that.
Yeah. Just goes to show the playability in a whatever 5 to 10 to 15 big blind stack, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, one of the players at the Clarny was telling me that he was playing in EPT Barcelona and someone 3-bet folded to him off a 9 big blind stack.
Yeah, it's obviously a thing.
Incredible. Incredible.
No. No stealing? No stealing.
People, he said, squeezing with fold equity with like 10, 11 and 12 big blinds. With like medium holdings, nothing amazing. People just willing to raise fold a lot more than you would see it happening, say, 5 to 10 years ago. I remember when I first started playing, back many days ago now, it was not even the norm to 3-bet fold to a 20 big blind stack. That was like, whoa, what are you doing? You're getting too good of odds.
Yeah. That was the thing, odds, and it's just like, you know, ranges are another thing to take into account, and I think that's become more important than the price, so to speak.
Ranges over odds. We get t-shirts made. I want to get some of this merch blacklisted. I've seen it on every break. Suppose it's a good time to say, if you are looking to buy any of the merchandise and you are streaming or on the Twitch chat or any other chat, you go to the merchandise store, you get 10% off all your purchases, and you can find out all the information about that and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Back to the action. But I do. Some of them hoodies look great. I wasn't lying. Dennis with the open to 325k with the ace-8 of hearts. Wojtek in the small blind. Look at him now after that raise fold. He's just playing 7 big blinds. He's going to take a stand here, Alan.
Probably going to get called too by the looks of it.
Action. Action Alan and action Dan in the mix. Dennis asking for a count, but he's going to be priced in surely for 905k more. Like, this is an amazing opportunity, Alan, for Dennis to knock out such an amazing player for such a cheap price.
Yeah, and just a pay jump as well, no? On top of that, it's worth something too.
Yeah.
But yeah, his stack size, he probably should be just, yeah, there should be no hesitation here, really. I don't think, anyways.
Well, there is the flip side of that, like everything in poker, the coin flip situation. You're also doubling up the strongest player left in the field also.
True.
But you got to gamble to win. Surely it's a risk he's willing to take.
Yeah, I think he will call here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't.
It's not like he really wants to keep this ICM dynamic going. It's not that big of a deal here that he just wants to edge pass for less than $1 million more. He's sitting with 12 million. No problem in giving it some careful consideration before calling, though. Something I wish I could do better every time I play live poker is just take more time on my decisions. I think that comes from playing for years online, and I think this is just giving Wojtek too much credit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of works both ways. You don't want to double him up again, but you also don't want him at the table. But I mean, I think that might be too good. I think that's too good of a hand potentially. I feel intuitively, I don't know for sure, but I think that should be a call there for many reasons. Obviously pros and cons, but I think the pros outweigh the cons in that situation.
Yeah, spot on, Alan. I think the graphics might have been slightly wrong, and it looked like he had more chips when he jammed, but it might be more than 900k to call. But
yeah, somebody in chat is saying that as well, that it might have been 13 or 14 big blinds versus the 8 or 9, which I suppose makes a difference, to be fair. Like ace-8 might be just borderline there. Ace-10, ace-jack, obviously I think is going to be a call in that spot, but ace-8 might be borderline, potentially. I feel anyways.
yeah, I think the chat is right, because it looked like he had more chips. It said 905k to call more. He definitely calls 900k, surely. So if it's 13 or 14, I think I'd be leaning on the side of fold. That would make a lot more sense, because I was trying to figure out why he was tanking for so long. We can see that Wojtek is up to 18 bigs, so we could probably mathematically figure exactly how much he shoved out. Someone asked in the chat, "Are you from Australia, Alan?" Australia?
No, sir. I am Australia, mate. Nah, Irish, Ireland.
He's from the same county as Fintan Gavin, Galway.
Yes, sir.
No. I have no use.
The next best thing.
We'll see in 30 minutes.
One of the best places in the world, sure.
Depends what you're looking for.
The buzzing metropolis of Galway City is a sight to behold. The buzzing metropolis of King's Resort is a sight to hold. Also, Kivar
Yeah,
calling
true that.
80k in this small blind. Lars checking back. Ace 7 6, 2 clubs. Good flop for a Kivar with this flush draw. Bottom pair, the king kicker for Lars.
It's a very interesting dynamic with the limping strategy. It's something I know very, very little about. It's very infrequently used with players in cash games as well because there's rake. But in MTTs, obviously, it's a lot more common. So yeah, it's a wild west in this situation, I suppose, isn't it? Oh, wow.
It's a wild, wild turn card from the Wild West.
For sure. Defo.
Yeah, I think what separates the men from the boys sometimes in MTTs is how well they play blind v blind. Granted, it's the sample size at final tables of MTTs, but they are where you pick up all these little small pots that they all add up to getting a double up if you do it right over X amount of hands.
Mm-hmm. I like this check as well by Kivar here. It's probably another turn you want to bet that frequently.
No, control the size of the pot here. No problem with check calling with your flush draw, but it's just a dirty card pairing the board on the turn. If he has an ace, he's going to continue. Has a 7, most likely continue. And of course, a 6 destroys you. We do not want to get raised off our flush draw. No problem check calling for 1 bet. Unless he bets 1.2 million.
Yeah. Which actually would be quite nice as well to have an overbet here because you're going to have a decent amount of floats on the flop here. Something like 8-10, 8-9, you know, stuff like that. 8-5, 4-3. A lot of good shots and stuff like that. Yeah, pot
Well, this
size
is
nice
also
here.
a nice sizing just under pot. Now,
I just have to fold versus this size.
Had he bet a smaller sizing, I think we have a mandatory continue. But we have to take into careful consideration if we do hit one of our 7 outs,
is it clean?
Are we going to get paid? Because we can't just lead out once we hit our flush. So is it worth calling now if our opponent is just most likely going to check the river?
Yeah, I'm not too keen on this now, if I'm honest, then.
I'm not so keen on it anymore. The ace of hearts hitting the river. For a pot size, we are very much polarized on the turn, though. I don't think we're going to take that sizing with an ace. I could be wrong.
Definitely not. No, I think you're right. This is the problem here. And the check is... Yeah, it's kind of like I said, the Jack 10 here, strangely enough, is ahead of some of the gut shots and straight draws here. So, you know.
Would you be the biggest sicko to check jam if Lars was to bet, knowing that he most likely can't have a 6 to try get him off, or most likely can't have an ace to try get him to fold a 6?
I was thinking maybe to lead, to donk there, yeah, would be, but yeah, he's polarizing to a 6 there, so he never has an ace, so it's kind of like, it's not the easiest thing to do there, in game, I suppose, is it?
Well, I was saying if you check the river and Lars bet a 6, we'd come over the top. Seems a bit out there.
It's a bit out there, but like at the same time, like Lars can potentially go thin there because there maybe is some 7x and maybe some limped pocket pairs, but you know, it probably would be far too thin, I'd say. Depends on the small blind strategy. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like, what exactly is Keyvar limping there pre-flop? And it's going to be a lot of ace-x, I'd assume. Some like offsuit ace-x and shit like that. So
Yeah, what are
probably
we
can't bet
going?
that river.
What are we going to get value from our 6 on the river? Like, what's going to call us? Like, we're just going to be beat if he has an ace. So, but you're
Most of the
thinking
time,
that
yeah.
if he donks on the river to try getting a 6 to fold, that also seems
Yeah.
ambitious.
You'd have to donk pretty polar as well, like for the most part. Which, yeah, again, the strategy is just mad there in that spot, really. I think the check call in the turn is probably a mistake as well versus that sizing.
We've been going deep into the murky waters, Alan.
Got to make the time go somehow.
There's sharks in the water. Okay, updated the chip counts. Allegra with 12, Wojtek 18, Franz 19, Dorian 25, Keyvar 26, Lars 59, and out in front is still Dennis playing 11.2 million, good for 70 big blinds. Fun stuff though, Alan. Great to be able to bounce ideas off someone in the booth.
Likewise.
I think every poker player of the world wishes they could play better from the small blind. It's such an overplayed spot. We either overplay it or underplay it.
The blinds in general, as you said already, it's like just the Wild West, man, especially blind v blind. But yeah, just playing out of position most of the time is difficult in itself, no matter what format you're playing.
Yeah, I think it's easy to say, oh, try avoid playing in the small blind out position, but once you get short-handed and you're trying to take down a title of this magnitude, you want to get good. You cannot just keep giving walks, and it's a very tough situation to be in. You're going to just keep limping, and if you're against an aggressive player in the big, they're just going to pile pressure on you time and time again. So you need to get better at trapping or 4xing or 3.5xing from the small blind yourself, but you are always handcuffed from the small blind. I think one of the best strategies to have is a limp shoving range, 20 to 30 blinds. It's very hard to combat, and we lose a lot of blinds from trying to isolate the limper in the small. If you do that a couple of times, you've lost like minimum 10 blinds.
It adds up.
It definitely adds up. Every pot so crucial and magnified every decision these players make as Dennis picks up the kings at kings. 2 black cowboys.
I'm sure Dennis as well is more than capable of, 3-betting, the polarized here itself.
Coming in hot with the 3-bet to just under a mil. 960k is the bet. Lars quickly folding. These two boys not wanting to get tangled, holding 20 million chips between the two of them.
It's nice.
It's a lot of biscuits, Alan.
It's worth a lot of biscuits and EV chips, no?
100 cement. Kivar raising from the hijack with ace-8 offsuit. It's a bit of a loose open considering the players behind him, especially this man. Pocket tens for Dennis in the small blind. 3-bet incoming is my prediction.
It's dangerous when an aggressive player starts getting hands, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just the perfect storm.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling though, as I said earlier, that this guy, it's not his first rodeo. It might be one of his first MTT rodeos, but he's got all the feel of an aggressive cash player about him. Maybe I haven't tuned into his exact sizings. They don't. What sticks out to me when we know we've got a cash player at the table a lot of the time is they've got really large sizings, really strange sizings in weird spots, and it's like, okay, that was put into a solver, or they've used that online. I'm not really getting that vibe from him, but he seems to be fearless, and that would indicate that he has experience, just not on the live MTT felt.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. Hasn't done anything wrong really. Just been probably overly aggressive in spots where people couldn't continue. I know that King Deuce from earlier on was a good example where he double barreled. I think it was cut off versus Big Blind. On a straight complete and turn or something like that, you know, stuff like that where timing and just gets away with it and not running into it helps a lot.
Well, every now and again, a Phoenix rises from the ashes with no experience and just plays fearless and takes down a huge event. Like it does happen. A star is born, essentially, in a sense.
Could be his time.
Meanwhile, Dorian raising from the cutoff. Dennis on the button.
This is more of it again. This is like maybe the third of the last four hands.
This is third 3-bet in a row.
In a row?
I think so.
No, I think you're right. It's definitely the last 3 out of 4 at most anyways. Could be in a row. Yeah, because even the small blind or big blind the last time when he did it, so 3 out of 3, yeah.
It's 850.
What are you thinking here, Dan? It's interesting, no? Against Dennis in particular.
I think this is 6s, 7s, or 8s to 3-bet jam all in, or 4-bet jam all in. Seems ideal. Got to take a stand at some point, and Dennis, this is a third hand to 3-bet in a row with a stack of 12 million. I don't know if you get much better opportunities to 4-bet jam here, although you might decide to peel just for 500k more. I prefer just going over the top. I would rather he jammed than folded. I don't think folding is an option, honestly, to cut off against button here. And I predict we will see him move all in after a little bit of posturing.
I think he knows it too.
He's really stoic. I like the way he composes himself at the table. He's riffling chips here now, but his go-to is to keep his hands on his lap until he makes a decision each time.
Nice. Well played.
You can call me Action Dan because I predict these things. And this will be a really nice pickup. Moving his stack from 4 million to 5.2.
Yeah, that's huge,
huge
no?
at this. Yeah, it's massive. Like, He's done that twice now. He's gone from 3 to 5 million, and that puts him in the middle of the pack instead of underneath the 3 million mark. Here we get an update. He now puts him in
ahead of Kivar, how,
third
like?
place. Yeah. Natalia Allegra, our short stack with 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I just think against Dennis, it seems to be the best play. Maybe against one or two, maybe three other players potentially at the table, it may not be the best thing to do. But against Dennis, yeah, it just like seems like the easiest decision to go all in there.
The bottom line is, if we are raising that hand and folding to a 3-bet from these positions cut off against button, we are being exploited. If that they will have that information in an hour's time, and if you're still hanging around, then their 3-betting range is going to be wider. We have to combat this strategy of the big stacks 3-betting us by 4-bet jamming. If we don't, they're just going to run all over us. But oh my word, Dorian, the very next hand, 2 red aces in the hijack.
What did they say? Gets rewarded, yeah, for the right play previously. I always am a strong believer in that.
But if we're just going to fold to a 3-bet with pocket sevens, then there's not much point in opening them in the first place.
Yeah.
Cut off against button, against the chip leader. Also, the small caveat there, it was his 3rd time to 3-bet in a row. Like, we can see that he had strong holdings, but he doesn't need strong holdings to do that.
True. Just a range. Just good timing from Dorian as well. The two out of three of them, he had the hands like you said, and then the one time he does it, he thankfully didn't have it.
Yeah, exactly, Alan.
Oof.
Allegra pocket 9s on the button, playing 10 bigs, but with a raise and a 3-bet in front of him, most likely just have to let these 9s go. Lets them go pretty quickly. Franz with pocket 8s will most likely have to do the same thing.
Raise, re-raise.
I might have been guilty of going with the 9s there, but that could have been a mistake if I was there now.
ICM wise, we just have no fold equity with 1 hour blinds, 7-handed. We're going to pick up a better spot. Well,
I like that, yeah.
In theory, it's like you fold those 9s and you would have been ahead or whatever. That's just hindsight again, right? And
yeah.
But it is important to note that if you have 10 bigs, you can only survive 4 rounds at a table before you are eliminated.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it? Especially again when it's short-handed, like it is 7-handed at the moment.
It's not a lot of hands played in a day compared to a man playing 100,000 a month.
Slight difference, all right.
But genuinely, there it is, only 36 hands. No, less. It's like 30 hands or so less. 28 if there's only we're playing 7-handed, 4 rounds at a table. It's only about an hour and 20 minutes poker, depending on how long a hand takes. That is why these rejams are so crucial. These 4-bet jams are so crucial. Your 3-bets need to be on point. Just one hand, one misstep, one jam, unnecessary jam, and you are heading home.
Live and die by the sword, no.
Live and die by the sword is right. Well, Dorian Melhers will go out swinging. You'll have to pry the last of those chips from his dead cold fingers. The man is a scrappy, scrappy fighter. You see the moderator Apocalypse UK declaring Dorian has won 5 titles at King's this year and it is his 4th final table this festival. That is just remarkable.
Yeah, it's a fair statistic, all right.
But as I commentate more and more, I see the same faces, and it's no coincidence. The better players are going deep all the time. That's a testament to how good the structures are at King's. How many tournaments they have the opportunity of going deep in. One event ends and another one begins every week at the King's Resort, 52 weeks of the year. It's just as outstanding. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's very nice, all right.
Franz opening in the cutoff off 17 blinds. King Jack off suit. Kivar with the decision in the small blind. And Alan, sometimes these are great hands to come along for the ride, but you're getting a reduction in price in the small, but you need to be careful at final tables like this. Do this a couple of times and call a c-bet here and there. You're suddenly very short. Can really erode your stack when you're playing less than 25 big blinds to start the hand. But on the flip side of that, it's also, look at this, that just bought the King's swimming shorts.
Nice.
Come on in, the water's lovely. We're going into the deep waters today. You're going to need your more than swimming shorts. But I said on the flip side of this, we call in the small, can hit big. Our hand is quite disguised. And it does play very well, the suited connector from the small blind.
Peeling on the flop anyways, against the bet.
I think peeling on the flop is totally fine, but is there any merit to just jamming here, or at least raising?
I was just going to ask that, yeah.
But if we raise, someone comes over the top, at least we've got our information. I think with this combination of backdoor diamonds, it might be just better to call, but we are going to be facing a lot of bad turn cards, and that's
going to be one of them. Like 400 to 500k here, or maybe 400 to 600k puts a lot of pressure on something like this kind of hand.
I think for his sizing, peeling is fine on the flop.
He checks back.
I actually would not have minded just jamming all in.
On the flop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Yeah, it's a mistake by Franz. They're probably not to bet the turn, I think.
It's a big mistake. Letting a 5 win here at showdown is just unacceptable.
Yeah. Unacceptable.
The 7 of clubs rolling off on the river does complete a lot of hands for the small blinds range, but our chance there is to bet the turn and get him to fold a hand exactly like the one he has. This game is all about denying our opponent's equity.
I mean, it's usually the case anyways. When you pick up extra equity on the turn, you do obviously continue barreling a lot, and that's what happened there, and he chose not to, and, you know, kind of not unfortunately, but yeah, just doesn't work out that way, and loses the hand on top of it.
I mean, it's not a good river for him to bet because, as I said, there's a lot of two pairs that come in, and it's harder to get our opponent off the hand. But the time to bet there is the turn.
Yeah, agreed.
Dennis with the ace slickens under the gun, 330k to go.
Interesting here.
Lars. This is interesting because both of these players, huge stacks. 53 bigs and 69 bigs for the chip leader.
I was going to say, this is probably always a call, really, isn't it? I don't think 3-betting makes any sense here, especially against these two guys.
I like the call. The only caveat there is we're bringing in Melhers for a reduced price in the big blind, but I think that's a chance I'm willing to take with my pocket nines in the small. 10-8-4 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Dennis with the ace of diamonds. Good flop for Lars's pocket nines, just 1 overcard.
I think Dennis has probably c-bet every single board he's raised pre-flop.
Do you prefer a check back with this combination?
No, because you can possibly still get caught from worse, and there's like a ton of cards you can barrel on the turn, even with ace king, but you have the diamond there, so yeah, I mean, I just haven't seen much check raising going on here, so if that's the case, then we can definitely see bet like way more frequently than, you know, maybe that's more than you should, but perfect turn card here, obviously.
I just think with the chip lead, I don't see the merit. Granted, we have backdoor diamonds. I just go on to bet. If I get check raised, I will reevaluate. Maybe even call one if it's a small sizing. Don't mind checking on this queen of diamonds turn, but maybe betting again. Getting our opponent to fold a 10 or an 8 by the river, an 8 on the turn. Or just some other hands that might have some equity.
It's just one of those hands, isn't it, that you just obviously can't bet river. Your decision is more or less on the turn, really, isn't it? It's hard to imagine maybe that the ace king has that much showdown value there, you know, unless he has like ace jack of clubs or something like that.
Personally,
that's only one combo.
If I'm Dennis there, I'm going for all 3 streets.
I think so too. If I was playing that hand myself, I feel very similar about that. I mean, you're not going to get a better turn card in the deck than that one. I mean, just so many extra outs, and also you have the nut, you know, flush blocker.
Yeah,
range advantage as well with sets.
I mean, the reason we bet again is like how often are we going to get check raised off our hand, and if we do get check raised, then that's indicating severe strength from the positions there. So therefore, like, why I see all the pros to betting again on that turn and very little cons.
Probably not going to find enough bluff raises anyways, if there even is in that situation there, from most players anyways. Even though Lars is obviously quite a competent player, I still don't think he probably won't find enough raises there, bluff raises that is, that if we bet. I suppose the only downside that if we bet and get raised that we don't get to realise our equity that cheaply. Obviously, we're still forced to call, but you know, we're putting more money in than maybe we would have liked. But you're still going to get a ton of falls, like you mentioned, Dan. So like, yeah, I think betting there majority of the time, if not all the time, makes the most sense.
Agreed.
I think he might think that himself also, as well, after seeing the hand. And I mean, obviously you can't know that in game, but just yeah, I feel he might regret not betting that turn.
This is a small misstep for Dennis, but
yeah,
puts him back down in around 10 million, where he would have just kept his stack above the 12. And in terms of stack depth, that's still 1/6 of his chips.
it's an interesting turn card here now with Dennis's hand as well. And decides to check.
Yeah, I think he could bet with the king of spades on the turn, but the flop went check, check, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think both betting and checking are fine. Maybe just want to
Don't
check
really like...
call with the king of spades.
Yeah.
Do you prefer betting the turn?
From a cash game perspective, just I would tend to do that more frequently if I was in this situation. But yeah, like it's I'm not sure what the strategy looks like in this spot, but I feel on ace high boards, and maybe it's applicable in both formats, that a lot of players will check back the weaker ace x that you're not going to get to fold on the turn, so you're going to force yourself to bet a lot of rivers. But at the same time, you have the king of spades blocker. It can never be bad. And you also put a lot of pressure on that ace x itself. But I'm not sure how often people fold. I just don't know. I don't know if I like this check call here itself. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. The river coming with the queen of clubs.
See, the thing is in this spot as well, if you can lead some king jack as well here on the turn, potentially, where that completes now on the river. So you can put more pressure on some ace x, like ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, or not ace 7, but like maybe ace 2, ace 3, that sort of hands that are going to check back the flop, that are in a pretty indifferent situation here on the river, with our hands specifically.
Do you feel when Lars checks behind on the button that he's got a piece of this, that he would be bluffing with a lot of his other range, so therefore he most likely has a weak ace or a 10 in his check back flop range from the button?
I feel so, yeah. I feel so. That's just from my own experience that in theory, a lot of the weaker ace x are check back anyways. And then obviously the stronger ones are bet, and then the in between ones are kind of literally mixed frequencies. But yeah, it's like I just think this combo itself that Dennis has is just way too good to like not start bluff on the turn. We've also seen Dennis do some things that we didn't agree that might have been the best play from earlier on with the sevens that time. But I don't know. That's what I would do on that spot anyways with the king of spades.
I think out of position, I just try to take control of the hand on the turn. But what I just said was, if he's checking back the flop, then he most likely has a 10 or an ace, and therefore betting with the king of spades on the turn isn't that great. If we think that that's what his check back range is indicating to us. But I think we get him to fold all his small pairs, hands that have missed that flop, maybe even suited connectors. Surely he's going to have a weak enough range raising from the button, or wide enough range into the big blind. So therefore, I think we just are one and done then on the turn. And then maybe when that queen of clubs comes in, we can decide to fire a second barrel. Like you said, we have hands that connect with our king of spades that would now have a pair or a straight, two pair maybe.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I don't mind the one and done situation. Again, I'd probably overly aggressive in that spot with blockers like that. But on that queen, I think it's too good to like not not, if we did lead the turn ourselves, to not follow through also. I mean, check raising's a possibility too. That would be interesting to see.
Oh, here we go. Allegra with the kings. The kings popping up everywhere today, it seems.
There's a lot of these pocket pairs, man. Higher pocket pairs that have been around.
Dennis is raised from the small with 10-5 off suit, and it's 965k more for him to call, which surely is not good enough. Thank you for your help, Johan the man. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening, mate.
Enjoy your game of bridge. Leave the poker to the professionals.
He clapping hands.
Yeah, he's a pure character, man.
Nice
The hands that were taking place on Sunday night were some of my funnest hands I would commentate on since I've started working with kings. Genuinely, absolute mayhem. And he was right in the thick of it. There was also a guy called, I don't know, I can't remember his first name. I was calling him Fisher Price. His second name was Fisher. He was doing some bizarre things with his stack size, but he was highly entertaining and such good sports at the table, talking away to each other every hand, laughing, joking, showing cards. It's just great for the game, man. And instead of this hoods up, I like wearing shades at the table and I like looking a bit mean, but I way prefer talking. You can pick up on so much information as well, but it's just better for the game. It's going to bring in the more recreationals to see that, the more they will want to play a fun, interactive game instead of this game where we have the hoods up, headphones in, although you can't wear headphones at the feature table, and the glasses and nobody talking to each other. It's not very appealing for someone that's never played this game and sees it on this stream. Might want to get involved and then just doesn't see anybody talking or having what we want to have from the game is fun. But
no, for sure,
back
for sure.
to the action, because this is a huge moment. Dorian Melhers raising with ace king off suit. Allegra all in for 2.165 million. This is going to be a huge moment for both players here.
9-9, please. Ando.
This is huge for both players here, Alan. 4.7 million in the middle. It's a fair fight. 55% for Melhers ace king. There must be a 9 folded. 45% for the pocket nines.
Good luck, Allegra.
Natalia Allegra all in. Dorian Melhers all in. We'll call. He has 3.3 million behind. Queen 8-3, 2 clubs is the flop. Now it's the ace king in big trouble, and Allegra kind of jumping out of his seat and running around the place. This guy does not like sitting easy. I can't blame him in this particular situation, as we will see the turn. Turn is the jack of spades. It's never easy. Dorian needing help on this river, or he will be back down to 16 big blinds. Allegra needing his nines to hold for a pot of almost 5 million. As we see, the river is the ultimate brick, the deuce of clubs. Allegra fisting the air. Dorian takes a big hit.
Like 16 or 17 now, I think. BBs.
It is what it is. You in? One.
Is what it is. I like that. Doesn't seem too phased.
65.
Live by the sword and die by it, Alan. This man will go out on his shield.
No doubt. The patient guy, Mr. Allegra.
Well, he wore a nice shirt, to be fair.
Goes a long
Give
way.
the man, give the man credit for his little crocodile. Here
that.
is the update. Now, Franz 8 big blinds, Wojtek 12, Dorian 16, Allegra 23, Kivar 24, and then there is a big difference. The two chip leaders playing 9.5 and 10.5 million. Dennis in second place, Lars up top, but not much separating them in the slightest. Just a few big blinds as the price of poker has just gone up. 100k the small blind, 200k the big blind with a 200k running big blind ante. This is an easy level to know exactly how many blinds people have as well, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. Rounded numbers.
Hello to Who Are You Donkey. Hello Fender Bender. Hello to all the Action Army regs on the Twitch chat. Good evening.
Good evening.
Franz all in declared.
How much?
How much declared from Lars?
That's fine. Thank you.
You see, that was a dicky one as well, Alan. Had he got literally 1.5, 2 blinds less, it's a call for Lars.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting to that push forward kind of situation now for a lot of these guys, isn't it?
Well, with a 200k big blind, they're putting in 500,000 every time the blind and antes hit them. And that's every few hands. So this is going to be a really interesting level after Dorian losing that hand. It really evens out the bottom few stacks, and it's going to become very scrappy. Some of my favorite kind of poker, these small little pots that all add up.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think being a turbo specialist for years, that's why I like this kind of poker. But I mean, who doesn't love a huge flip for 50 big blinds, 100 big blinds each? But it's these little tiny spots that make all the difference, especially when you're playing seven-handed. Flop, jack, jack, 4, 2 spades. Good flop for the hijack of Dennis, 1.1 million in the middle. But yeah, Alan, adjustments have to be made with the blinds going up for sure.
Yeah.
But as Dorian declared after losing that hand, it is what it is.
Simple as that.
The bar is not too far away from the feature table, as some of the cheapest pints I've ever had in my life, being 11 days into sober October now. You could get a pint there at the bar. I wouldn't be ordering one anyway. Less than €2 for a pint that was there a couple of years ago.
It's dangerous.
It is dangerous. Dangerous for anyone, and extra dangerous for an Irishman.
Oh, for sure. Max exploit.
5 out of 5 on TripAdvisor. Raising with this combination, which is the greatest
Available.
combos to raise. Not much going on for him with Queen 8, so perhaps a bit too loose of a check raise from the big blind.
Maybe just trying to attack the over c-betting situation that I mentioned earlier on from Dennis. But yeah, definitely better combos than Queen 8 with the Queen of Clubs, and just, yeah, could be better selection.
Yeah, the Ace of Diamonds on the turn, and he's just going to have to give up now.
Well, I went check on the turn. He's after getting the Queen. Interesting. He might be tempted to check call here, as opposed to flush complete as well. There's many worse hands.
It's a pretty great card for Dennis. All things considered, 2.5 million in the middle, give or take. Check from Kivar now. Alan, what sizing gets paid by a queen? If he had a queen, it's very... Dennis has to figure out what Kivar would check raise him with here on the flop that would still be able to call on the river after checking the turn over to him. So I wouldn't be going too big of a sizing.
Could be some ace x of spades here, to be fair. Well, not even ace x of spades, I suppose. That's going to bet the river itself, I'd say.
People are asking our names
very
in
narrow
the Twitch
range.
chat. I'm not Dan Rankin, it's Don Rankin. Yeah, Don Rankin. And Action Alan Finn. Fellow poker pro, cash specialist. I think that's a decent sizing he has chose, but I don't know.
I agree.
What he gets called by. Would he really
he's,
check raise a jack and then check the turn? And check the river? No, he wouldn't. He just doesn't. He doesn't have a jack.
There might be some weaker jack X in his range here that might do that. That decided to check on the turn. Potentially. The ace is good for imposition here for Dennis's range, so maybe checking sometimes for deception isn't the worst thing in the world either. But I think he's capped himself mostly here, to be fair. Kivar.
He's not going to get paid by a 4 with that sizing. What KM said he's targeting 5s to 7s. I think that is spot on analysis.
They
That
could
is
definitely raise flop for protection.
Yeah, and then have to check the turn, and now it's got sticky on the river. But I'd even go smaller if I was trying to get paid by 5s, 6s, and 7s. But I guess he can't go that much smaller than half pot here. He's just wouldn't really. If he's going to get paid, he's going to get paid, you know.
Well, like, what's the worst that Dennis is value betting here as well? You know, is it ever worse than a queen? Definitely not. Flush completes as well. I'm not sure if he could value bet some ace king with a spade here or something like that. Would be probably the bottom of it potentially.
I've seen him make 1 or 2 crying calls last night, Kivar, and maybe what was there one at the final table here today also?
No, well, no, there's one he should have called with the king queen that time, if you remember.
Yeah.
So he's not afraid to make a fold. He's not afraid to make a fold. This all stems from the flop play to get into this position now, and that's again, it's that one decision is just a domino effect to you know, end up in the spot where you're debating calling with Queen X here.
I just don't know how good of a combination this is to check raise from the blinds. No. We have backdoor straight draw perhaps, but do we want our opponent to have? I guess we block them having Jack Queen. That's about the only merit I can see from it, really.
Well, having the Queen of Clubs is quite bad there, because you block like Queen X of club floats on the flop. That's going to peel one against the check raise with backdoors and potential overs. So having the Queen of Clubs there is quite bad as well.
Yes.
So that's another thing too. But yeah, I said that there's way better combos. The only thing, as I said, is that Dennis has been c-betting like basically every single flop. So maybe Kivar just decided to take a little stand there against that. But yeah, just better combo selection. I think is just a better thing to do than what he did it with.
He's the wrong Marine to go after there, though. The big stack.
True. But I just don't think there's any worse hands there. I mean, even bluffs there, like, I can't see. With the flush completing as well, there's just, like, I don't think there's many worse hands than Queen X there. Like, even bluffs, like, itself, it's hard to see what he's bluffing there.
Yeah.
Very few combos, I think.
It's just one of those spots. It's like, well, I obviously can't check with the virtual nuts here, so I have to bet something.
Of course. And that's what it is. Like, it is basically the virtual nuts there in that spot. Because Kivar is just capped, I think, mostly. He's never, like, slow playing or has any traps in that line, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in betting, like, a smaller sizing, like 400k or something. It doesn't really...
No.
Doesn't fit with it. If he's going to get paid, he's going to get paid. But most times, he's just going to get a fold. But he has to bet. And if he bet any more than half pot, it would just be bizarre. So I guess he's chose the proper sizing.
I think so too, yeah. I think it was well played by Dennis in position as well. Out of position, as I said, on the flop was...
Dennis has pretty much played the hand perfectly. There's not much he can do. I really do not like that word perfect, because I think it's one of the most overused words in the English language. It's got to
Thing
be
is, poker.
perfect. Now you got me to sing.
There you go.
The thing is, in poker. Go on.
Yeah, it's just like never any hand is probably played perfectly, because most decisions are applicable in a lot of, like, spots. You know, you can check sometimes, you can bet sometimes, you can, whatever it may be. So, like, you know, but in that spot, yeah, with the flop check raise, that's just going to be... I might have been guilty in Dennis's shoes there to bet the turn, but I like his check back as well, because, you know, if Kivar does check some Jack X on the turn, there's a bit of a disaster if we get check raised and not realize our equity in position as well. So it was well played by Dennis, as we said already.
Definitely. Meanwhile, the min raise coming from Kivar on the button will take down the blinds and antes. It is sick though. You get the blinds and antes, or steal the blinds and antes a couple of times. You've just added 2 million to your stack currently, which is huge given the ICM dynamic. This is when ICM is at its pretty much at its strongest, right?
Yeah, the more shallow the stacks gets, really, isn't it?
Yeah. The 7th, 6th, 5th kind of portion of these pay jumps is just huge. Then when you get top 3, you kind of have to just go for it.
Yeah, but it's been seven-handed for last, what, maybe two to 3 hours, give or take.
Well, we did have 2 pretty quick bust outs.
Very true. Very true. But no, the 10 to 15 big blind stacks have just kind of held their own. It's been more or less well played by everyone, to be fair. A few hiccups here and there, but overall, it's been fun. It's been fun so far.
Well, it's been great to commentate on with you, Alan, so far, and we've just got confirmation we've passed 1,000 viewers alone on Twitch, which is fantastic. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Yeah, they're here for us, yeah, not the magnitude of this main event.
Yeah.
And we'll get more and more people tuning in as we crown a champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov tonight. This Tuesday evening, this extra bonus day of commentating and footage for this huge event was a €1,700 buy-in. $1 million guarantee. Imagine 12 of those World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets up for grabs. Just a small addition to what they're playing for. All players guaranteed at least €30,000. And all pay jumps minimum of 10 grand from here on out. Yeah, the hand that sticks out to me the most so far today, Alan, has to be that King Queen. With the bluff getting through for Melhers. I wonder if I guess he doesn't know how lucky he was yet. He'll find out on the break.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one, man. That's the thing. Bit of a strange one. Strange hand. But yeah. Probably now that you mention it, it's the one that sticks out for me probably as a bit of a what the F moment on the river.
Plenty of WTF moments at the King's Resort. There was an amazing hand with Wojciech the other night. Wojciech, he got his opponent to lay down queens pre-flop.
Interesting.
And he had pocket tens. The turn came a 10, so he would have got all the chips from the queens anyway. But it was a very funny one the way it played out. The guy's name was Hostetler. I'm sure there's a clip of it somewhere on YouTube. Meanwhile, back to the current action. Franz from the big blind betting 450k here. The open ender and the backdoor spade draw. Dennis not finding much on that flop with 8-5 offsuit. And to think, Alan, this is only a warm-up for the series that's about to take place from the 26th of October all the way to the middle of November.
Nice.
This is just the circuit events. All the main events are yet to come. The European version of the World Series of Poker. Obviously, the main feature of that is a €10,000 buy-in, but stacked events throughout that month before the main event even takes place.
Nice. It's pretty sick, man, to be fair, to host a venue and just all the live streams and all that sort of stuff. It's great to be a part of at the moment, and obviously just great to see in general for live poker, like.
Yeah, it's amazing after being locked away in our dungeons there for two years plus.
I'm still locked in.
Lockdown life. Lockdown poker. As Dennis raises from the cutoff with 10-8 off suit.
1775.
Wojciech. Ace jack off suit from the big blind. Playing 9 bigs. This is another dicky one for Dennis, but probably not going to call 1.4 million more, just 10 high. Although The 10-8 offsuit not playing too bad against the shoving range, really. Unsuited connectors for 7 big blinds more. Not the worst hand to have. But you don't want to lose the guts of 2 million in that particular situation.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a lot more frequent, potentially, especially with Wojciech understanding how wide Dennis is going to be opening. So just 3-bet shoves is going to be the norm at this stage. So maybe Dennis needs to be a little bit more careful. I also think it's not going to stop him too much, especially when you have 1 or 2 players behind that maybe won't 3-bet jam that light. Wojciech probably being the only exception.
Yeah, well put. He could just keep the pressure on. But again, what I just said about picking up all these pots, the blinds and antes, if you keep min raising and you're getting shoved on, suddenly you're down 2 million.
Exactly. It's going to happen here again, probably.
I just keep saying 2 million because it's exactly 10 big blinds currently. So
Yeah,
it's handy, but you get the drift. You're with me, you they get me. Pocket 9s of Kivar going to shove from the big blind most likely. People giving out about Twitch ads. If they want to get rid of the Twitch ads, you can subscribe to the channel for $5. You can become one of our subscribers. Never have to deal with the pesky ads again. Just a few bucks a month. Meanwhile, the flop coming King, Queen, 6, 2 spades. Good flop for Dennis. The 9s getting out flopped. And this is why I don't particularly like defending in this scenario against the aggressive chip leader. It's a great opportunity to just rejam, take it down.
That's what I was going to say as well. I don't think 9s really ever wants to flat pre-flop there, especially versus Dennis when it's going to be uber wide. So like, just way more EV in 3-bet jamming, I assume.
Slow play, eh? Huh? We're gonna go now.
Well, he only has a few outs, just 16. It's a lot of outs.
Don't think he's going to check back this time, like he did with the Ace King originally, when he maybe should have barreled. I know 9s is in a difficult spot here.
Yeah, it's funny to think 9s is still ahead and even though Dennis is 16 outs, it's basically a fair fight.
For sure. I don't know if the 9s call here, man, can it?
No, do you know we seen him check back the Ace King earlier, and he's learned from his mistake, not checking back this one. I think check back this one will be a big mistake.
I suppose the difference is the range advantage here with the King Queen high board versus maybe the 10-8. I forget whatever 10-8X, and it was a queen on the turn versus small blind cold call. You know, hijack versus big blind here, you're just going to have a massive range advantage as the hijack, I would assume anyways.
Yeah, it's a different spot, for sure.
But I still think he should have barreled that Ace King that time, but either way, has to barrel this, and probably triple barrel this, to be honest.
Yeah, I take it back that
probably.
It's a big mistake to check the turn, but it's just way better to bet than check. It would totally suck if we got jammed on there and we'd have to fold a hand that has that much equity.
Yeah.
But that's life.
It's not always going to be 9s or up against 9s in that spot anyways. But yeah, I should just 3-bet pre-flop. And just take it down and like save you. Literally gain what, as you said, 4 to 5 big blinds there. Well, yeah, 4 to 5 more or less.
Yeah, which is currently 1 million chips, which is huge. Lovely king, queen of hearts for Dennis. Definitely one of my favorite hands in the deck.
Pretty hand, right?
Action. Wojtek, pocket tens.
Good luck,
The
sir.
only way is up. In she goes and up she flew. Let's see what happens here. Dennis having folded to loads of rejams already. Surely he's just calling this one. Yes, it's pretty much an immediate call. 5.25 million in the middle. Big moment for both players and a big moment for this tournament. Dennis could have an even bigger chip lead if he takes this one down. Wojtek with an opportunity to get back in it. Almost a dead even fair fight. 49% for the tens, 51% for the king, queen of hearts. Who are you fancying, Alan? All vote now.
Oh, king, queen, man. I gotta say it. I'm sorry. I just got that gut feeling.
The flop. King in the window. Action, Alan. Predicting the king on the flop. King, jack 4, 1 heart. Wojtek needing big help now. Needs a 10 ball from space. That's not a 10 ball. That's a brick. The 2 of spades down to 6% now. Needs a 10 ball and a 10 ball only, or he will be our 7th place finisher. The river.
Oh, no way.
Oh my God, it's the 10 ball.
Sick.
Always a surprise around the corner of kings. That river gave the 10 ball from space. Wojtek doubling up to 5.25 billion. Dennis taking a hit, but will still play 8.5 for 42 big blinds.
Back in tournament.
It's disgusting.
We should start side betting on these all-ins, Alan.
What's that?
We should start side betting on the all-ins.
Yeah. As if it isn't entertaining enough as it is.
Lars now the chip leader, 45 bigs. Dennis on his heels at 42. Wojtek playing 26 after that double up. What a card for him. Allegra 21, Franz 19, Kivar 16, and Melhers, our shortest stack, playing 14 big blinds. What
Still
an
have 7,
exciting
Dan.
hand. What?
Look it. I said we still have 7.
We still have 7. Here comes Allegra with the Jeffries. What an exciting day of poker. That was an incredible hand. The 10 ball from space, saving Wojtek. I was not expecting a 10 on that river. I don't think anyone was.
I for sure wasn't.
Now, Dennis, very important he stays composed after taking such a hit. He's 1 card away from having an overwhelming chip leader. An overwhelming chip lead. Well, he would have been back up to 12 or 13 million. As it stands, he's back down to 8.5 before the start of the hand. 8, 6, 3, 2 spades. Allegra's not messing around here. All in.
Not messing around. That's an understatement.
That just oozes strength. Moving in that fast, that quick.
He's
Body
done that,
language is indicating
that every
aces.
time. He did that with kings as well, blind v blind, when Dennis open raised, and he just like snap jammed the kings.
Thank you. Indeed. Every hand so crucial, changes the chip count so much, just the smallest amounts. But expect to see a certain amount of swappage of chips before people are eliminated. That's just natural as we get shorter and shorter handed. People rejamming. A lot more re-stealing going on. The more the big stacks want to steal, the more the short stacks have to re-steal. That is just the way of the world. Jabba Solo says, let's see some of that sweet swappage. Wojtek from the hijack. Min raise to 400k with the ace 7 of clubs. Dennis in the big blind, pocket fours.
Fours there.
I'd see the 4.
Yeah,
four,
before
deuce.
anything.
One club. Just a check call is what I would do with a set here against an aggressive hijack player.
Very dry texture too.
If we were deeper, Alan, in a cash game scenario, most likely would go for a raise, but
Yeah, we'd be check raising quite polar here, sizing wise, because you don't really represent much. So you want to just check raise quite big here, I think.
yeah.
Be interesting if this goes check, which it probably will. What Wojciech facing a bet on the river might do, because I think there's a lot of floats that Dennis might have here potentially. That ace high might be a bluff catcher.
Yeah, in that regard, I would like to see him bet no less than 1.2 million and no more than 1.4. Something like that.
Yeah, 2/3. I like 2/3 as well. Yeah, something along that in that vicinity, larger sizing.
2 million is the bet, but that's going exactly in the direction of what your thoughts were in terms of what his range is indicating.
And I think it makes sense too. I think it makes sense.
So 1.4 or 2 million is kind of screaming the same thing. So I like the way Dennis played that hand. But very hard for Wojtek to have a hand that can call him on the river for a over pot size bet. If there's any man that can make a hero call, I wouldn't be putting it against him.
True. Yeah, it's just like, I suppose in terms of cheap EV there, that the chips are worth a little bit more than making hero calls in that spots where you can't exactly reload.
It's just a nuts or air kind of situation. Therefore, we don't want to be using that small sizing.
Through that.
Dennis, small blind, ace 6 of clubs. $500K is the raise. Allegra, ace 5 offsuit in the big blind, calling chips in his hand. We will see the flop. Jack 4-4. Very famous cards going around the internet at the moment.
Very. No jack of clubs though.
No jack of clubs. It is interesting if Allegra had chosen to rejam pre, that Dennis would have to fold a hand as strong as ace 6 of clubs.
I mean, he's probably open and wide enough there to potentially justify it, but I just don't think Allegra's that type of player either to ever find that.
No. 100% have to agree with that. Someone asked, is Dennis happy? I mentioned this last night. He looks really angry, but that's the way I play at the table. I've been told I look scary, menacing, and look always like I'm pissed off, but it's just very focused, and it can come across that way, slightly intense. But I'm sure he will be very happy once the last hand has been dealt. Not sure how much Dennis bet there, but he got snap called by Allegra. Okay.
550. A third.
This
something
one,
like that.
this one taking it down to Splitsville. Thank you, Vincent Vega, for your comment. Loving the
Cheers,
commentating.
Vincent.
Keep up the great work. We'll stay until the job's done.
It's not the first compliment we got now, luckily enough, huh?
They're adding up. They're adding up,
They're
Alan.
adding up.
But if you think about it, there's a lot of poker players at the table that look very angry, but they're just in the zone. They're very concentrated. And some people naturally look angrier than others. It's just the way, it's just human nature.
It's even more funny how it varies from person to person too, no? So some people are the polar opposite, like.
Yeah, some people could be, I'm not going to name names here now, but they smile all the time and they giggle and they like, and you can tell they're pissed off on the inside. And they're just laughing it off. Or I'd rather someone just sat there angry instead of Java Solo having a resting bitch face.
Yeah. The dream. We defend here anyways.
Mannerism is very important at the poker table, though. The more angry you look, I do feel you give away less information than if you're loosey-goosey eating a sandwich, talking every hand, and giving away everything by your jolly, jovial self.
Mm.
H3 deuce is the flop. One club.
Kind of have to call one here, don't you?
Yeah, especially for 375.
Mm.
Not much on that turn card for friends, but probably a good thing.
Yeah.
First of all, Emil. Seus paredes, Rosa. Seus paredes, Rosa.
If I'm Kivar, I'll be betting small here to set up a river jam. Don't need to go too large. Even 3 big blinds is enough, in my opinion, since we only have 2.6 million behind.
Put a lot of the
Yes,
pairs in a
welcome.
difficult situation as well. On top of that, with the small size, unlike.
Yeah, but we might get called by a small pair or something that connects with that board for a small sizing, where if we go for a bigger bet, it's just going to force them out.
True.
Hello to all the new people who found the Twitch stream. Welcome to the Action Army. Come on in, the water's lovely. You are watching €1,700 World Series of Poker circuit event. This is the main event of the circuit events. Big money and a title up for grabs. The action has been fast and heavy, really entertaining so far. If you're just joining us on this Tuesday evening, plenty more action to come. You're listening to myself, Action Dan, your host and commentator. Today I have a co-commentator in with me, Action Alan.
Howdy.
Mr. Alan Finn. They all need to play it quite tight here now, Alan, with this ICM situation. The stacks are really evening out, and that can just make it for such, not boring poker, but there's not much anyone can do. They're all handcuffed in a sense. The middling stacks that are all playing very similar amounts. Lars raising this one under the gun, ace-8 off suit. Allegra was debating putting together a 3-bet, but it's not really his style. Ivar in the big blind. King queen off suit. Jack 6-5 is the flop. No help to Kivar, still just king high. Lars, ace high. Lars putting a bet together of 550k. The buy-in for this tournament is €1,700. You can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen there are 7 players remaining from a starting field of 748. The winner tonight will take home €189,650, a World Series of Poker circuit ring, all the glory, and a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot.
Did you food here? You ate something too, right? You ate something too, right? Food. You ate something at the table. So are we like allowed to call a waiter here or? No, we need to order. Oh, we need to order that.
Someone at the table is hungry. Hungry hippos.
Not the only one.
We will have a break in a couple of minutes.
Now on this time, an hour.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean. 2 hours more.
You can go and ride the cat and feed the wife.
I mean, like I don't think they expect to do this right now. So
Get some coffee. Jack 8-4 is the flop.
Who knows?
That is correct, yeah. 5 hours in and still 7-handed. I think it's 4 hours in, but we did have
It
2
does feel
quick
like 3
bust
weeks.
outs. Very deep stack tournament. 60-minute clock, and there's a lot of strategy in progress. I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden. Kivar betting 375k with his bottom pair. Would your general strategy, Alan, to be checking bottom pair blind v blind?
On this board, I'd be more inclined to bet because you can get value from worse technically, and also it needs protection. There's just better hands to check here, like weak Jack X and maybe some 8X as well. Stronger 8X, I would bet, like King 8, Ace 8, stuff like that. But like, yeah, 4X here needs protection against there's a lot of bad turn cards. I just want to deny equity. Obviously, it's a little bit bad when this happens, but the stack size for Kivars is quite shallow, so I'm not sure how this plays in this situation. Feels bad to bet fold, but you kind of bet to just deny equity in itself. So I mean, I guess this is a fold here, but I could be wrong in that assumption. Yeah.
I don't think there's any way you could be wrong in that assumption. We've bottom pair with top kicker, unless you're going to put it in over the top, and even then, if our opponent's bluffing and, well, not bluffing, semi-bluffing calls with a draw, our 4 is doing terrible against 2 overcards and a straight draw. I would imagine it would be, or even, I guess we could get 2 overcards to fold by jamming, but it seems like ICM's suicide there to jam bottom pair.
I mean, it feels bad to bet fold as well, but I think you're betting for denying equity denial as well from, you know,
It does
whatever you have.
yeah, it does feel bad to bet. That's what I was asking, but I feel like it's superior to checking.
I agree.
This
I
is the
agree.
last hand before the break for ye hungry hippos out there. Go get fed. We are playing a very deep stack event. This could go on for a while, but I hope you're entertained.
Total 2.180.
Okay, thank you.
No, I certainly am. And that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Just kidding. I hope we are entertaining you. Myself and Action Alan. Lars all in.
Could be a call, no?
Yeah, I think Dorian is going to have to call here. It is close. ICM, it could actually be a fold. But this is a great opportunity.
I have to take a stand. I think that's fair enough in that spot with King 9.
I don't think ICM matters to him here. He's probably the short stack. It's a great opportunity for him to double up. 4.6 million in the middle, up for grabs here. Lars with an opportunity to knock out the King's Resort Maestro of 2022. And Dorian is ahead, 69% to double up. That is not a good flop for him. Queen, Queen, Jack. Lars now 2-1 favourite. Melhers still has some cards working for him, with just 33% for him to stay in this tournament as we hit the turn, which is the 7 of spades. Dorian 1 card away from elimination, needing a king or a 10 on this river. The river is the ace of diamonds.
Very well played, man.
You too, thank you.
Dorian Melhers, the prodigy himself, has been eliminated in 7th place. He will take home €30,000 for his efforts. I love commentating on this man's play. 3 final tables I've got to commentate on inside of a month. It's an honor and privilege to call his cards. I hope to see him again. And actually, I know we will see him again on the felt very soon. GG, sir. Unlucky and well done. And that will conclude that level of play. But come back in 12 minutes' time for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few. Pocket fours, or will we see him play loosey goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of 2 pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop and now bet turn and river? Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand with his top pair, having to pay off Wojciech. Queens for Hostetler. Action 10s for Wojciech. Just with the call. King, Jack of clubs for Mohammed. In the small blind. Really reluctantly moving his last 46k across the line from the small here.
46,000.
The action back to Hostetler. Is he just going to move all in over the top? Most likely he could just flat. Goes for the flat. And now Wojciech with the decision. But with a stack of his size, we'll most likely just see him call in position. It's 31k into 119.
Something like that?
Unless he thinks Hostetler is just calling for the weakish range, he might just move over the top. Decides to move all in. Hostetler has set quite the trap here. It is all in for him to call. And as it stands, as long as Hostetler doesn't fold here, I'm well impressed by the way he's played his queens. Wojciech perhaps could have just called the 31k, but there's so much money to take down pre-flop. If he thinks Hostetler is playing loosey-goosey, which he is, it's a great opportunity for him to take down nearly 100k. So much chitter-chatter happening here at the table. Holy moly, is Hostetler thinking he might not want to call it off here because it's 50 big blinds? I don't really understand. He folds. Absolutely shocked and bewildered with the fold there. Wojciech getting away really lightly, and that's all part of running good. Also, things happen when you're running good that don't happen when you're running bad. I know that seems so obvious, but look what just happened here. Wojciech most likely would have been losing half of his stack, 350k of it. And as it stands, it looks like he is going to get about 80k richer. The turn coming to 10 of diamonds. Wow. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings.
Hello Dorian, congratulations for finishing 7th in the main event. So far you have run really deep in this WSOP circuit. How was your emotions overall about this tournament?
Thank you. I'm very happy to make four finals. It's very crazy, and the main event is the most beautiful. So I'm satisfied of my performance, but of course I want to win. But I'm very happy.
It's okay. You have one ring already for the mini main event, and are you going to come back for the WSOP Europe?
Yes, I take vacation, and after I go, I come back.
Congratulations, and I hope we see you in the WSOP Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for more action. The main event, the World Series of Poker circuit event. Lars is the chip leader with 13 million. Then Dennis with 9. Allegra playing 5.5 million now after being very cagey throughout the day. Wojtek 16 bigs with 4 million. Kivar 11 blinds, the exact same as the short stack as Franz. So this is going to be quite a scrappy affair with the two short stacks the exact same amount in big blinds, and then Wojtek not too far ahead of them. And with the blinds up, it's going to put added pressure on this table. Small blind 125k, big blind 250k, with a 250k running big blind ante. Just waiting for the action to get back underway. If you are just tuning in on this Tuesday evening, my name is Action Dan. I am your host and commentator. And today we have a special treat. My dear friend Alan Finn. Action Alan is in the booth with me.
What's going on, guys?
Back once again. And if you were watching during the break, they played that infamous hand that I keep mentioning, but I almost missed it. But that means there's a clip of it on YouTube, and we will be seeing it again. There's a hand from 2 days ago. Definitely need to look that one up. It is involving Wojtek and Hostetler. So get out your notepad, Alan, write that one down.
Yeah, definitely I'll check it out. I know you mentioned it to me earlier on as well, so I'll definitely have to check that out, I think.
Yeah, it was one of the funniest hands I've seen in a while. Well, funny would be wrong, but the way it played out was just very humorous. So we are six-handed now. I'm not sure if you catch the chip counts there. The last three stacks are 16 blinds, 11 blinds, and 11 blinds. And then Allegra, not with too much more, just 21. And then our top two stacks, not even 36 blinds for second in chips. And I'm not sure what the chip leader has, over 50.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of 3-bet fold sort of stuff. Or sorry, 3-bet jamming. I mean, there was anyways, but probably even more, along with probably just open jamming as well.
Yeah, KM makes a very good point there. His analysis has been on point the last 3 days in particular. The chip leader has about the same stack as the bottom four combined.
Not a bad position to be in, no.
You know. All players now guaranteed €40,300. And of course, the ticket I am always mentioning, worth €10,350. The World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I won't be getting over that way this year, but I am hell-bent on going for that full series next year. It's good. A man should have goals. A man should have a hobby, and a man should have goals. The two combined would mean going to Rozvadov.
Nice. It'd be nice to go to a right man, wouldn't it? Definitely on the bucket list for sure.
Yeah, it's a must for any serious poker player on their calendar. Go there. The resort itself is beautiful. I was there when the place was just being built. A 24-hour buffet, Alan, is hard to stay away from the carbs if you're playing big events. Healthy, but I needed to be rolled back to the table. I think I counted 5, 6, maybe 7 different types of pizza. At least a different type of pizza for every man left in this tournament.
Sounds like a pig in shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah. 24-hour buffet. It just costs a tenner. And you
Crazy.
can keep going up and up.
Would it be bad if that was the
Okay,
only reason why I went there?
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. We have a lot of action here. Kivar re-jamming from the cutoff.
Reflip.
Or did Wojciech just jam? And KM says you get free buffet if you spend some time in the pit.
I would hope so.
Getting in and
The
around
least
the
you
pit, all right.
deserve.
The
King in the
action,
window.
King, Queen, 7.
8 on the river.
Kivar way out in front
Check now.
after out flopping the snowman of Wojtek.
8 on the river.
6 of clubs not going to help him on the turn, and he's calling for the 8 on the river. After hitting the 10 ball from space earlier, can he do it again, this time with an 8? 8 from space? No.
3.975. 2.975.
What?
2.975.
And I didn't properly see the action
Great
pre-flop, but I believe he opened and then got jammed down, or did he just jam and Kivar call it off? It seems like he wouldn't just call off 15 bigs on the button like that, or from the cutoff.
I think I missed it honestly myself, but I think both I think are reasonable. Jam call, yeah, is what
Jam
Tom.
call.
Yeah?
No, I'm sorry, that is not the too reasonable now, going with the King 10 offsuit after being so patient throughout the day, Kivar. That's a bold boy calling with the King 10 there.
0.8.
Granted, we are 6-handed now.
What was? Is okay? Yeah.
I'll be back in one moment, Alan. I'm going to down the rest of my coffee here.
Go for it, go for it.
Back once again with the Renegade ranking. Coffee gone. It wouldn't be a day of commentating for Kings if it didn't scald my tongue.
I only have one cup of coffee a day, man.
What?
I've only one cup of coffee a day, and that's usually before 12.
I'm delighted for you, Alan. That's great news. I am not in that same category. I've cut down on my coffee consumption considerably. But back to the action. Wojtek raising to just under a mil. Dennis going to call. This is an all-in in the call, though. He's not folding for 175k more. And Allegra, the chance to help knock out a really dangerous player with the King Jack of Hearts calling 650k more. Action flop. 10, 9, 6, 2 heart board.
It's your weird spot for ace-7, no?
Wojtek just going to try get the showdown. The turn.
King Jack.
Sealing the deal. Although Dennis can make a stronger straight, it is unlikely. Just 8% for the small blind. Even the way this man bets is just Funny. And Wojtek. He knows, like, he can't win. Bar an 8. Little does he know his 8 is no good.
This comes along as well. This is such a weird spot, man. King of Hearts. We can't have the King of Hearts. 3 of Hearts.
3 of Hearts is the river.
50. 250.
Milk. Actually, still has chips, right? Chip in a chair, yeah? Chip in a chair. My goodness.
Wow, a wee what? He's saving himself a chip in a chair. What a competitor. What a fighter. I do believe he bet 250k, leaving himself with 1 blue chip.
And he bluff raised the river, Dennis. Wow.
So much
Probably
action
one of the
at
strangest
Kings,
hands.
ladies and gentlemen.
Probably one of the strangest hands I've seen in a while.
He
A
raised
big raise
2.2
too,
million.
no? Oh my god.
You gotta love the King's Resort. What a final table. What a moment for Allegra.
Nothing, no? It was a action. Like under the river was nothing.
Natalia Allegra winning a huge hand there.
I thought the back shot is worth.
Wojtek saving himself maximum pain by keeping a 25k chip for good luck.
What are the rules here about?
My head hurts after that, Dan. Not gonna lie.
It's a lot to wrap your head around commentating for Kings, and you are well up to the task. Why would you want to be anywhere in the world right now
True that.
commentating the final table of this 1700 euro main event? Wojtek with the decision to keep his 25k chip or let the blinds hit him. He decides he wants to let the blinds hit him. That's after changing the stack sizes now, Alan. I don't have the updated chip counts, but we'll have them in a moment. That was quite the spectacle of a hand.
Allegra's in second, I think, on 39 big blinds. I think the graphics showed that after the 2 million raise by Dennis. Yeah, so 39 big blinds there, yeah, is what that says.
Yeah. Franz. People keep talking about Dennis looking the scariest at the table. I think this man, he reminds me of someone I'd see in Snatch or Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. I would not want him staring me out of it after if I was facing a large river bet, or if he was facing a large river bet from me. 8, 3, deuce, the flop, 2 clubs. Franz gets out of the way for a 1 big blind bet.
I'm pretty good on this stuff. And,
Drawing dead, my friend. Drawing dead.
Drawing it. No drawing it.
Drawing dead.
No drawing it.
Wojtek finds himself all in for 1/10 of a big blind.
What's this minimum?
Kivar, 6.5 million, playing 25 big blinds now.
250 is a
Minimum
call.
raise is how much? 500. 500?
Coming in with the min raise, which is currently 500,000. Dennis with the two ladies in the cutoff. He must be quite tilted after that last hand, Alan.
Yeah, for sure.
Remember, he had 12 million not so long ago. Hasn't really gone his
Happened,
way.
man.
But this is tournament poker. You could be the chip leader in a tournament and lose 10 hands in a row. This is just what happens.
Nice.
It's such
I play 400.
the line between chaos and order. It's very very fickle though. It's like it could all just be going so right for you in order, and then everything just becomes so chaotic.
Well, it's just that hand
Wojtek.
against Allegra there that Allegra just like confused him on the river with the small size and small bets.
Yeah, I mean, he chose a good combination to raise on the river. I don't think there's much wrong with it.
10-9. Half. 10-9 or half.
And now Wojtek with a straight draw. Turn is the 8 of clubs.
Too many outs.
And it ain't over until the fat lady sings. 3 ladies out there, and he's still not guaranteed to win this hand, Dennis. Wojtek does win. He hits a jack. Dennis does not look impressed.
I mean, he only lost 75k out of that, to be fair. The rest he still won from the open raise.
Now Wojtek has a small blind, Alan. Nearly. Someone should give him one of the 25k chips so he has a full small blind. In the spirit of goodwill.
Might not need it, no?
He might not need it. But now he can win some of the big blind ante as well, I believe. Okay, updated chip counts. Franz with 7 bigs. Dennis now 22. Kivar with 23. Look at this. Allegra almost 10 million now. After having 2.5 million for most of this final table. And Lars is ahead, but he's only ahead by 4 million, which is not too much. Still 15 big blinds, give or take, in the difference. What a difference a hand makes at these final tables.
Two live cards at the moment.
Dennis with the min raise, 500k to go. Wojtek, 2 live cards indeed. And Kivar decides to fold with Jack 5 offsuit for 1 more big blind, which seems fine. But a chance to knock someone out had he called. I don't think it matters with such a Mediocre holding. So it's the Jack 6 now against the Ace 10 of Dennis. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. 2 hearts. Just 15% for Wojtek as we hit the turn. The turn is the deuce of spades. Wojtek needing help on this river, or he will be our 6th place finisher. The river is the Jack of hearts.
Oh my God.
It ain't over till it's over.
I was going to say when he had the 25k chip that if this is ever a comeback, it's going to be one of the best recorded ones ever, I assume.
Oh, this is, oh, sorry. Yeah, it is 550. Yeah. Yeah.
And he must be giddy as a schoolgirl now. He's meant to be out the door twice.
My friend, 1 chips, 1 chair.
One chip, 1 chair.
Big stack.
He did fold, yeah, 10-6 suited under the gun with just a tenth of a big blind. Dennis has the kings of kings, the Space Cowboys into 5 players playing 23 big blinds. Natalia Allegra calling the $500,000 in the hijack with pocket 6s. Wojtek out the gap with 10-8 offsuit. Kivar follows suit with Jack 7 of clubs. Lars in the big blind playing 13.425 million. The flop is Jack 7-3 rainbow. Inside straight draw for Lars. 6 is not looking too great for Allegra. 2 overcards to his pair on the flop.
How much?
Now, Alan, if you're Lars, do you want to try put pressure on Dennis here or just see a turn?
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't even know if we should call, but we do have outs to the nuts. But he bet into 2 players, so I'm not too keen on this to call here. I don't think.
I'm not too keen about it either, but I think we call for 550k.
No, we're probably doing fairness. It's a good enough price with the nut draw in fairness.
But maybe, yeah, I wouldn't mind just check raising either. Because
I think it's probably better to check raise, I think.
Yeah, it's not that great of a draw, so therefore I think our hand probably plays better as a check raise. What I was trying to say was he will at least call. I know it looks strong that Dennis is betting into 2 players, but it wouldn't be the first time he's bet into 2 players that didn't have a nutted range. Or just bet into players and didn't have that big of a hand in general. By now they will have got all the information from hands earlier on in the day.
True. He has been wide. He has been wide, to be fair. The only difference is multi-way. That's the other variable here. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. That his range is going to be not as wide to an extent, and he was.
On this turn card, we just have to give up with 5 high, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Some better hands again, in fairness, than 4-5, don't we? If we had some 8x or 9x blockers that we decided to check raise the flop there. Not sure how often we're going to do that, but that would obviously be better.
I think he's played the hand pretty much. I don't want to use the word perfectly, but it is that kind of way. It's a one and done situation. Maybe if a different card came than the 10 of clubs on the turn, a really low card that like completed more 2 pairs or backdoors or something. Besides a 6, we could decide to maybe barrel again or jam, but as played, I think this is fine. Just a very bad turn card to continue on. So what cards would you continue on, Alan?
Definitely a 2,
Maybe.
Obviously.
Yeah, 2,
Could even bluff on a 4 or a 5 potentially, because I don't think 4x or 5x, yeah, okay, we have a pair, but does it have that much showdown value here? Probably not. So maybe we could bluff that also, or at least turn that into a bluff. I don't think we should vary too much outside that.
That's pretty much it, is what I was going to say.
Yeah, yeah.
Every other card just completes too many hands that favor the imposition better. There's the update now. Allegra still hovering around the 9 mil. Lars, small hit there, still has 12 million. Nothing to panic about. Now is not the time to panic. It is Wojtek with the 1 big blind. 2 big blinds he's rocking. My apologies. It's going to be entertaining when he gets it in, nonetheless.
Franz is in there.
He is indeed. Go on, just fold. I'd love to see him just fold this one.
Hard, no.
It's very hard.
Wow.
What a
well
legend.
played.
And Kivar having an ace also.
I wonder is that because it's Franz itself that he's actually willing to fold an ace there off 2 big blinds potentially?
I think if you look at the body language, the way those chips went into the middle, it looked very strong. And indeed, think about the opponent it is. He hasn't put... I don't think we've seen him bluff once all day.
No, he's had hands as well on top of that. Like, it's not like he hasn't been somewhat active. But he's always had it, to be fair.
Guy. I would have loved if he'd have shown that, to be honest, but he's probably just told him anyway. And Wojtek has no reason to believe that he's telling a lie.
Yeah, true.
It is a game of lies that we love and hate, though, Alan. It's a game of lies.
Apocalypse made a good point there. Actually, Dan had to fold once Franz went in. Could have had a pay jump with 2 big blinds, which is true as well.
Yeah.
Ik ben aan de beurt, sorry.
Yeah, good point, Apocalypse. But it's still
It's a long tournament, eh?
is, and I'm going to use the word huge fold to make when you've 2 big blinds.
No, for sure.
5 long days. Friday also. Set the line. 5 days poker. Set the line.
It's been some weird dynamics on this table, man. There's loads of variables to take into account. Why somebody makes a decision and whatever else, you know.
You're thoroughly enjoying your first day as a commentator, so
it's been eye-opening, to say the least. but fun.
There can
but fun
be
for sure.
some dull moments, rocking around bubbles and some of the other events, but when the action picks up, it just hits and hits. People start giving out about, oh, this has been boring the last hour, and next minute to be 5 amazing hands in a row. It's just the way it goes. That is the nature of the beast.
That's good. It's like you never know what's around the corner.
There's always a surprise around the corner at Kings. But it's the thing about the calm before the storm. Anytime things start getting dull, I'm like, oh, there's a big storm coming, and it every time never ceases to amaze me. I never feel disappointed. So much action coming from the King's Resort. And this event will finish, Alan, and another one will start tomorrow. I believe next week's event that I'm commentating on has already started yesterday.
Nice.
Now, Wojtek under the gun.
I have a very good hand.
You can get this through.
Not me. Not you? That's good news for me. Very
It has to be priced in here, man, surely, no?
Oh my God!
Imagine getting a walk. Imagine getting a walk.
Oh wow! Franz lets it go for 275k more.
9-5 no.
Wojtek Ruszeka has virtually doubled up by doing nothing.
9-5 no. No.
Wow!
No,
I should have said imagine getting that through versus saying getting a walk, but either way, getting all fours there. Crazy.
Whatever happens from this, guys, he was down to 25k and he's up to $1 million before he posts these blinds.
Oh, Tom makes a good point here. If he can get a pay jump, that would be great. That would be unbelievable.
This is just brilliant, entertaining action. This is a bit wild from Allegra. He has no reason to believe that Kivar is opening wide here from under the gun to nearly the full 3x. No, don't do it.
All in.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do here, Dan, in fairness, realistically?
Yeah, well, we're meant to be unbiased, but he's just been that entertaining, we don't want to see him go.
9.25?
We're only human after all.
I mean, 5 is the only fair thing here, no?
9.25 total.
5 will make you get down now.
5, I'm calling it the 5 of clubs on the flop.
But there is going to be a side pot, and we still have to take this into consideration. There's 3.2 million in the middle, but Allegra is not looking good here. His opponent holding 2 of his 8s. 10-3-3 is the flop. Boo!
Biased.
The turn coming to 6 of diamonds.
Check.
5 and a 5 up. Oh. It's the 7 of spades.
Good game.
Good luck, guys.
Wojtek, you say good game, we say great game. It's been an honor calling your action. Congrats on your 6th place finish. Unlucky in the end, sir. Well played.
1 million regalo. 1 million regalo.
40,300 euro is your payout on top of that ticket. This man is no stranger to huge paydays.
Well played.
He kept his 25k chip all the way back up to $1 million and change. A little bit of cheese on top. Okay. The update of the chip counts is Franz is by far the short stack now. Every other player playing over 30 big blinds. So Franz really needing to make a move soon. Lars 12.5 mil. Min raised to 500k. Dennis back up to 8 million now with ace 10 of hearts in the hijack.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
We'll take a moment to say well done to Franz. He has navigated through this short stack for most of this final table. And look at all the pay jumps he's got.
Oh, no, for sure. He's done well.
Action, Alan.
No, it's enough for me. What can I
He's
do?
all in.
Oh, they short stack.
Ace king off suit. Dennis with the 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Priced in.
Set to double up Franz. This is a huge moment for Franz with the opportunity to double up all the way to 5 million. He will be back with 20 big blinds. Dennis needing help.
Good luck.
Can crack the ace king here. Be back up to 12 million.
I don't know.
Big moment for both players. The flop,
Oi, oi.
10 in the window. 10, 7, deuce, 2 clubs. Franz needing help. Runner club would work for him.
Well done.
The turn is the 4 of diamonds, no help. Franz is 1 card away from elimination. Dennis is 1 card away from having 12 million chips once more. The river to 5 of clubs.
Okay, guys. Good luck.
Franz
Good luck. I hope that the best
has
will win.
been eliminated.
Thank you for everything.
He's been a great crack at the table. Nice smile. Says thanks to all the players. Congrats on your 5th place finish, Franz.
Congratulations for
for
finishing this in the 6th place on the final
€51,400.
table. How was your overall impression of the main event?
Yeah, I like this event a lot. Like it was intense. It was like 4 days, basically, like from dusk till dawn, basically. No breaks, no, not everything. I'm pretty exhausted right now, but yeah, today was a long day. People didn't bust. It was pretty long. Yeah.
And you were chip leading for 2 days, I guess, in a row. And how was the? I guess the game was pretty good for you for the first days.
Yeah, first day was great. I backed the chip lead. Second day was also good. Actually, I lost a lot of chips at the end of the day, but I had really good. Oh no, this is day 3 actually. Yeah, I'm confused. there was one section of play where I was actually quite short. It was yesterday at the end, but I had like amazing finish. Like last hour, I probably got from 1 million to like 6 million or something. So that was great, and I had good position for today.
Perfect. And do you have the most memorable hand of the tournament that you remember?
I mean, I'm trying to forget them now.
Okay, then we will see you for the WSOP Europe, I guess, for the main event as you won the ticket. And good luck for you at the WSOP Europe.
Thank you.
What a great sport and a great competitor. I look forward to seeing him on the felt very soon again. So, Alan, bing, bang, boom, just like that. We've gone from 7 players to 4. This is the way it goes down, I was telling you.
Yeah, quick and fast like that, man. We were probably 2 to 3 hours stuck on 7 players, and in the space of what, maybe no more than an hour ago, where if we've lost 3, and now we're down to the final 4. So yeah, I mean, can happen very quickly like that, obviously.
And neither one of these 4 players remaining have any huge results. To the best of my knowledge, I've done my homework. That doesn't mean they're not used to being a cash beast somewhere or have had results somewhere that aren't on Hen and Mob. But to the best that I can recall, I don't think any of them have had that big of a result. So there's no real beast left that would be well adjusted to being in this situation. So we're going to see the nerves set in, decision fatigue, and it's a momentous occasion for the 4 players left. And I love seeing underdogs or people that are not well known with the opportunity to take down such a huge title. It's so great for poker. And as much as I would love to see Melhers and Wojtek heads up as a big fan of poker that I am, clearly, it is really nice and refreshing to see that one of these four players that are, I'm not saying amateur, but are not that well known, is going to take down such a huge title.
Yeah, it's always nice to hear about, man, for sure. And if you're an MTT player, it's obviously what you more or less dream about, or at least hope to achieve. That big payday and whatnot. So yeah, best of luck to the final four, man. Going to be interested to see what how we fare out, basically. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And I would like to say a small caveat. I am not saying that any of the four players left are not beasts in their own right or have results somewhere else, but in terms of like making a November 9 or having 3 titles in Kings in the last month, that's unheard of. So that with both of those players eliminated, I have said that already, but Lars seems to be playing very solid and confident, really good game and not phased by the occasion. Dennis has played really unorthodox, but good in his own right, not afraid at all. Allegra has just been a really good sport and played an unconventional method, but has navigated his way through this final table. So all four of these are worthy champion, and I'm not saying that they haven't earned the right to become the champion, but it is refreshing to have a new face that will take this ring and move on to a huge series coming up next month at Kings. Just wanted to clarify and clear what I was saying there, because people were saying this person's a novice, or how do you not know this person has had this result from their Hendon mobs. This is their opportunity to have a huge score and take down a brilliant title to add to their resume.
Definitely.
Back to the action after that short rant from myself. 4 million in the middle. It's good to clarify these things, though, sometimes, you know.
Oh, no, for sure, for sure. I'm just thinking there's going to be a lot more aggression now with the four-handed situation. And that's a good example of it there with the King-Queen getting the third pair to fold there. Obviously a tough spot either way.
Today you said that they're going to be friendly to you, so I guess they were. You doubled up. So how was your impression overall of the tournament?
It's super. I was 8 when we started the day, and when you finish at 5, so that's, yeah, I think the maximum for me to get. I was the whole day low stack. The 2 shorties went out earlier, but then I was 8 and I couldn't make one hand because I was so short the whole day, only waiting. I've done nothing. I sat there, but I did nothing. Only waiting that 1 or 2 guys should go out, and it works.
Patience is always also a strategy for short stacks, and you also qualified through satellite. So for you, it's like a miracle that you ended up in the 5th place.
I never play a tournament from 1,700 euro. I only played the 300 and the 500s, and I came here for the satellites to try to get a ticket, and it works. Friday night I've got the ticket, so Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 4 days, 4 long days. I'm totally tired, but for 61,000 euro, it's good geld.
So are you going to come back for the WSOPC Europe for the main event only, or for other events as well?
I'm here now for the. I've been here 10 times. For the Dutch Classics and the German poker days and something like that. So I will come back here, and now I have a ticket for the WSOP, and I will play that for sure. It's the only time in my life that I can do that. Yes.
We hope to see you again on the final table of the main event. It will be perfect. Okay. And see you soon.
Thank you very much.
That is exactly what I was trying to get at with the players remaining. Someone who would not be that used to playing this big of a buy-in, getting that big of a score, and that brought a huge smile to my face. Look how happy he was. And what I mean there also as well, with the beasts out of the way, they can relax a little bit, but they have a huge title they are playing for. You can see just how much it meant to him to get 51,000 euro, and the big bags under his eyes, and he will earn a huge, well-needed rest tonight. But congratulations to him, and I hope to see him on the felt soon.
No, it's awesome to hear, man. Just like when you have some score like that, it's just like sense of accomplishment, and it's just, you know, again, he could have nearly played his whole life and not had a score like that. So again, it's just unbelievable to hear, especially from a satellite on top of that too. It's even extra cherry on top of the ice cream, so to speak.
Very endearing there, Alan. You know, like I would love to see Melhers or Wojtek take this down, but they've had big titles to their name. Like, look at the smile on his face that he got to get that far in such a big event. It's just great to see so much satellites taking place at Kings. Like, even this €10,000 tournament coming up, there's going to be so many satellite qualifiers with the opportunity to win life-changing money.
Do you know how much the satellite was, by any chance? No, or have any?
How much the satellite was for this tournament?
Yeah, for the one you may have played, just out of curiosity. Or if you don't know, it's no biggie. Just I'm curious.
It's a tiered system, so you can play just satellites with X amount of tickets. But the way they have it done in Kings Resort is brilliant. If you buy into a 250 buy-in or a 500 buy-in, and you get down deep into one of those tournaments, you are playing also for a ticket into a bigger event.
Better again.
So, although I don't know the exact amount of what, most likely he tiered himself in through a 250, 300 or a 500 buy-in. Which is like an extra reward for getting deep in a tournament, which I think is class. And alternatively, you could play in a satellite, most likely 200, 250 euro with like 10 or 20 tickets. A lot of them come and travel from all around Europe because it's smack bang in the middle of Europe. And it's a great destination to get to. You're there just to play some serious long days of poker, and there's an event for every caliber of player, from the high rollers all the way down to the low rollers. You could just win your seat into a 10k buy-in, say, that's on next month for playing a €500 event. The €500 events, Alan, you make the final table, top 6 or top 4 usually get a 10k ticket on top. So I would imagine at some of the other events there was a lot of €1,700 tickets to get into this one.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No, it's great value for money, man, obviously, and especially if you run deep on top of that. Yeah, you're just more or less laughing, obviously, with the 10k ticket on top of that. So yeah, it's very good, very well laid out.
A lot of players that come to here that don't play professionally or playing recreationally will come for a week to 10 days, and they will play a lot of the 250, 300 and 500 buy-ins, and then they will find themselves in these bigger tournaments that they had no intention of playing when they first arrived, which I think is class. Also, extending their trip, ringing the wife, telling them, I won't be home tonight, baby. Don't wait up.
Not only tonight.
There's just an event on every week, as I said, and that is your opportunity. So many opportunities. A lot of times with these satellites, there's the mega sat and a few other sats, but there's not loads and loads of chances to get into these big buy-ins that are above 1k. But the way Kings operates is there's just so many of these smaller tournaments to get into the bigger ones. But for now, we will get back to the action. Lars with the ultimate Jack 4, the Jack of clubs to boot. The Jack 6 for Dennis. Queen 10, 4, 6 is the board. 1.2 million in the middle. This one will get checked down. The pair of sixes of Dennis beating the pair of fours. All players now guaranteed €65,500 and a 10 grand ticket on top. Not bad for 4 days work.
Oh, sir.
This is where they need to have the ultimate composure. It's just 3 eliminations away from that ring on your finger. €189,650. And regardless of whether they play professionally, what a boost this is going into the huge series coming up in Kings in just a couple of weeks' time.
Race.
It is not possible to deny the 10k ticket and receive it in cash. You must play it with your first ticket. If you win additional tickets and are still in the tournament, then that money can be attributed to your account.
Thank you.
Lars 51 big blinds, Dennis 39, Kivar 34 and Allegra 23. This is starting to even out a bit. No one short at all currently. Are there any OG pros confirmed for the World Series of Poker Europe main event? I cannot confirm nor deny of who is flying over from the States or the likes, but I believe most of the top pros around Europe will make the pilgrimage.
525.
If this €1,700 buy-in was star-studded, I imagine the World Series of Poker Europe will have even bigger names.
Be nice to experience it, wouldn't it?
Indeed. You see Apocalypse UK saying there, Alan, the night before day 1A, satellite popped off. They had 25 seats for a 10k.
Wow.
And yeah, most top pros in the world do come to that event, but I was saying especially the European pros, that it's not as far for them to travel. There will definitely be many an OG at it. You could just look at the previous years, some of the fields that took place. I am not up to speed as much as I could be about the live circuit, as I have spent most of the last decade staring at a screen with many, many tables in front of me. Allegra with the raise to 575 from the jack nine of spades. Lars with the call for 325k more in the big after Kivar came along for the ride in the small with king eight of spades. Is Doyle still the main guy? Yeah, Doyle's already at King's waiting there. He's in a bathtub somewhere. Go find him.
Still knocking about.
He's in the spa there, powdering himself up with talcum powder. There's a month to prepare for the prestigious event. Hopefully nothing happens to him in the meantime, or it'll be R.I.P. Doyle.
King high.
King. Yo. Ah. Jack 9. Jack 9. Sweden.
Lars in the small, playing 13 million now.
Action slowed down a wee bit, hasn't it?
That's what happens. It comes in waves.
Yeah, no doubt.
Four-handed as well. So much harder to pick up a hand.
It's a lot more folding pre-flop, really, isn't it? To an extent, anyways.
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked when sometimes it's three-handed and heads up. Like these monsters pop out of nowhere. It's just the ultimate cooler. But the reason it's going to be quite cagey here is it's evened out a bit. There's no one. Okay, Lars is still way out in front, but he still needs to be careful not getting too tangled up with Dennis. And the two shorter stacks at the table are not so short. Kivar's rebounded nicely from when Kivar's rebounded nicely from when he was down at like 3 or 3.5 million, I think. I don't think we've done the predictions on the stream chat yet, so maybe this is a good time. Who have you got now, guys? Who do you think is going to take down this World Series of Poker circuit event main and put that ring upon their finger? If I had to pick one, it would be Lars. He's been very composed. He's played really well throughout this final table. They all kind of bring a different thing to the table.
It'll be interesting here now.
Poker. Yeah.
Is he call or jam?
The pocket tens. I would like to see him just put it in.
It's probably too strong to flat, isn't it?
There's just too many overcards to our tens. We just don't know where we're at then a lot of the time.
True that.
Four-handed. What more do you want? The button coming with the 3-bet to 1.725 million. We can just take down pre and add just over 2 million and a bit of cheese on top to our stack. Tens isn't exactly a trapping hand.
I mean, to him it is.
Call for 1.125 million more, 4 million in the pot, as we'll see the flop.
This is what happens.
King 7-6. Disaster for Kivar's pocket tens. And he will most likely lose another street on top of it because there's just one overcard to his tens.
He's got the club as well for extra backdoor equity.
If I'm Lars, I'm not betting too big. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million.
Good.
$1 million is the bet. And now playing for stacks, essentially, Alan, just 6 million left in Kivar's stack, 5.1 in the middle already, or 6 million in the pot and 5.8 behind in his stack. Second flush draw appears.
Yeah, this is kind of dodgy with King Jack, whether you want to bet here again. I mean, obviously there's a lot worse hands you can get value from, and there's also a lot of hands you need protection from, but betting and getting jammed on is horrible. So I'm not sure.
You just horse it all in.
Yeah, just the SPR at this stage is under 1-1, so it's kind of like you kind of have to, don't you? Given how wet the board is. Yeah, well played. Yeah, I can't really call this, can you? You don't really want to have tens. You don't really want to have tens of these combos as well, like blocking some of the potential bluffs like ace 10 and ace whatever of clubs and spades, like, or something like that. If he was being aggressive.
Both flush draws, well, some of the combos of both flush draws by having a spade and a club in our hand, which is quite important here. It's not that important, but it is definitely a factor.
Again, it's just like, is Lars going to be getting out of line here with, you know, two relatively shorter stack? It's not impossible, obviously, but I think it's less likely given the other stack size and stuff like that. And these two were the biggest, I believe, or there was someone just below Lars? These were the two of the bigger ones, I think, aren't they?
His most likely bluff candidates would still be a mega draw like ace 4 of clubs or ace 4 of spades, ace 5 of spades, ace 5 of clubs, that kind of range. I don't think he would just check behind with an ace high flush draw or a spade high flush draw. The SPR is just too short. SPR being stacked to pot ratio, guys.
I mean, probably again, this is just like how much of like one decision pre-flop or just one decision in the hand has such a snowball, if not an avalanche, effect on how the hand actually plays out. You know, he jams this pre-GG hand, and now he's in a spot where he's potentially risking his tournament life on a call where he's pretty in bad shape if he does call and is, you know, doesn't improve or get there.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
The thing is, like somebody said, ace jack, ace queen of spades here, or ace queen suited, ace jack suited. Like it's they potentially have showdown value here, so maybe checking them back isn't. It wouldn't be a mistake, I'd say. It's more so the ace 4, ace 5, like you mentioned yourself, Dan, that wants to get folds. Ace queen, ace jack still has some small fraction of like showdown. Ace queen more than ace jack, but they might be trying to check back here for that reason. But shoving them would be fine too, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, Alan. Most likely he should be shoving 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, maybe even 6s pre, is my understanding of that kind of range. So what is he hoping to get called by here? is he's just trying to get him off a hand that has clubs or backdoor spades. What other pairs can he have? He could have a weaker king that decided to call pre, but there's really not too many of those, and we blocked that significantly. Then there's the ace X of hands that contain clubs or backdoor spades. And other than that, there's really no other hands, right?
Call the clock as well. Yeah, I mean,
I can't really think of any other hand. Maybe like an 8-9 kind of a thing, but I don't think that an 8-9 suited will call the 3-bet too often. And I'm struggling to put Kivar on hands after that we get called by if we are Lars.
yeah, it just he has to find the fold here, I'd say. It's just like,
I believe the clock will run down and his hand will be declared dead.
mm-hmm.
5, 4, 3, 2,
yeah,
1.
doesn't look like he's going to.
Dead hand.
You can call me Action Dan because I predict these things.
No, that's what it's not.
I think he was nearly relieved that he timed himself out there. The
Yeah, there's
agony of
times
wanting
where
to call there. You know?
It's just that there's times where you have too much time to think about something and find reasons to call. So you know, maybe the clock being called there wasn't the worst thing, but I don't think he was going to call anyways. I think it's a pretty high percentage of the time going to be a fold, and that's just, I just don't really see many worse hands. And even if you're against something as at best case scenario, some high equity draw like a combo draw or something like that, you know, overs and whatever else.
The only hand that Lars should be afraid of in that exact situation is maybe a hand like King Queen if he decided to call the 3-bet. And it would have to be a suited variety most of the time. You wouldn't really be calling the 3-bet with King Queen offsuit out position too frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis,
well, the likes
definitely capable. Sorry, I was just saying he's capable of firing the trigger as a bluff. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say is the likes of, I mean, King 10, I assume, is a pretty standard 3-bet, or sorry, call versus the 3-bet, but like King 9, would that be a call as well, bet? In that spot there, button versus cut off?
Are you on about Lars or the 3-bet, or Kivar calling out position 3-bet?
Yeah, Kivar calling, like King 10 would be a call, I assume, and then King 9 would be a fold, or...
The suited variety, perhaps, but unsuited, all them combos.
No,
have to
offsuit,
go out the
offsuit,
window.
no, offsuit, no. Yeah, for sure. The suited ones I was on about specifically.
Yeah. It's just we've been talking about his hand for a while, and it's like he should just jam a hand as strong as 10s pre.
Absolutely. But it's just no debate outside that. It's just whatever happens after that, it's just kind of not supposed to ever happen, really.
From Lars' perspective, his opponent can rarely ever have 6s or 7s here. He doesn't have 3s. Was there a 3 out there for a set? Was it 6-7 king 3?
Yeah, 3 on the turn. Yeah, 3 of spades brought in a 2 flush or double flush draw board.
So Lars, in my opinion, basically has the nuts on the turn because he doesn't expect if his opponent has king queen, then GG, well played. But his opponent won't have ace king, so. Doesn't have 6s, doesn't have 7s, doesn't have 3s, doesn't have 6-7, doesn't have 7-3. Like, it's the club draws, the spade draws that he might want to get. It would be if he had a combo draw that Kivar wanted to call off with. Other than that, Lars is sitting pretty there with the jam. And I think Lars, the way he played that hand, would have to jam any king on that turn. Maybe not like king 8 or something, but or like a king 5 suited. but the pot is, or whatever kicker did not give him 2 pair on that board, so not king 6, not king 7, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So king 5, and then lower than that, he probably doesn't 3-bet king 4, king 3, king deuce. So therefore, he just has the virtual nuts to jam on the turn.
Yeah, because as you said, the worst, the only hand that's really beaten there is a king queen suited that probably shouldn't 4-bet jam pre, I assume. It's probably just going to be a pure call, I'd imagine.
And that puts Lars all the way up to 17 million. And now, if he wasn't a force to be reckoned with before, which I said he was, he definitely is now. Phoenix is emerging from the ashes. It's looking like he is the man to beat. So still four-handed here. Back getting shallower as the blinds are now. They have been for a couple of hands. 150k small blind, 300k big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. Lars with the raise, 600k. And the put off, Queen 8 of spades. Dennis with a very 3-bettable King 10 offsuit on the button. That 3-bet will take that down. Someone asking about the chips. Yes, gray chips are 100k, blue chips 25k, and the big pink biscuit chips, they are 500k each. We also have a yellow 1 million chip, but I don't feel like that has been introduced into play yet. Indeed, it has not. And it's raised from the cutoff, Jack 9 off suit. Lars defending in the big blind with 10-9. Flop is 7 deuce deuce. Now Natalia Allegra, ace 10 off suit, 12 bigs in the cutoff, deciding to raise. And he is going to raise 4 times the big blind to 1.2 million, 1 million and change. A little bit of cheese on top. And Dennis in the small blind, ace 10 of clubs. In the big blind, 750k for him to call. We will go heads up to the flop, 2.5 million in the middle. Jack 8-5, 2 spades on the flop. And Allegra moving all in.
Nice one. What you like?
Dennis holding
me
the
too.
same hand. That board not
think
favoring
you are
his
good.
range. See, there's no harm in asking someone like Allegra about his range or questions. He is very willing to reveal information to his opponents. He's very jovial at the table. No problem getting involved with speech. Kivar raising in the cutoff, ace 10 off suit, raising to 775k. Now Dennis in the small, playing just under 40 big blinds with king, queen of diamonds. Just with the call.
Nice one.
We'll see the flop, 2.2 million in the middle, 9, 6, 4, 2 diamond flop. As the turn comes, the 3 of spades, Alan.
Interesting spot.
Any king, queen, or diamond working for Dennis. Kivar still ahead with ace 10. And had Kivar bet the flop, I feel Dennis would have just went over the top. As it stands, checks back, calls turn, 3.7 in the middle as we hit the river. The river is the 5 of hearts. Puts a deuce or a 7 to make a straight on the board. So Dennis knows his king high most likely no good here. Kivar's raising range from the cutoff most likely wouldn't contain a 7 in it off his stack depth. Yes.
Nice.
So Dennis, very nice play. He's put it all together.
He's reffing quite polar here, that's the thing. Now, I'm not saying this is an easy call by any way, shape, or form, but it's possible. Whether Kivar finds it is another thing, but you know, what's he saying he has here when he does this? Is he gonna shove sets here? Possibly, but what worse calls in that situation? Okay.
Well, Kivar raised from the cutoff with 14 bigs there. Now, had he jammed Dennis, they probably would have went to the races. I don't think it's bad to min raise off 14 bigs there, given the dynamic and the ICM situation. But his hand probably plays better as a jam overall. The way it's played out, it's very hard for him to call the river when Dennis defends in the small. But how many hands containing a 7 or a deuce would Dennis defend in the small blind there that he is now jamming on the river? Does he jam one pair hand there? When you really break it down, ace high becomes more and more of a call. But Alan, we are at home. We can see the cards.
Yeah, it's a completely different situation, obviously. But again, when you do try and analyze it, it makes sense that it can be a bluff catcher to an extent. But yeah, ICM situation, reality, all that sort of stuff, man. It's a difficult thing to do in that spot.
It's just a very, very tough call to make.
I mean, credit to Dennis as well going for it. You know, maybe had no choice, but still takes you know a certain player to do that regardless.
And that will make Kivar now the short stack at the table, playing under 10 bigs. Allegra with 15, and then the two boys fighting it out, only a couple of million separating them. It'll be a hell of a heads-up battle between Lars and Dennis, Alan, if it goes that way. Two boys, very fearless, very accomplished throughout this final table, have been really showing their strengths. Not saying the other players haven't, but they haven't had as much spots or shown as much grit. They've been short stacked for a lot of the day. Kivar had a lot more chips, but it really hasn't gone his way. He has had some opportunities to make some all-ins over the top, and he's decided to go for the passive route, the hand that sticks out from earlier on in the day when he didn't call with the top pair on the river against Dorian. There's been a couple of those similar situations for him. And Allegra, well, Allegra is just Allegra. When you were gone for a moment there, he 4x'd with ace-10 off of leaving himself with about 10 big blinds behind, making it over $1 million to go with ace-10 offsuit. So that's kind of the way things are looking.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to pick two guys, you'd probably pick the two guys that are first and second in chips at the moment, just because of like you said, how they've been playing and whatnot. They've been spots, but not afraid to more or less put their chips around, which we saw numerous times where the other two have probably been a wee bit on the more passive side in spots where the other two probably would have been a lot more aggressive. And you know, maybe that's why, you know, they're first and second the way it is now.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. I mean, the rest is up to the poker gods then. The blinds don't exactly go down at this stage. You've got to fight to stay alive. Even getting those 3-bets through from the button, so crucial when you're playing four-handed. The blind's about to hit you every couple of hands. The cutoff going to be raising into you quite frequently, and just getting those 3-bets down through instead of someone coming over the top is monumental difference.
Yeah, it adds up for sure, man. And again, it's just what you need to do, and players understand what they need to do, and just more or less not being results orientated and just following through at what they believe is the correct decision. And if you don't know the correct decision, you're going to hesitate and potentially make mistakes. That's the other side of it.
Dennis with the flush draw here. You're going to see a lot more blind v blind battles as well, since we are now four-handed. Turn the jack of diamonds. Interesting card for both players. Bet of 300k and a call. River to 7 of hearts. Lars trying to do his job for us, Alan, there with the mic just under his mouth.
Yeah, I heard that.
Graphics has gone back slightly, but it is Lars taking down that pot of 2 million. Just under 17
That was
million now again.
that was two small bets by Lars there, was it? Or you found
Yeah,
the two small
one
bets
big
trying
blind
spot?
on one big
Nice.
blind on the turn, one big blind on the river.
Thank you.
I'll play it.
Now Queen 10 of diamonds on the button for Lars. Oh boy, yeehaw! The Cowboys, Dennis in the small, big hand to pick up at any stage in the tournament, especially four-handed. Now, of all the candidates to see a flop with imposition from a 3-bet from an aggressive small blind, Queen 10 of diamonds fairly fits into that category.
I think so too.
1.1 million to call.
I feel a firework flop here.
I actually was about to say that. I feel like there's going to be something juicy here. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit of something. Check. Turn is the 7 of spades. If I'm Dennis, I might check a second time. I'll definitely call a turn bet, or I could lead myself and then just try to get the showdown on the river.
Yeah, this is the thing you see in cash games as well, man, when you check these flops. Because you're not exactly uncapped here, you know. Obviously, you can have some weak ASX and then obviously premiums here in regards to top set and shit like that. But yeah, it's block bets on the turn here are quite good because you just avoid the situation of checking and then facing a bigger bet and also get called by worse.
Yeah, getting value from a queen also, like the exact hand that he has. Bar any monkey business here, they are going to be dead even on chips after this hand, pretty much, give or take. 50 big uns a piece they'll have. He's going for
It's
a
nice that
second
he's finding the
street.
bet here again.
Interesting. Yeah. Especially with the 8 pairing on the river.
Definitely 10, in my opinion.
I agree.
Because like even Queen X here probably shouldn't call, even though it's getting an amazing price. But like at the same time, what exactly do you beat that's going to take this line?
It's a 20% pop bet as well. So Lars might pay this off.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Yep.
It's kind of hard not to, isn't it?
Agreed.
I mean, I suppose in that situation, as long as he's like balancing that with like the nuts every now and again or something like that, I think it's okay. You know, having that size in there, you kind of need to have both ends of it. It's just so thin that like, I just don't know what worse really calls you, except that even if I was in Lars' shoes there, I would think what worse is actually value betting that I beat. You know, obviously the price is very good, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's probably never. It may not even be a call. That's the thing in that spot.
Yeah, it's very, very unlikely he takes that line and as a bluff. Like, I can't see that ever being a bluff.
Yeah.
But you know what I've learned over time, Alan, to say like, oh, that could never be a bluff is the one thing. I put that right up there with using the word perfect.
True. No, there's definitely been spots where I've assumed it's never a bluff, and yeah, it has been at times, but just in that specific spot, I think it's difficult on the river to see what worse is actually going to be betting for that sizing.
How much?
Kivar shoving for 2.45 million, and I believe Lars will be priced in on this one. This is less than 10. He already has 600k out there. It's going to be 1.8 million more with a nice, pretty king 9 of diamonds, 38% to crack the ace 10. Just going to be a bit too good of odds here. He'll still have 10 million if he loses. Does call. Action. All in and call.
Good luck.
5.3 million. Big moment for both players. Lars set to move back up to 17 million and change. Kivar at risk with his ace 10 offsuit. Can double back up to 5.3 million. Flop is Jack 6-5 1 diamond. No help to Lars. He can hit some running diamonds, however. Turn is the 7, gives him an additional out with the 8. The river. It is the 8th. Runner eliminates Kivar.
Ich wusste, ich verliere. Ich habe so ein Gefühl gehabt.
Not much he can do there. Great game by Alariza Kivar.
Lars is on fire.
Lars is on fire, and he's going to be very difficult to take down now. Dennis is the man that can do it. Good game, Kivar, taking down 65,500 euro for your 4th place finish. Congratulations. See you on the felt soon. No doubt. Oh, Allegra.
Sorry. No problem.
Allegra is a bit too much of an eager beaver there.
I get a count.
Lars asking for a count with the 10-4 offsuit. Why not?
Surely not.
This is horrible by Allegra. I'm just going to say it. He has got an absolute monster three-handed.
Yeah. And again, that's not the first time he's done it.
Sorry.
He's getting a warning about acting out a turn, but little do they know how strong of a hand he has. Give the man a break, cut him some slack. Natalia Allegra 17 bigs, Lars 52 and Dennis 55. It's a dead even. Give or take 1 million between the top two. Allegra, a lot of work to do, but still in with a chance, with still playing a stack of nearly 20 big blinds still.
He's still there. He's still there.
I would have liked to even see a limp there from the Queens, something different. It's not his style though.
No, he's just done that every time, man. With the premiums, it's again, they probably know that. Like, I mean, I guarantee if they know what the previous kind of hand histories were, where he, like, you know, went all in very quickly, there might be some parts of the range that they would fold, that they should be calling because of that, because they did the exact same thing, you know.
I will take back the word horrible though, because if he's doing that all day, then it's going to look even stronger if he min raises. But it's just so difficult to get a hand three-handed, and to pick up a monster like that, just get the blinds and antes, just feels disgusting. Granted, his opponent had 10-4 offsuit, and we're talking nonsense in a way, but if he continues to do that, he is going to miss out on severe value for himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure they probably saw potentially or at least have the information what he's been doing it with prior, when he moves all in that quickly. So not ideal.
No, not ideal. But I guess it would stink of strength if he just started limping or going away against the way he has been playing all day. We've got a legendary player in the Twitch chat. Fintan Gavin has come on in to say hello. Come on in, Fintan. The water's lovely.
As always. What's going on, Fintan? How are you?
Hope you're well, sir.
Yeah, it's Alan Fintan. Yes, it is.
We'd said we'd get a man from your neck of the woods, Fintan. The next best thing. He's still from Galway. Thank you for joining us. You're missed a whole day of crazy action live from King's Resort, but you are no stranger to that, sir. Dennis on the button folds his queen 4 of hearts. Lars getting a walk. Anytime you can get a walk three-handed with garbage, you're singing. But interesting there, Alan. Do you think if he's aces or kings even, does he just jam 15 big blinds without barely thinking there? If he's doing that with the absolute nuts, then there's no point in him limping or min-raising.
I mean, as like he had kings, I know earlier on, and he did the same thing. I'm not sure did he do it with something similar, you know, after that again. But yeah, if he's doing it with queens and he's done it with kings, it seems to be a common trend that he's doing it with things like that, just open shipping very, very quickly.
Finton thinks we're crazy, but he hasn't seen the action unfold.
No, sir.
It's easy for you to say. Dennis is all in from the big blind, and now Allegra 2.8 million back for him to call.
Did he limp or did he raise? I missed. Sorry.
When he raises, he was raising between 3 and 4x. That has been his go-to since I was commenting on his play 2 nights ago on Sunday. He's been such an entertaining character to commentate on. But his go-to is 3 and 4x the blinds and just jam with monsters. He's after putting in over 1 million now again, and he's just 2.8 behind.
Finton is going AWOL in chat.
Hold on now, lads. He might be a nit. He's a nit who has secured his €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket and got 6 pay jumps at this final table. Looks like Allegra's body language wants him to fold and live to fight another day.
It's three-handed as well, Dan. That's the other kind of variable here where King Jack in this spot, I mean, look, he's at the raising 4 or 5x on top of that, so King Jack's a pretty decent hand.
Awesome opportunity for him to double up and have some form of a stack to go against the other 2 competitors left in this competition.
The chat wants a call anyways.
We did see him nearly 4x with ace-10 and get called by ace-10 in the big. He was left with 10 or 12 bigs and he just shoved all in on jack 8-5, 2 spades and got Dennis to fold ace-10 of clubs. That's the least amount I can remember him putting in with a hand that strong. And then to just jam 15 off the bat with queens was just a bit wild.
It's been the norm, Finton, 4x, that's why, more or less, for him. Wow.
He wants to live and fight another day. But there is no other day. This is the final day. We are three-handed, and he's not going to get much better opportunities to double up than that.
Yeah, that's debatable. Yeah, well, like sixes is laughing, and that's what getting a fold, no? Probably don't expect to get a fold.
Sixes is printing money there. Printing money, getting to take all that juice in the pot down without having to go to showdown is ideal to say the least.
sure.
Lars playing 15 million. Dennis, your chip leader now approaching 19 million to start the hand. King 10 of hearts. All in the fella. Call.
Oh,
No, he
fold.
folds. Folds. Won't be calling with the 5-3. Well, at least he wore a nice shirt. Lovely shirt. He's got his lucky crocodile. Perhaps that crocodile is bitten off more than he can chew. 5x folding from the small.
At this stage, possibly.
Okay, and now he's deciding to take a stand with Queen 10 of clubs. All in the fella, all in the other fella. We have all in and call. And now Allegra is a 2-1 favourite to double back up to 5.1 million.
He's a bigger favourite than what he was with the King Jack that time, no?
It's basically the same thing, right? How much further are you from a coin flip in this game? Most of the time.
I fancy the Queen 10.
Action Allen fancies the Queen 10. Fancies it even more now on 10-6-3 Rainbow. Dennis going to need a jack or some alternative help.
My friend. Heads up.
We'll see the turn. The turn is the 6 of spades. Allegra, one card away from doubling back up. He'll be playing the guts of 20 big blinds. Dennis needing a jack on the river. Does not come. It's the brick of the 2 of diamonds. Allegra celebrates. Fist bumps the air. And here we go. He ain't going nowhere yet. You have to pry those chips from his dead cold fingers. Allegra survives.
Must be very cold at this stage.
Winter is coming, Alan.
For sure.
There is the update, folks. 17 bigs for Natalia Allegra. Lars playing 49 and Dennis out in front with 57.
One more double up, man. He's more or less going to be level with somebody in second. More or less, I
Anybody
think.
can say what they want about him, Alan. He is great for the game.
Absolutely.
Being really jovial and happy whether he's winning or losing. Has been quite tight for most of the day. Has secured 6 pay jumps in the process.
Yeah,
and
true.
gets involved when he has to. Not afraid to talk to any of his players. Not phased at all. He's been highly entertaining. Five, 5, 4 is the flop. And it has to be said, these two players probably getting a bit frustrated that they can't get it down to heads up and really go for it. Allegra becoming a problem and a thorn in both of these men's side. they have to be very careful playing against one another, while Allegra is swooping, waiting in the middle of the two of them. The option on Lars, just 1.5 million in the middle. I say just all these pots so significant. Every blind and ante mattering more and more.
These two are two good players, Dan. So they are.
They are indeed. This, by far, the biggest moment in both of their live careers, as far as I can tell from my scooting around the internet. Lockdown changed the game a lot, Alan. People evolved and got better so much quicker. Then once
Nice
the chains
call.
were off, they were able to
What a
show
call.
their skill. What a call.
Two quality players these guys are. I'm looking forward. If this goes to heads up, I'm looking forward to commentating on it. Put it that way. Dennis is a very, very good player.
Indeed. I told you, he brought his big balls to King's Resort this weekend. This is my third day commentating on him. Great call by Dennis. And this is what I was saying, Alan, even though that's a relatively small pot, and it is a small-ish pot, like in terms of big blinds, but it's huge in terms of the tournament.
For
You
sure,
get
for
a couple
sure.
of them behind your belt, you just edge further and further to the title, and that is what makes the difference here, three-handed.
Sets up a dynamic too, I think. You know, that might, I'm not going to say it's going to affect Lars, but you know, somebody making a call like that in this situation, it might linger mentally to a degree. But either way, yeah, nice call. I like that.
What is going on here? Dennis limps, Allegra shoves 15 blinds with the queen deuce off, and the world keeps on spinning. Yes, sorry to cut you short there, Alan, just with the jam from Allegra. It's the other two players' world, though, and Allegra's in the middle of it. Don't be writing this man off just yet. Yeah, it is.
Absolutely
It's
not.
all about them blind battles. The longer it goes three-handed, it's all about how many of them they can pick up off the other player while Allegra is still in the mix.
No, for sure.
But there will, like I said, when they get like this, there will be a lot of swapping. Like Lars could easily make a great call on Dennis in a moment, and it's back to even. Very exciting, dynamic, developing here. Dennis shows the ace. I'm looking forward to if he was to win or when he's finished to see him smile. People commenting on how angry he looks all day. I'm sure he is so happy and elated inside, but you could show all the emotion you want once the game is over. Stay until the job is done. It's championship rounds. I felt like he was going to shove the king five for some reason. What a disaster that would have been.
Would have been all the hard work out the window.
Well, these players working very hard overtime here towards the end of day 4 for these players. How bad do you want it? Five, 4, 4, 2 hearts. Lars checking his aces from the small. Would you took a stab at that in Dennis's shoes, Alan?
I think with this combo, I don't mind with the heart, and obviously just a lot of good turn cards you can barrel on. So I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Yeah, that seems good. It's just a lot of backdoor playability with the heart, and we could pick up a lot of straight draws. But I wouldn't be betting the flop to check the turn, if you know what I mean.
True.
I like the way Lars has played this so far, disguising the strength of his hand until now. Coming in hot with a raise.
I don't mind that either.
No, I don't mind that either as well. It's like playing it kind of... I don't know what he would do that with as a bluff, but there's definitely some bluffs in there. Like, you might even check a 5 twice and raise, or what hands do you think he would check raise the turn there as a bluff?
Well, this kind of goes back to what we discussed earlier with the small blind limping strategy. Again, this is three-handed. I'm not sure how many it was. I think it was maybe 6 or 7-handed. When if you remember, we discussed the small blind limp from Kivar. So, I mean, three-handed here, yeah, it's obviously potentially even wider. So, yeah, I mean, he can have a lot of stuff there in regards to premiums, and then obviously a bunch of air. So his check raise range potentially on that turn there, it can be a lot of value, and also can be a decent amount of bluffs too. So yes, it just depends what he's limping. But if he's limping aces, then I'm sure he knows what he should be doing it with optimally, and at least understand that strategy on top of that.
Yeah, that's fair. It does look quite strong, but maybe you would... I was just thinking you wouldn't check a 5 twice. You might check 5, 4, 4 the first time, and then you could go for a check raise on the turn. But other than that, it would be like a hand like 6s or 7s maybe that didn't decide to check the flop and trying to deny our opponent equity on the turn. Maybe... I don't believe we would check raise the turn with hearts or a straight draw. We'd probably just call. So he is very capped there. Nuts or air, in my opinion. Also, some players just do that to take control of the hand. Just totally fine.
There's going to be a lot of air in the imp range. Dennis's kind of perspective in that spot as well. It's a limp pot, flop check through, out of position checked again on the turn. And Dennis could easily have a jack there or whatever the case may be, and he's just going to have to check fold a lot of stuff out of position. Lars might, but yeah, he's going to have some check raises too. Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to that. That's a lot of green.
No, sir. A lot of green.
I'll just take the green part. You can have the other side, the orange part.
They look 50-50. Excuse the pun.
Okay, all right then. Get it changed into €500 notes and rent a Ferrari. I can't drive, but rent a Ferrari, go across the border, see what happens.
I'm sure at that stage, Dan, you could probably pay someone to drive for you.
I'm sure there's a few people out there willing and able. Nani Juco says, huge shout out to the commentators, the new layout, and it looks like there are new camera angles as well. Really great stuff, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, Dennis raising from the button, ace queen offsuit. Lars coming along for the ride with 5-4 of hearts in the big blind. 9-8-7. 2 diamonds is the flop. Really not liking this flop in terms of action, Alan.
Not much ace queen can do here
Give
for
the
check.
fans what they want. Queen of clubs. Great card for Dennis. $5.75 will take this one down.
Mm-hmm.
Lars, Queen Jack in the small blind. Completes. Ten, 7, 5. Rainbow. Do you like a better check here, Alan, with the back doors for the Queen Jack, or do you just kind of want to check call?
I think both are fine, as long as imposition isn't bet too big, but it's a limp pot, so probably going to be forced to check call a lot anyways, even if you decide to check. You definitely can't check
Okay.
fold. Betting is fine too, obviously.
Yeah, check fold would be too weak.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about a check raise with the back doors? This is just a bit too out there.
Again, I don't see it. Like, it's just, again, he limps a small blind down. It's just like, you know, he limped aces the last time, so it's not like he's never going to have a premium. So, you know, it's nice to have these draws in that situation as well. It's the exact same node or the exact same spot where when check, check, flop, check, turn, except Dennis checks back this time.
Yeah, we want to keep the pot small though in this three-handed dynamic, and even in general, it's probably a bit too much to be check raising. Just check, as long as we're not folding. Check call or bet ourselves seems fine by me.
Yeah, I probably prefer the bet on the turn. Just you know, you have decent equity here with 2 overs and obviously outs to the
Even
nuts.
open ender, yeah.
Yeah. Difficult to find a call there, if ever.
Would be a bit sus, alright. And you've heard the man. We will go on a short break, but stay tuned for more three-handed action as we play down to a champion tonight. Back in a few. With his pocket fours, or will we see him play loosey goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I could get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of two pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights. which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop, and now bet turn and river. Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand with his top pair, having to pay off Wojciech.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
fours, or will we see him play loosey-goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 40.
We brought the prize money out now. We're three-handed here at the WSOP circuit main event at King's Resort Rozvadov. This is what our winner's going to take home, $189,650. It's right here, and gold WSOP ring.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for more action. We will crown a champion tonight. We are currently three-handed. Blinds are up. The small blind 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. Allegra now little bit under 15 bigs. He's not in the major critical area quite yet, but he is the shortest of the three by quite some margin. Guaranteed a minimum of 83,900 euro for his efforts. And of course, that 10,000 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Getting the action kicked back off is Lars on the button. Ace Queen off suit. And Allegra with a playable King 6 of diamonds from the big blind. We've got action first hand back, Alan.
Got a piece of it too.
Oh, with a piece of it. Oh,
Oh, wow.
God, he just called in before.
What's going on?
Called.
What is this?
Holy.
Why?
11.4 million in the middle. Natalia Allegra. Needing a king or a 6, or his run is going to come to an end.
I think he knows something we don't. Just saying.
Ando.
Bye.
The turn, the Jack of Hearts, no help to him. He's down to just 12%. He's had a great run. Is there more to come? The river. The 9 of clubs. Natalia Allegra has been eliminated in third place. What a joy to commentate on this man the last couple of days. Really entertaining, great character at the table, brilliant for the game, and unlucky in the end. Will take down the guts of 100,000 euro, including that ticket. Well played, well done. And we hope to see him again on the felt soon. Now, guys, I know we just had a break, but we're going to have a tiny little break here where they readjust everything. We'll be back inside of 5 minutes for the heads-up battle and see who is going to become the champion of this main event tonight. Stay tuned.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
Okay, alrighty, we are back for the heads-up battle, and both players playing almost identical stacks. Lars 19.2 million, Dennis 18.2, give or take. 47 big blinds plays 45. The blinds remain the same: 200,000, 400,000, 400,000 running big blind ante. What an entertaining final table so far. It might have had a couple of slow periods, but my God, the calm before the storm really made up for it. So much action-packed hands. Both of these players well worthy of becoming this main event champion for 2022 of the World Series of Poker circuit event. And this is a huge heads-up battle. Basically 120,000 euro for second and 190,000 euro for first. So it's a 70,000 euro heads-up battle is what we are watching. That's a lot of biscuits for a lot of bears. 70,000 euro in the difference. There can only be one winner, and you know there is no deals allowed at Kings, so this is a huge heads-up battle. I'm really excited to bring this tournament to conclusion. Thoroughly enjoyed commentating the last 2 days, and especially today. 2 players remain. Just waiting for the action to get back underway. I will bring back my sidekick, my co-commentator, Action Allen.
What's going on, guys? Looking forward to this heads up. I think these two guys probably have been the more confident players when it comes to just going for it and whatnot. And yeah, even as I said, two confident players. I'm hoping for a pretty decent heads up battle. Been impressed with oh, I forget his name now. Apologies, Dennis. I've been impressed with
That's
Dennis.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, but Lars has been very impressive too. They both have been very good players. But if I'm going to pick someone, probably going to go for Dennis. I don't know how you feel about that, Dan, or who you might pick yourself. But I'm going to go with Team Dennis for this one. I'm not sure how the chat feels about that, but gonna go with him.
Dennis is more fearless of a lot of the players I've seen over the last 3 days, and some of the calls he's made have been fantastic. But on the flip side of that, that also means you live by the sword, you die by it, and he's been a bit reckless in spots. Lars has been more consistent and he's quite aggressive, but he's very methodical and very good at picking his spots. So the more rational player of the two is definitely Dennis, but that can just swing in his favor with his ruthless aggression and not being afraid to call off in certain spots that Lars, it doesn't mean that he's not capable of making these calls, but he will pick different spots. And that is what makes this game so beautiful. Every hand so different, every player so different, every situation so different. So therefore, I see why you're picking Dennis. I don't predict that Dennis, it's going to be very difficult to beat Dennis, but Dennis will be the one putting the pedal to the metal more so than Lars, I feel, in the early goings of this heads-up battle.
Yeah, literally agree with everything you said. Really like how he described Lars himself. I do think he's a just very smart thinker of the game, and yeah, may lack the things Dennis might do, but they share similar qualities at the same time, man. I maybe see some similarities with myself and Dennis in, speculative calls and plays and aggression and whatnot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this, man. I'm curious how it's going to end up.
Me too, sir. Me too. It could be a long heads-up battle, but with the way they have been playing, Dennis is going to push the action. So I don't predict that neither of these players are a net. Like, let's be honest. So there could be chips flying everywhere very quickly.
For Dennis.
Yeah, good flop for Dennis. Good start for Dennis. Dennis the Menace. Lars committing larceny. So a worthy champion nonetheless. It would have been a bit of a shock if Allegra had have doubled up and somehow become heads up. Not saying he wouldn't have been a worthy champion.
Yeah.
He fought through a huge field, but these two players showing themselves in tough spots time and time again and having the composure to deal with them situations in different ways. They've both had their moments, both bringing their different attributes to this final table, and that is what ultimately has got them to this point. This is a huge moment for both players. By far the biggest score in their poker career. Like I just said, they're playing heads up for €70,000. Even Melhers or Wojciech playing heads up for €70,000. The pressure gets to you. You've been playing for 4 long days.
No, for sure. It's tough.
Dennis doesn't strike me as someone who would be smiling if he comes second.
Don't know if he likes to smile in general, but we've yet to see it.
Now, sizing wise here for Dennis, to get called by a 6, he doesn't want to go. It looks like he's going for 4.2 million. I like this sizing because if he has a straight, he's getting paid. If Lars has a straight, then Dennis is getting paid. Initially, I was like, okay, this is a bit too big with a full house, but it seems like it's a great sizing to choose. You can get called by a flush or a straight if Lars did contain one.
Yeah, I'm okay
But all
with it
my
as well.
talking and all my talking and ranting there, I kind of missed the action towards the end.
He checked out of position anyways, and he bet the turn and then checked the turn, Lars, as the out of position, or first to act basically. Dennis can have some missed diamonds there. That's the thing as well. So yeah, maybe bluff catch and 6x there isn't great, but I think for that size, and you don't have to call that often itself.
Yeah, he's not targeting the 6 portion of Lars' range because there's a 6 in his hand. So
I suppose the thing is in that spot as well, how often is Lars checking a strong hand on the river there? Maybe sometimes, because as I mentioned, Dennis is going to have some missed diamonds there that he's going to call the turn with. So maybe he has to bluff him on the river. So yeah, he's going to have some strong hands, I suppose, where that sizing makes sense, like you said.
yeah, all the good, valid points. Now both of them with a straight draw, needing each other's kicker. Interesting when this happens. Who wants it more? No real reason for either player to be getting out of line here. Dennis just hoping to hit a straight. Lars going to take his free card on the turn to go with his king high.
What's up? Queen high?
Just give me that chest, Alan. I'll see you at the border. Look at it, it's so pretty.
Me does. Just give me the ring.
Must
I'd
be
be okay with the
difficult
ring too.
Difficult for the dealer. She's dealing heads up, staring at this chest of money. That ring.
You can probably smell it.
That'd be quite the wedding ring to give to a lady. I won this there in the King's Resort, along with this chest of money.
Yeah.
Just and in your bag, take out a globe. Just go, hey, spin that baby wherever it lands. I'll bring you. The Milky Bars are on me. Interesting to see how this heads-up battle develops and progresses. Usually, one player takes the lead considerably, and it's the other one left with a shortish stack and needs to stay composed. Heads-up battles are so grimy and gritty. You really have to fight for every chip, and once you lose a big pot or you try a big bluff or something doesn't go your way and you lose a chunk of your stack, say you're heads up and you're the chip leader going in, it can be really hard to not let it affect you. You're so tired. You're running on adrenaline and you're playing for such a huge title. The way I try my best, and I can't say I do it that successfully, but a tennis player, they try to reset their brain every point, and that's what you need to do every hand.
That's right, anyways, yeah.
You almost want to have a bell in your head. I used to have a bell on my desk, and I'd ring it then to bring me back to the present moment. Now, it would only work, you know, when you're trying to meditate yourself, Alan. You're a big advocate of meditation. You just have to stay composed and be like, okay, that hand's over now. It's like when I'm commentating. We've commentated on 128 hands today. I'm commentating on this hand, and that is what I am doing now. I don't think, oh, I've X amount of hands more to go, or, you know.
So staying present, isn't it? More or less.
Yeah. It's just hard to stay present with that ring and all that chest of gold in front of you.
All the cameras, all the people around. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take on board, and just to keep your composure and you know, as we said already, stay present.
Jabba Solo says a loop timer can help. I'm right here, Jabba.
Yes, it can.
Right here waiting for you. I think it's fair to say, though, that both of these players seem very stoic and composed. They have the necessary qualities to take this one down. I know everyone gets phased by this moment, but they seem to be very focused and in the present, and that's what you need to do. So they will take it from there.
Yeah, they really haven't done anything like out of line at all, man. Like, they've been very, just their decision making has been very on point as well. You know, not over investing or under investing in spots where, you know, with chips itself, they really should be proud of themselves, I think, in their performance. From what I've saw today, they've been really good.
There's not much that separates them, is one point I didn't say when I was dissecting both of the players.
For sure.
There's really not. They both bring different qualities to the table. Dennis seems a bit more the rootless of the two, but Lars probably makes up for it in a different way. They're very evenly matched and both worthy of this title.
Definitely.
And in such a deep stacked event at a 60-minute clock, say one player has 20 odd million and the other goes down to 10, you can't be like, oh no, my opponent has a 2-to-1 chip advantage. How am I going to recover from this? You have to be like, I still have 25 big blinds. This is a very playable and workable stack. I've dealt with way worse stacks throughout this tournament, and nothing's going to break my stride. You have to have that mindset.
There's so much playability, man, for sure, that you should definitely shouldn't be worrying about anything between 50 and 25. I suppose 10 to 15 is kind of obviously still some playability, but obviously just less because of the size of the stack. But 15 plus is still plenty.
Yeah, well, the thing with heads up, you swap the blinds a lot. There's a lot of swappage going on, but the big pots tend to be very big. You could have a lull for nearly an hour in a heads up battle and have 3 huge hands in a row. Just the way it goes.
Yeah. The same thing you see in heads up cash as well, man. It's just, as you said, it comes in waves, no different than when we're watching them play 4-handed, 3-handed, 6-handed, whatever the case may be.
Yeah. At least they can sit out with heads up cash. They can't sit out of this heads up battle. They have to stay till the job's done. Both players, though, as you mentioned earlier there, should be very proud. And I'd say they will be once it's all said and done. For now, it's got to be full focus.
What I've just noticed there as well is, like, not one of them has yawned or looked tired since I've watched the stream, which is kind of admirable as well. Maybe they did get good night's sleep last night and whatever else, given the excitement of being on the final 10 technically. But I haven't seen one of them yawn once, and we've been playing for what, 8-9 hours at this stage, which is pretty interesting to see.
That is really interesting because it's not something I would have picked up on, and what I learned in psychology there recently enough is that if one person yawns, then the other person will yawn as it's a natural response. So the fact that one of them hasn't yawned is enabling the other one not to yawn either. I don't know if we could say the same of the Dutchman earlier, Franz. He looked absolutely exhausted.
That's true. It's the only one, I suppose. Only one that I know has the right. But yeah, these two guys are on it, man. Like you said, maybe running on adrenaline, whatever. But they're looking sharp. They're looking sharp.
youth is on their side as well, Alan. That's also a very useful tool to have in your arsenal.
True, but still, it's been a long grind over the past couple of days, so maybe they were just prioritizing rest and just looking after themselves, man. Which is obviously a key component also for performing or having a high performance kind of situation.
But when I get over there, I won't be using the same routine I was using in my 20s. You've got so much stuff available to you now at the King's Resort. You've got a huge gym, you've got a spa, you've got sauna, jacuzzi, ice bath. I pour ice water over my head every day. That's something I would not have been doing before. And it's very helpful, but you can tell both of these men very fit and healthy looking, and that is becomes more and more important, especially in your 30s, as your body starts to break down and you no longer make new DNA. And before, maybe 5, 7, 10 years ago, there wasn't as many people around you that were fighting, fit and free and well able to play. The game has got so much harder, and you need to take every advantage you can, and that means getting a good sleep, hopping in the ice bath, getting a good breakfast, not hitting that buffet for 6 slices of pizza on the break, sitting back down at the table feeling like a fat ogre. And you can tell that is probably why you're not seeing either of these players look that fatigued, but maybe they are on the inside and aren't showing it.
Yeah, this is it as well, for sure. It's possible. But either way, right now, do they?
And you have a fantastic routine, kind of like the one I'm talking about, that you implement every day, and that enables you to play an elite level of cash to up to 100,000 hands a month.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent, to be fair. It's just ingrained into my identity now, man, with what I do in the mornings and stuff like that, and it's just important. It definitely enables the energy levels to be consistent, man. But I think the cold showers were a big thing. Man. I think since I started doing that maybe 5, 6 months ago, yeah, just doing that before the start of a session, man, it's just unbelievable. Just whatever cobwebs you have on you in the morning, they're just more or less gone. So that exposure is good.
Yeah, it's probably one of the favorite things I've ever implemented into my life anyway. I just put a 2-liter bottle of ice cold water in the freezer because my shower is not a sight to behold. I can't trust the temperature on it, so therefore I get in. I do my up until about a month ago. I would pour it over my head first and then go from cold to hot. Now I do the complete opposite. I make sure I have my hot shower and then pour the ice cold water over myself, and that is the full benefit I feel from that, doing the Iceman breathing with it. But it sounds like we're waffling on, but we're actually giving really good advice to the viewers. As I was saying, it's very hard to implement that strategy when you're abroad playing live poker, but if you want to compete at the highest elite level, like these players are right here, they are the kind of things you need to be putting into your daily routine, no matter where you are in the world.
No, for sure, agree. It goes a long way. You know, both on and off the table, obviously. You know, just it's very, very good. Yeah, it's cold shower ending is amazing for your body. Yeah, keep your breathing in control for sure. It goes a long way, man, and you can make longer periods after that. I think when I started doing it maybe 6 months ago, it was like maybe a minute at the end, and then now I just jump in now like 3 minutes straight. It's gotten to that stage. You know, you just build up the resilience or whatever word is correct. Yeah, I would say resilience, but either way, it gets easier. But yeah, I still don't enjoy getting in at the start. But you know, it's not the nicest experience, but you get used to it.
It stays with you for 24 hours of the day.
It's good.
It's great.
Just check down to it.
Dennis is really edging away from Lars here. This pot will even it out a little bit. But you see, he's up over the 20 million. Alan, Lars was all the way back down at 13. Picks this one up. Back up to 16. 16 will play 21. Had he lost his pot Dennis be pulling away at nearly 25 million. So this is a big difference.
Yeah, heads up is wild, man.
$2.2 million is the bet from Lars.
I was going to say that that checked through all the way. I think if I'm looking at it correctly, it looks like it did.
Yeah, I think there was a bet pre or a raise pre.
Yeah.
Call.
Yeah. That's
Check through, and then a large bet from Lars on the river.
Yeah, I suppose just from Dennis's perspective, they probably don't want to have a queen, but I'm not sure how relevant that is either in regards to given how the hand played out, checking down to the river. I'm pretty sure if he had ace high there, he probably would have called, but queen high.
Yeah.
Probably not the better one.
Wasn't the time to be a hero on that occasion, that board, I don't think. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. Dennis raising to 900k from the button, and Lars completing in the big blind. Small bet of $500,000 from Dennis. Lars going for check raise to 1.725 million.
Probably see a lot more of these top pairs being check raised, a lot more than just check calls in 5 max, 6 max, whatever, even 7 or 8 max.
Yeah, especially
yeah,
heads up. Once you get under 6 handed, like that becomes a bigger factor. You still do a full ring, but much more applicable short-handed, especially heads up. So it is almost 20 million playing, almost 18 million. So virtually nothing in it again. Only a few big blinds between friends. No friends at the poker
Pretty
table.
much. Not in this situation, anyways.
No.
But yeah, just nothing in between, nothing between them so far.
Also, both of the players they think the hand's true for sure, but they're not deliberately stalling or anything. Happy to play relatively fast paced, which I like. Will take their time if they need it. That's one thing, Alan. People a lot of time in the Twitch chat say, "Oh, we need a shot clock." I have not thought once. Maybe I could count on my hand. One hand, the amount of times I've seen since I started commentating at the start of summer. So I don't know how many streams is that. I'm not a mathematician, but enough streams to know that the shot clock didn't really need to be called or needed, or the shot clock wasn't needed, and I don't think it is necessary in Kings. There's a general camaraderie at the table, and there's an awareness towards people taking the piss, essentially, with regards to time. I've only seen a couple of instances, so I'm like, okay, I would start to call the clock now. And I think that's great, because that was really being taken advantage of in a lot of other casinos and places that they play poker around the world.
Yeah, yes, you just. I mean, I think the prime examples are from the high rollers and super high rollers and all that stuff, man, where they introduced the shot clocks for that purpose. And obviously, there's numerous examples of that just really, yeah, just being the piss being taken out of it, basically. But yeah, I gotta say, this is like, you know, maybe 15 to 20 seconds max, if even, for a lot of these decisions that these guys are making. So yes, I mean, I play online. You get a 15-second, default time bank, and then you have your, your extra one then. And like 15 seconds is more than enough. And this is what these guys are taking. So again, credit in that sense.
Immediately check back there. Sorry to interrupt you, Alan. He hits trips on the river, and the quickest of checkbacks from Lars. Dennis, not a happy bunny there. Well, he should be happy enough, because he called on the turn and he hits his trips on the river. He just doesn't get any more value from hitting his trips. But Lars having a check back hand. Yeah, that's good points made there. I just don't think. I feel like if it was being taken advantage of and everyone was taking the piss with taking too much time on decisions, they would have introduced a shot clock by now. Everything is on point at Kings. If they thought it was necessary, it would be implemented, and it would it makes our job way more entertaining and way easier than watching silence. Watching silence. The silence is deafening when you're watching someone in a tank for 3, 4, and 5 minutes at a time.
No, for sure. Gets annoying.
And that's why if someone is in the tank and they haven't been in the tank for 3 days and they're taking their time, that's why they deserve to take their time.
They have a reason for it, obviously.
Yeah. Jeez, that's a menacing stare. This guy means business.
Oof.
Action.
About all that's going to happen here, I think.
I think he stuck his foot in the cookie jar this time, not even his hand.
Even like you said, man, just getting one of these 3 bets wrong here can cut your stack by whatever 10 to 15%.
Well, if Dennis shoves, which I assume he will, he might decide to flat.
Hello.
Nah.
He does not decide to flat.
Nah, it's too strong.
Yeah, it's too strong.
Vulnerable too, I suppose, isn't it? No different than what you think, Jack. That type of.
It's vulnerable in 2 ways, because we allow an ace or a king to pop off or a bad board, but the other way is like we give our opponent an opportunity to get away from a holding he might stack off with pre, or scare cards can come out on the board.
Exactly.
And there's some separation between the two now, because Dennis is playing almost 25 million and Lars playing closer to 10. 11 with the 6-5 offsuit. And Dennis creeping over the 25 million mark. Good flop for Dennis. Not too bad for Lars either, but coming up short. Most likely bet my 2 pair now. Not too small, like 600 or 700k. 700k is the bet. Lars, pair of sixes, not looking so hot on this turn, but he might want to see a river for one bet. The river coming, the 8 of spades, giving Lars the straight on a 4 flush board. This goes check, check. Dennis will concede to Lars's straight.
Kind of needed that pot, Lars, didn't he? Even though it wasn't the biggest, but needed one at least.
Well, it's all these little small pots are morale boosts when nothing's going your way. Not
True.
saying nothing's been going his way, but it just, that psychological change in momentum is huge when you're getting ran over. If you lose a few pots in a row and you just even, sometimes in an MTT, if you're not heads up now, but you just steal the blinds and antes, it just feels good. It changes your perspective. Say you've just lost half your stack in a pot or whatever the situation may be.
No, that's the thing with heads up, man. That's gonna happen very frequently too. So you kind of have to roll with it. Try and keep your head above water, I suppose.
Going with the polar 3 bet this time, the 10-3 off suit. Nice sizing, just over 4x. 3.3 million. Or just under 4x. So exactly 10 million separating Dennis and Lars currently. It's just thinking how funny it'd be to be at an airport with that case of money in the ring. If you have to say it was my money, I just didn't want to fill out the forms. Lars with the open, with the dominating hand of his opponent with ace-10 off suit.
I was going
Dennis's
to
hand,
say maybe
the
I could go
prettier
with it.
of the two. Yeah. This is disaster when both players flop top pair heads up.
Yeah, it could get costly.
It's just so hard to be beat when you flop top pair. So hard to make a hand heads up, let alone be dealt ace high that flops top pair with it.
I think as well, this is one of the first time Dennis has actually been on the wrong end of one of these, if I remember correctly. It's not often it's happened.
Yeah, I think you might be correct on that one. This might slow down the action a bit, but I think there's still some more value to be got from Lars here. an awful lot of hands that Lars could be continuing on this turn that are bluff candidates. Straight draws, club draws.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Ace high wheel
wow.
draws. Dennis moving all in.
Wow, really? Sick.
Wow. Is this
Jeez, I don't know
designed
about
to
this
get
then.
a draw to fold? Alan, forgot your name there for a moment.
I don't know. I think this is. Wow, this is it.
He calls.
I really don't know what
a,
that's trying to accomplish.
what a moment for Lars. And you can call
That's
me
some.
Action Dan 'cause I predict these things. Reckless, in a way, here from
Possibly.
Dennis.
Possibly.
The more ruthless of the two, not afraid to push the pedal to the metal. Lars making the correct call. Set to have 28 million chips almost. A massive hit this will be for Dennis if he can't get lucky on the river.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God! Oh wow! Always
that's
a surprise around the
disgusting.
corner at Kings. I really have to feel for Lars. I really feel for Lars. What a terrible river for him, but he
You
did
can't be too
everything he
upset.
could.
I mean, yeah.
Dennis, well played. I was not expecting it to end bing bang boom just like that. I guess Alan, he was trying to make a combo draw fold or get him to fold some form of equity on the turn, and that calling, jamming seemed better than calling, not wanting to have to be faced with a really difficult river decision.
I don't really know, Dan, to be honest with you. I wouldn't have done that myself personally, but I
You see, the
mean,
man
if he
beside
has.
him is Emil Bees. He was also a World Series of Poker circuit ring champion. He's a boss himself. Makes sense that these two are very close. What a victory for the Swissman. What are your thoughts on that? You think he should just call on the turn?
Well, I mean, if he has stuff like ace-4 and 6-7 and just like straight draws and gut shots, and if he has the flush draws, then so be it. Like, I mean, it's one of those things that you could reevaluate on the river, and if you jam and this guy has some queen X and some obviously ace-10 that's unblocked, check raise bluffs, I just don't think it's necessary. If he's going to bluff rivers, then, you know, reassess on the river card itself. I just think it was a little bit unnecessary. It's heads up too, so top pair in that spot, it's not technically top. Yeah, pairs like that, I don't think you need to overplay like that. But what do I know?
With
You know,
that
it's a little
river
bit.
card, though, for Dennis, it seems like victory was written in the stars.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Congratulations to Dennis. Commiserations to Lars. Both played a stormer. Lars done everything he could, had the best hand, got unlucky. That is the game we love and hate, ladies and gentlemen. I just want that case there.
Tell you, man, just give me the ring. I'll be happy with the ring.
Just the ring. You sell the ring for the price of the case.
Yeah, yeah. It's made of gold, if I remember correctly, Hearing.
From myself, I would like to thank you a lot for joining us today, Alan. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see you in the booth for your expert analysis. It was thoroughly enjoyable to have hands to bounce off each other. Very entertaining day of poker. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yeah, man, it's been fun. For my first time doing it, you know, if you ask me on again, I'd be more than happy to do it. And yeah, it's been a different experience, but a very much a fun one. So be happy to do it again if the opportunity comes up.
You've heard the man. For now, we will say our goodbyes. We will hang around and see him lift the ring. One ring to rule them all. That's the main event ring he's about to put on his finger. Jabba Solo says he will go grab a cold shower for himself now. You need that to cool down after all that action, I'd say, Jabba Solo. We'll hang around for a moment before saying our goodbyes. What an entertaining heads-up battle that was. Back and forth until that hand took place. Well done to Dennis. Like I said, I seen him scrap and fight and claw his way back from a very short stack after making a huge bluff. And that could be the hand that makes champions, being able to re-center yourself, recompose yourself. Not the hand, but that's the moment he's like, I'm not going to let this defeat me. And from then, I've watched him steamroll and rise to the top. That is your worthy champion of the main event, circuit event for the World Series of Poker, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This has been a super jam-packed, entertaining 3 days of poker. There is your champion. For now, I will say my goodbyes. I've been Dan Ranton. You've been a great audience. Good night.
Good night, everyone. It's been a pleasure again. Take care.
See you again soon for another event, no doubt next Sunday, where we have the Euro Poker Millions main event. Until then, stay away from yourselves.
All right, Dennis. After winning this, how does it feel? Just what are your emotions right now? How does it feel after this?
Feeling now very good. It's one of the best feelings of my life.
No, that's good. You said you're friends with Emil over here. How does it feel to now finally win the main event with him as well? Win the circuit main event. Now you guys have shared both winning a main event at King's Casino.
I don't know what I say, but yes, I'm very happy and I have a good feeling that I'm winning this tournament. I feel this, don't know why, and I do it.
It's good. It's just I'm just happy to see you this excited and this happy. Are we going to see you back for WSOP Europe, trying to win a bracelet just like ML already has?
Thank you very much. See you in October.
That sounds good. We'll see you in a few weeks.
There you go.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
Our winner, Dennis. Hey, everybody.
Thanks.
And now you can go enjoy.
Thank
We'll walk you over here, and the girls will take care of you and the money.
Can I make just with it?